You're listening to the NWA, the Nubian Wrestling Advocates.
You are now about to witness the strength of street knowledge.
Yo, it's Righteous Reg. It's a case for the safe, keep a space for the Nubians. Unfiltered, off-kilter, the professor, the godfather. Post-wrestling, the NWA, not keep guessing, The views and expressions, you know the rest, it's pop excellence, get the message. Advocates for Nubian wrestling, you're listening to the best again. Black wrestling in the ring we invested in. Nubian kings and queens we invested in. It's for the culture and we reppin' it. It's for the culture and we reppin' it.
And welcome to the NWA Podcast, the Nubian Wrestling Advocates, the show all about getting color in the world of professional wrestling. We back better than ever, y'all. We got a lot to get into. It's only the third week of the year, and we got so much to get into. So we're not even gonna waste time parlaying and kikiing up here off the top, fellas. I'm just gonna really introduce us real quick. I am, of course, your favorite podcaster's favorite podcaster. 10 years in the game, not a damn thing changed. Godfather Nate Milton, joined, of course, by my right-hand man, the Mayor Pro Tem of Los Angeles, California, the former campaign manager for Ron DeSantis. So it's a rough night for I got Chris on these streets. Y'all give it up for the angry intellectual Mimosa Chris himself, the Professor Chris Ely. Can we rock? What's up, Doc?
What is up? Happy leap year to everybody. Happy election year to everyone, man. This is going to be a crazy year for me, for probably us too, Nate, because I know we're going to be doing some political stuff. I'm going to be doing a lot of free political work. I didn't think I would ever be in that position again, but because I'm going to Columbia this year, I want to participate in the process, but it's not necessarily fair for me to ask for my quota if I can't do a deep dive like I normally do. So I'm going to be, I'll be in the mix just as a volunteer, more or less. So I'm looking forward to it. I'm looking forward to the shows, man. Looking forward to just our new producer who is not here. Like we went through the trouble, put in a good word with the higher ups, the people at the top. It was like, yo, we need this brother to be the producer of what we do here at Post Wrestling. Can he be the producer? We got him the contract, and he's nowhere to be found. Like I'm trying to understand this, man. I'm trying to understand where 10-Day Ray is, and I thought he was going to be permanent Ray, but we still on the 10-Day.
Look,
there he is.
To show up his first day at the job. Ladies and gentlemen, hold on. Ladies and gentlemen, I'm gonna skip you, nephew. I'm gonna come back to you.
Are you skipping me?
I'm gonna skip you, nephew. Come and say the best for last, brother.
You try to sweet talk me right there.
Because we have to address. I'm sorry, folks. I don't want to be like Tony Khan and run my business in the wrong manner out here in public for the world to see sometimes. Right. But 10-Day Ray, as Chris mentioned, man. We done got you up off that 10-day contract, ladies and gentlemen. He is now two-way Ray. Post-wrestling, Kings of Sport, Ray Williams out here getting 2 bags on these streets and still showed up 10 minutes late. Come on, Ray. Come on, baby. What you got to say for yourself, Ray?
I thought you told me I had the option of either starting today or next month. See, this is what happened. I didn't get no time to get my 2 weeks in. And then it's like, oh, you got to start right now. If you want the promotion, you got to start right now.
If you stay ready, you ain't got to get ready, Ray.
well, beginning next month, we'll have our show is gonna be looking one of the best looking podcasts there is. Thanks to
clean.
Yeah, thanks to Ray. So we shout out to Ray for climbing that ladder.
Yes, all jokes aside, Ray is officially part of the NWA crew now. So welcome aboard, Ray. We glad to have you, brother.
Yeah.
And, so Ray is going to be looking in the chat, seeing all your super chats, seeing all the comments. He's going to be bringing up the best thoughts that y'all have about our discussion this week. So Ray is going to be a big part of the team going forward. So y'all give it up for. I was going to say 10-day Ray, but let's give it up for 2-way Ray on the street.
Yeah. So it's going to be like and correct me if I'm wrong, Nate, but that's my Amazon going off. But anyway, it's going to be like we're going to need, if we need Ray to pull up a clip, he can do that for us. If we need Ray, if we're looking for an article and like, yo, Ray, can you find this article? He'll be able to do that for us. We don't have to.
Ray is essentially going to be like you, me, and Andrew, Dan Patrick, like the three of us combined, Dan Patrick. And Ray is all three of the Danettes by himself.
Right. Okay, cool stuff. So looking forward to it, man. February is gonna be lit because of 2-way Ray over here.
Big time things happening. But whenever big time things happen in the world of professional wrestling, there is one man that brings you all the news. And we did save the best for last, ladies and gentlemen. Y'all give it up for my nephew, the man that brings you all the news that's fit to read here at Post, the youngest in charge, Andrew Thompson.
What's going on, my guy? The youngest in charge label, man. This year turning this year.
That youngest doing a whole lot of heavy lifting.
That youngest doing a whole lot of heavy lifting, my man.
Right? Yeah.
We inching closer to 30. I got about 3 more years before we hit it. But
I mean, it's just the WWE, like 29, like you still in NXT, dog.
Yeah, I'm still in NXT.
Yeah.
I'm what's the name? We big dogging it over here, NXT.
Young up and coming.
Yeah.
But no, man, everything going smooth. A lot has happened over the past several weeks or so in this first couple of weeks of 2024, man, and I'm excited to get into it with you fellas.
All right, yes, we are excited for this conversation. Like we said, there's so much news already, and we ain't even 3 weeks into the year, like just
Not
barely
even.
3 weeks into the year. So much news. And before I pass it back to you, Andrew, so we can get the news rolling, I never thought, and this is how crazy 2024 is already, y'all. Chris said it's a leap year. Things is leaping all around, because I never thought I would long, Andrew, for the quieter days that we had last year when all we had to do was talk about the Muffin Man for 90 minutes.
Who you
Right.
Now we got like seven stories that could each be their own, 60-minute conversation that we got to break down this month for the people. But I'm excited.
Yeah, for sure, man. Like I say, I was thinking about it. Like, one thing I always say, like, just for covering wrestling news since like 2017, it never slows down. Like, as much as you might think something like it'll be a slow day, something will happen, some news will break, some story will come out, and then next thing you know, it's taking over. Black Mega Man says, so is Ray the Hangman to you guys is elite. All right, so with that, you gotta say Nate and Chris are the Bucks. So I'll gladly take me and Kenny Omega. I'll take that.
Because he's not gonna be Lou Spicoli in the NWO or Hornswoggle of DX. I think Hangman is
our truth was right there. We the Judgment Day. Yeah, Ray is our truth on these streets. Live, laugh, love, Ray. Live, laugh, love.
I'm giving you a little bit to. Oh yeah, get you your shirt.
Yeah, we gonna have like the shirt with Ray gonna be Ray's handwriting under the official like label, like his own handwriting.
Yeah.
Ray Truth.
But Ray, congratulations, my brother. Glad to have you on the show, man. It's always a good time talking to you. You always add excellent opinions and stuff like that. And I always like having you on my side as well. So definitely, most definitely looking forward to having you on the show.
You got new school back.
So we can tag team these two motherfuckers. I'm playing with
night one versus night two. We know how it is.
But yeah, no, it's all seriousness, man. Great to have Ray on the NWA podcast, and also looking forward to have Chinyere on the show more as well. Shout out to the Spinning Black Fist.
Yeah, speaking of Chinyere and Ray Spinning Black Fist, they are recording their second episode tomorrow, covering the big UFC event from over the past weekend. So again, if you guys have any comments or questions about the world of the of UFC and MMA, shoot Chinyere and Ray your questions and thoughts about the past weekend, because I'm sure they got thoughts about not only what happened in the octagon, but some of these fools running their mouths outside.
Oh, Jesus Christ!
Well. Yeah. Hey, Nate. Great transition, by the way. Amazing transition, because it's something I wanted to start us off with right before we got, because I had just got hit to this. Because I was out last night and I didn't I wasn't really on Twitter like that, so I had caught up on everything when I woke up today. But I had saw like a little bit of backlash coming towards my man John Pollock on Twitter, because he asked UFC CEO Dana White a question essentially about, he didn't name Sean Strickland, but I think that everybody knows, it more so directed towards Sean Strickland because of his homophobic and transphobic comments that he's made in the past, and then like he like doubled down on that shit on the lead up into UFC 279 and 297, and then essentially what John asked was like, asking Dana about like the verbiage and like the insulting language that some fighters use going into the show, and that, again, not about like just regular trash talk, but people, they be talking about people mamas and talking about your dad. You know what I'm saying? Like that's regular stuff. We see that all the time. You see that in boxing, you see that in MMA, whatever. Yeah. But like I think that what John's point was like, do you feel there should be a certain point to where you should scale back on some of these things that some individuals are saying, because you sort of crossing over into a territory that's beyond trash talk. You know what I'm saying? When we're speaking about the things that we just mentioned in terms of the homophobia and transphobia and stuff like that. And I do think John's overall question was a solid one that he made, and I saw he made a comment about it on Twitter, and he addressed it on his post show that's up on post right now. Yeah. But but seemingly the thing that got everybody riled up is, I'm guessing, is he used the word like put a leash on certain, like on not on fighters, but more so like on the things that are allowed to be said on the build up to these certain fights, regardless of the ticket sales and all that stuff. And the thing that I didn't like at all was I saw people coming at John's character and his professionalism or his standards as a journalist. And to those people who were coming at him, I'm gonna just tell y'all straight up, y'all don't fucking know John Pollock. That is one of the most professional people that I met, had the opportunity to work with in this space, and I've been in this space since 2017. One of the best people that I've had the opportunity to work with and learn from. So I know, like, I ain't gotta sit here and like get on the soapbox about it. Like, I know John ain't thin skinned, you know what I'm saying? I'm pretty sure he ain't sitting there moping and whining about it and shit. But I just didn't like how people was coming at him from his trying to attack his journalistic integrity. And I'm like, bro, if you know John and you've seen the work that this man has done, and then the work that he has shown over the past, I don't even know how many years, like just with his wrestling reporting in general, you would know that if there's anybody that you were allowing to give a fair analysis and a fair breakdown and ask the questions that need to be asked, you one of those people that you would want to throw in the mix immediately is John. So all of y'all folks out there that says, hey, my man, fuck y'all. Straight up. Straight up. I just had to get out there. I ain't like how they was coming at him, bro. Yeah, I ain't like that.
Yeah. Hot tag, nephew. Hot tag. Because see, here's the thing. First, I echo everything you said about that man, John Pollock, because this is a brother who has had nothing but integrity throughout his journalistic career. And you find out about a person through their actions and through their words, and if they mesh. And everything John says, his actions bear that out. He walks what he talks.
Right.
And so for people to come at John, and I'll expand it, Andrew, because a couple weeks ago, somebody tried to come for the nephew. And a couple weeks ago, somebody tried to come for the professor. And what this is telling me, I know it's still Sunday, and maybe some of y'all, don't go to church or whatnot, but that tells me the devil is out here acting up. The devil is out here wilding in 2024 because there's a lot of good people at this network, man. And it's a lot of people that don't want to see folks shine, that don't want to see folks not only shine, but don't want to see folks speaking words of empathy, right? Like if Dana White, if you such a free speech warrior, if you such a free speech warrior on these streets, it feels like a lot of the people that and I know Ray and Chinyere gonna get into this. I hope they get into this when they record tomorrow, because to me it's like I have seen so many negative things about journalists coming out this past week, and it's just like people just he's woke, he's part of the liberal media, and it's like, come on, man, if you know John Pollock, you know that this man is not coming with an agenda other than being a good person and being an honest journalist. And if that's an agenda, then damn it, all of y'all need to have an agenda.
Well, that's
go ahead, Chris. Hot tag on a hot tag. Let's go.
No, because this is the age we live in right now, man. Like, anything you do that is against these UFC fuckers and that crowd is going to be considered woke. If you're like, yeah, I'm getting my second vaccination shot, you're considered woke. If you wear a mask out in public, there is a greater chance of you being threatened for being woke than not being threatened for being woke. Everything is political nowadays, man. So you can't we can't play games with these fools, man. UFC fans, most of y'all, I'm sure, are decent people, aren't true believers. But the ones of you that sign up for this nonsense, I don't need your fucking ass, man. We're gonna cover you. So I'm speaking for Ray and the Kings of Sport Wrestling Network, because that is our job, and we got to keep you idiots honest. But like, if I can watch anything else besides y'all, there's other combat sports out there to watch where I don't have to listen to Strickland or Colby Covington preach their nonsense, So that's my feelings on it. And if you're getting offended at somebody for asking a question, then I got nothing for you except this foot in your ass.
And Ray, speaking of, we hitting transitions tonight, y'all. Speaking of feats in people's hind parts, I didn't watch the fight, man, because I was watching the NFL. But as our MMA expert here on the panel, can you tell me the result of what happened last night? I heard like Strickland after talking all that smack, like I'm sure, like he dominated, right?
You would like to think so. But in actuality, the fight did go 5 rounds, and it was a tough back and forth fight. And a lot of MMA critics, and John included, I believe,
that's Sean Strickland outside right now.
Hey, Nate, I was just about to say that. That's Sean Strickland in the back trying to get Chris, trying to get Ray to stop talking.
Don't let him silence you, brother.
Well, a lot of people were kind of 50-50 down the middle on how the fight was going to go. And so, is that me, by the way? I have the door closed.
No, that's
anyway. I was like,
Ray just trying to show off. He got that new Lexus outside.
that new contract.
Right. Don't spend up all your two-way money yet, right?
hey, my man Ray said, look, if I get rich, I ain't gonna brag, but there will be signs.
But yeah, it was a back and forth fight, and it actually turned out to be a split decision. And even though it wasn't the beatdown that most people expected, Dricus du Plessis, aka DDP, was actually the victor off a split decision, and became the new UFC middleweight champion. So Sean Strickland did lose. However, not to the effect that most people probably wanted him to lose.
Probably because the judges were too woke.
Right. Yeah. Yeah.
Hey, let me just real quick on this. Like a couple weeks, like you had mentioned in the situation from a couple weeks ago, Nate. That whole ordeal. We ain't got to get into all that. But like you, I saw you, and I know Ray had messaged me, and one I had saw like when I first went on Twitter about it, and I saw the whole ordeal. Like one of the first people I saw like in the comment section, motherfucking going to war for your boy was that good man John Pollock. And I know you was too, Nate, and I appreciate y'all for that. And I appreciate
Phil Lindsay, Reg.
Yeah, Phil Lindsay, Reg, man. Like, dude, I can
SP3.
name a list of abundance of people that had sent me, like, whether it was public or whether they sent me messages. You know what I'm saying? That was a real cool to see, and I appreciate every single last one of y'all. So that definitely wanted to jump out there for jump out there for the people that jump out there for you, man. So yeah, for anybody that is going at our guy, put you.
And I know John. Like I've known this man John Pollock for a minute. Like I know he's sitting there listening now. He's like, guys, you don't have to talk about this. But now we do, John, because you have been one of the best people in this space. Not only in terms of the quality of your work, but the quality of you as a human being, and also who you surround yourself with and who you open doors for and who you platform. And so for somebody to try to take a shot at you for speaking truth, that's something we're not going to stand for.
Right. We ain't gonna stand for it.
Yeah.
And talking about excellent bodies of work. Look at this transition, Nate. Look.
We flowing tonight. It's Ray.
Speaking of excellent bodies of work, man. One of the best professional wrestlers over the last I don't know how many years. Kazuchika Okada has announced. The New Japan announced that he's leaving the company at the end of the New Beginning tour. Okada's been a part of New Japan for well over a decade, 7 IWGP heavyweight title reigns, the multiple G1 Climax wins, New Japan Cup wins, more than you can count. More banger matches than you can count. Okada is set to leave New Japan. They announced it on January 18th. Okada is going to be finishing up the remainder of the. Shout out to the Poison Runner podcast. Shout out to those guys, man.
Thanks, yeah,
baby.
Shout out to the team.
What's up, y'all?
The whole crew.
Shout out to the crew, man. But yeah, Okada is going to be finishing up the remainder of the New Beginning tour. Contract expires on January 31st. But he'll be with the company through February. Okada, Tanahashi, President Hiroshi Tanahashi, and Tomohiro Ishii are the reigning Never Openweight 6-man tag team champions, and they'll be defending their titles on the 24th. And then on the 11th of February, one more time, fellas, for the last time, Okada versus Tanahashi in Osaka. I want to kick it over to my man Ray, producer Ray. Do bad Ray. Two-way. Do Lexus in the parking lot going off, Ray. Shout out to my Ray. Just your initial reaction when you saw the news that Kazuchika Okada was leaving NJPW. And just to add in a little bit, Tanahashi did an interview when he commented on it, and he said this is the same feeling that he had when Shinsuke Nakamura left New Japan, like to that big of an effect. Ray, did you ever think you would see the day when Okada was departing New Japan, and what was just your initial reaction to it all, and the big shock of this standard bearer talent within this company now going on to whatever else is next, so assumingly in the United States?
Well, I think you kind of been seeing a bit of the writings on the wall as far as just New Japan kind of having their talent pretty much scrubbed out like piece by piece. And it's kind of like you saw the cracks and you saw a bit of the alliance and that they still do have with AEW as far as with the Forbidden Door and exchanging talent. But it just seems like that old guard is starting to break off. I think it started with Katsuyori Shibata being able to come back, and he was like, well, if New Japan doesn't want me to wrestle there, I'll wrestle overseas, and they'll love to have me. And then, of course, you had our guy.
Ospreay just went over.
Jay
White.
Jay White. Our guy with the Golden Lovers.
Kota Ibushi.
Yeah.
And so it's kind of like it's that old guard kind of trickling away from there. But like you said, Andrew, would I have thought that Okada would ever leave? Right. I kind of thought like he was a lifer, kind of like Tanahashi.
Yeah.
So, or kind of like our guy Suzuki. So I just thought that, you know, that was his home base. He could trickle off to ROH or he could trickle off to AEW, but it was always home base to come back to New Japan. But I guess the competition now, especially for the top talent, is getting so much more deeper now, especially with the rise of AEW and now the rise of brother Paul Levesque.
No, dude, is Triple H not the craziest level up in wrestling ever? I'm talking. This dude was terrorizing. Now he's like this dude. It's like that meme they're showing with the stages in Mortal Kombat. This dude was terrorizing a New Hampshire wrestler, Boston wrestler, nobody nothing wrestler. Then went through a secondary not jobber faction, but like a mid-card faction in DX, and then just leveled his way up to multiple championships, married Stephanie McMahon. People used to say, oh, this guy's got to stay married to Stephanie McMahon if he wants to keep his power. This dude is probably the most powerful McMahon in wrestling right now. If you would have asked me this in 1994, when I woke up on Saturday morning and I saw terrorizing facing Terry Taylor on WCW Pro, if Triple H would be this, I would have never said that. I would have looked at you like you were crazy. Or asked you for some of the weed you were smoking, and I don't even smoke, because his level up is absolutely nuts.
Man saw the vision. Man had a plan.
Right.
But going back to Okada.
Go back to the Okada. That was a sidebar.
No, you good, Chris. You good, Chris. That's why we need Brother Chris on the show, man. That's why we need Brother Chris.
He puts everything in context.
Put everything in context, man. You always need some Chris in the conversation, man. But like going back to the New Japan and Okada aspect, I think New Japan is like in a position where they I think that they have done this to an extent, but I think that they really need to emphasize on it now is to solidify those top guys that's going to lead them for the next 5 to 10 years. Like they had dubbed Yota Tsuji, Shota Umino, and Ren Narita as the three-way musketeers, and like that was a big thing. But at the same time, when you're looking at Okada's departure, they never got a chance to do those big prime time marquee matches with Okada. They didn't get to do it with Shota. They didn't do it with Tsuji, and they didn't do it with Narita. They got Narita trapped off in this House of Torture shit, and that shit is garbage. Like I don't know why they got him doing that, but regardless, that's what he's doing. Like even in hindsight, like of course we had the benefit of hindsight now, but I remember when Shota Umino wrestled Will Ospreay at the Power Struggle show in early November 2023, and I, like before, you know, the obvious like the revelation afterwards, that was the to set up Mox versus David Finlay versus Ospreay for Wrestle Kingdom and the IWGP Global Heavyweight title. I'm talking about before all that. I thought that was a great opportunity for Shota Umino to win the title. Of course, again, let me say that was before, you know, we learned what was to come after that. But I thought that would have been a great opportunity for Shota to go over on Ospreay and further establish him as one of those people that's going to be leading New Japan into the future. Again, they missed out on those matches, but now it's time to sort of speed up the process on like making it more evident that those are going to be your marquee guys, like leading them into the future. And like I think they do need to get Narita away from House of Torture. Like maybe it's working right now, but like they need to
shout out to the good brother SP3 out there.
Yeah, shout out to SP3 for being in the chat, man.
What's up, Sid?
But he said it's gonna take me a hot minute to get used to clean shaving.
Chris is clean shaven, and I got the beard back.
I have to do this every once in a while because that beard gets nappy and wife gets tired.
I said you got a guy like Zack Sabre Jr. who's even relocated himself to Japan. He's been in Japan for a minute, but like I think that they always done like they've always got Zack Sabre Jr. to the point where you thought he might be IWGP World Heavyweight Champion, IWGP Heavyweight Champion, but they never fully went all the way with him. So I think that's a guy that you can also rely on with the Naitos and the Sonatas. Not a big Evil fan, so I really don't give a shit about Evil. I'm gonna be honest with you. But Nate, Nate, I wanted to kick it over to you, my man. Sports Illustrated had reported that there's a great deal of interest from AEW and WWE and Okada, which is not surprising to you in the slightest. But about him bringing on board. But Okada's one of the best in the world, and like, what do you see as Okada leaning towards? Like, obviously you have the connection there to AEW, possibly getting a rubber match with Danielson. He's already been there plenty of times, and his familiarity there. I'm pretty sure he's had conversations with Tony Khan. Whereas when you look at it from the WWE perspective, that's a brand new environment. But Okada has been backstage at WWE shows. He's worked with people in Japan like Finn. He's been. There are people.
Him and Shinsuke are surfing buddies, right? They're surfing buddies.
Said there are people in WWE who he's familiar with, so it's not like a complete brand new environment. But to an extent, it will be opposed to as AEW, where he was there just last year. So when you look at Okada's future, like in a more realistic standpoint, where do you think he lands? Versus, do you think it would be more of a shock to the system, if you will, if he went to WWE? But realistically, would you think that he's going to land in All Elite Wrestling?
I mean, first of all, how crazy is it, nephew, that we sitting here in 2024 and we thought a couple of weeks ago, like, President Tanahashi was going to be the biggest story. President Tanahashi on these streets. And that's like, hold on, OG. Hold on, because we got to talk about this man, the Rainmaker, out here. And quick plug for Synergy here at Post. Bruce Lord and Karen Peterson. Check out their coverage, man, because they went in on this whole situation, so they can be, even they can elaborate even more than we can here on this show. You owe it to yourself to check that out. But when I look at Okada and New Japan, like over the last year, it's felt kind of like Jay-Z's Black Album.
Right.
Kind of like, what more can I do? What more can I say? It's like what I got left to prove. Like, I'm already on the Mount Rushmore. Like, my jersey already up in the rafters. Like, I'm one of the GOATs. Like, I don't know where you would rank Okada in terms of like the GOATs of New Japan, but he up there. You know what I mean? Like he easily top 5, and he ain't 5.
Right.
Damn sure ain't 5.
Damn sure ain't 5. But I think when you talk about the transition to the West, what makes the most sense? It depends on where he's at in his life right now, right? Because he does have that familiarity with AEW. And Chris and I can relate to this a little bit more than you, nephew, because you still the youngest in charge for 3 more years.
Yeah, for 3 more years.
but when you get to be a person of a certain age, like, even if you're doing something you love, you want some security.
Right.
And a lot of times security comes with the bag. And if I'm looking at these two companies, as much as I might have a relationship with a lot of these cats in AEW, WWE got the bag, ladies and gentlemen. And it's also something where if I'm Okada, it's not just that Brinks truck that they're going to back up to the crib. It's merchandising. It's the video games. It's, like being put in the biggest circus in the business, right? Like, it's one thing for him to go to AEW. I think, like, wherever he lands, he's going to be great because he's Okada. Yeah,
no question.
But it's like, dog, if I want to, like, I'm sure he's curious. Like, just once, I want to see what it's like because I've been in some big tents before, but I want to be in the biggest tent. Right. So I just think it comes down to what he wants out of life at this point. And if I'm Triple H, I'm doing everything I can to get that brother, because to me, he is not only somebody who increases this role that you're on. He sustains this role that you've been on for a little minute. But it's like, Chris, like if we playing Risk, that's because Chris and I are men of a certain age. We still play board games. if we playing Risk, Chris, it ain't just about the land that I can acquire. It's about keeping some of that land away from you, dog. Even if I don't want that land. I could have used Monopoly. I don't know why I went Risk. Like, same principle. But
same principle.
If we play Monopoly, I don't want Baltic, man. I don't want Mediterranean, but I don't want you to have it. And so, like, if I'm Triple H, it's like, dog, not only do we get this great star who can also, appeal to fans in another market that we obviously trying to make inroads to, but I keep him away from them dudes. I keep him away from TK. So I think as a fan, like, I'd love to see Okada in AEW full time, but if I'm him, like that siren song of the WWE, it's kind of hard to resist.
Hey, Chris,
Right.
I want to kick it over to you for this real quick. Like, Ray had mentioned this, like with the Jay White, who was a marquee talent in New Japan, main event talent in New Japan, signing with AEW. Same thing with Will Ospreay, Kazuchika Shibata, and then maybe Okada making the jump from New Japan and signing with AEW. How would you, as a viewer, like assess the working relationship between New Japan and AEW, like with these, like their biggest names making the jump and then signing over to AEW and that and still being that existing partnership? Like, how do you think that plays into the continuation of the Forbidden Door event, and also just how do you assess the overall partnership between those two companies now that a lot of the top talent is like, we gone and we about to go ahead and head over to AEW and do our thing over here. Like, how do you assess like just that overall partnership between these two companies?
Okay, so with Okada, I think it remains to be seen. Like, here's the thing.
That remains to be seen.
Here's the thing with if you're a Japanese talent going to AEW or WWE, with AEW, it really does remain to be seen. Because I haven't seen anybody from Japan. Now, I'm not talking about the white boys that go to AEW that wrestles in Japan. I'm talking about the actual Japanese talent.
Yeah, you're not talking about the foreigners.
Yeah, I'm not talking about them. Yeah. I'm talking talent. Yeah, exactly. White boys. Anyway, I'm talking about, like, because this is my problem with
the J white boys.
Yeah. I'm talking. My problem with the wrestling on the West is that the Japanese talent never seemed to make it. I'm talking about particularly the male talent, women talent also, but in this case, we're talking about the male talent. They never seem to make it past a certain level. Okada, how many Wrestle Kingdoms did he main event? Like 8? Something like that.
He main evented a lot of them.
I want to say it's about 8. So, and I do think this is. I don't think this is like Shinsuke in the sense that Okada is leaving while he's the biggest star in Japan. Like Shinsuke was probably like maybe number 2 or 3 from the top when he left.
And also that was under Vince.
Right, yeah, and that was under Vince, and this is where we get to see a Triple H. So I think, like, because if this was under Vince and all he was looking for was the bag, I'd be like, go to WWE, because WWE is where you're going to get the bag. If you were looking to be creative, if you're looking to be creatively treated right, don't go to WWE under Vince, because you'd be doing some stereotypical nonsense, and you would have to make sure that you care a lot about the bag. You can't be getting mad. You can't be signing these ridiculous contracts like my boy that they made Mike Kanellis. They made him they turned him into a cuck after he signed the 5-year contract, and then he didn't like being the cuck, If this was the thing with, and I don't think WWE has completely done away with stereotypes yet, with ethnic stereotypes yet. So that's something, if you care about that, that's something you have to consider, because
to the homie Akira Tozawa.
Yeah, because like I didn't see anything wrong with Drew McIntyre when he was a normal wrestler. I didn't. But then they had to turn him into Braveheart Jr. and give him a fucking sword and a kilt. I've never seen Drew McIntyre wear that stuff before, but WWE, because that's the ecosystem that they operate in. This is just something that they do. They can't help themselves. This is it's like breathing to them. They've got to have at least 3 or 4 stereotypical characters there at the same time. So that's
real quick, Chris, real quick, not to step on you, but can we go back out to the full screen, Ray? Thank you. I didn't even have to tell him. This man Ray is a producer, y'all. Because I saw a comment from Sid about AEW offering more money, and I think like the actual dollar amount, yes, that can be true. But when you talk about a WWE contract, it's more than just the money they give you on your contract. Right, you talking merch, you talking residuals, you talking about all these outside opportunities that you may not have with AEW just because of the scope and the size of the companies that you're looking at. And there's no shade to TK and them boys, but it's just like and I'm trying to think of a good comp because I was gonna say like the UFL, shout out to our boy Dwayne The Rock Johnson, and the NFL, but those are in 2 totally different leagues. Like AEW is closer to WWE than the UFL to the NFL. But I'm trying to think like the closest comp, but it's just like one has a much wider net and a much deeper hold on pop culture. And so to me, there is extra money to be made from that. Whereas like if I'm getting the bag, like say I'm just throwing out a number, say Tony giving me $3 million off rip and Triple H is saying you can have 2. I'm gonna make that other million and then some up on some other way. Like Denzel said, I'm leaving with something. I'm leaving with something if I'm Okada. But I for the WWE.
Yeah, I if Okada wants to play the game, no pun intended. Actually, the pun was intended. Pun was definitely intended. But if he wants to play the game, I could see WWE offering him what TK offers him. The thing that he's gonna have to think about is WWE, what is their culture like in 2024? What is the culture like now? I think the only thing you're going to, and you have to think about that in AEW too, because you could go to AEW and they give you some goofy ass shit, put you in a Don Callis family and, like no one knows what you're doing. You could get it could go good, it could go well. You just have to really, really think about this. This is not an easy decision. This would have been an easier decision a couple years ago. In 2024, it's not an easy decision, and you have to have these conversations with Triple H.
There's pros and cons on both sides because the WWE schedule is stricter. AEW schedule is freer, so it's kind of like. It depends. Going back to what I said, like it depends on where he's at, right?
Right.
And that's a decision that his accountant can't make, his mama can't make, his wife can't make. That's a decision that's got to, come from the man in the mirror. And it's something that in any job you have to weigh the pros and cons. Like Ray, when Ray, became a producer here, Ray could have bought a sensible car. He could have bought a Prius, but he went and got the less because that's the way Ray wanted to live his life. And I think seriously with Okada, it's like, what does he want? He's at that age where
because he's the third. Shinsuke was 36 when he moved west.
So it's like you still got some juice left in the tank, but it's like, how do you want to kind of spend your last years of your prime? And also, not only are you spending the last years of your prime, but how do you want to kind of make your big arrival to the West? Like people like us and. Karen and Bruce and WH Park and SP3, like we've been watching this man. We know what this man is about. But we're in the minority when you talk about the larger audience. And so it's like, if I'm this dude, how do I want to make myself known to this larger audience?
When I'm looking at that, and I'm like to your point, Nate, about the familiarity that could lead into like his formal joining, the US and stuff like that. I think it'll be. I think the safest and easiest bet is going to AEW because I think that that fan base is already very familiar with Kazuchika, and there's like you'll still you can still continue to build them up and introduce them and stuff, but there's like very little introducing that you really need to do because he's already been there and existed within that space of all elite wrestling. Then when you look at it, I'm talking about like just the matchups that exist there, like running Okada and Omega again in the States and then running Danielson again. And then,
let's take WWE for.
Hold on, Chris.
Go ahead.
like running Osprey again and then doing another rematch
Hell,
with Jay
Okada
White
and Swerve.
then Eddie King, Okada and Swerve, Okada
Yeah.
and man. Like, dude, it's
Okada
so
and Joe.
many.
Yeah.
Okada and Joe, bro. It's so many banger matchups that you can have, and I think that Okada will be looking at that and be like, dude, I can go over there and just fucking, go ahead and have these dream mega matchups.
I can go be the
stuff
goat
like
over
that.
there.
I can go be the
Right.
goat over there.
But like
Hold on. Like, and then he can continue making like the smooth transition. But like when I'm looking at it from a WWE perspective, it's like it's kind of more so what you were saying. Nate, is just the unknown and the curiosity of it all, like what that could be like and who I could work with. And I again, for me, matchups wise and what I think he'll be able to get out of it, I want to see him go to AEW. But there's a curiosity for me about what he would look like under the WWE umbrella and how they would present him. I do believe under this current regime, under Triple H, that he would not do what Vince McMahon what I think Vince McMahon would do with Okada. But I think under Paul Levesque, I think that would be he would be treated like a top talent. I do think that he would, but
he ain't gonna be coming in with the flute music.
He ain't gonna be coming in with no BS.
Right.
But I just think that just looking at it from a realistic standpoint, I know that I assume that Tony Khan would just offer the fucking tank at Okada for him to come to the.
I mean, they got the inside track.
That's what I'm saying.
Right.
They have the inside, and then on top of that, a factor, and then with Rocky Romero being that liaison between NJPW and AEW, and him having a close relationship that he does with Okada, you would assume that Rocky's like, I mean, if you want to make the smooth transition, I mean, you might as well come on and slide through here and be a part of AEW. So yeah, it's just another thing, Chris. Like like we was talking about, I had brought it up before we got into that discussion about like the relationship between New Japan and AEW and how that exists. Like I don't think New Japan would ever scale back on that relationship, because I think that when you terms of assets, I think that they looking at more than just departures. I think that they're looking at, okay, we can keep having Danielson coming in. We can keep having Moxley on these NJPW strong shows. And Moxley, bro, he feels like a totally fucking different person. Like sometimes on these NJPW strong shows, but like he has like and not that his presence in AEW is bad or nothing. Like, I'm not saying that at all. But I'm talking about Moxley. Like Ray, I'm pretty sure you've seen like Moxley. He just has like a different like presence when he's on these NJPW strong shows. Like, he seems like the biggest fucking deal in the world. It's like it's a funny thing to see in a good way. So I don't think that the NJPW would scale back just because a lot of their foreign talents, or some of their home stays, make the decision to head over to AEW. I don't think they will pull back on that, because there's still something in it for them to continue using some of AEW's biggest names to come over for Japan, like how Daniels is coming back over to Japan next month for to face Zack Sabre Jr. and stuff like that. So there was a point that Kevin Kelly, former New Japan commentator, had made when he was talking about like the value of like yen being down in Japan right now, and like in regards to foreign talent, like when they convert their money, like the dollar amount is like less than their guarantee that they were being presented with. So that may play a role in some of the foreign talents being like, I'm gonna go see what's happening elsewhere. So I'm just looking at it like that. But I definitely think that it's gonna be like how Chris said, that's not gonna be an easy decision for Okada. But I mean, it's not over now. Like he still has until the end of February before he's like fully done with New Japan. Like he can definitely, like, after January 31st, he's free to do whatever he want to do. But I think that he'll honor,
come to TNA, my boy.
That's not happening, man.
Hey, Nate, real quick, you wanna know what's funny? Guess who's going to be on TNA on the next episode? Okada. Okada's on the next episode.
Wow.
Talk to him.
And he gonna be teaming with Motor City Machine Guns in the main event. So.
Come on, we there. Yeah. We back. TNA is back, Chris.
He's not going to TNA. He's gonna go to one of the big two companies. But I do have to ask this question though, because I think he should talk to WWE. Anytime you're a free agent, I don't think it hurts to talk and have a conversation.
You need to hear all sides.
Right, yeah. But you need to ask, because this is my problem with WWE, is the year my homegirl, the Empress of Tomorrow, and Shinsuke, they won the Royal Rumble the same year, and I'm over here thinking, oh, WWE is progressive now. They're doing big things. The Japanese talent is getting treated great. Neither of them main event WrestleMania that year, and both of them lose their matches. So these are the questions you got to ask. Like, what is your vision for me? You know, I think you have to ask that, because if you do not go to this company, because WWE, there are wrestlers that have gone there, and I think they have intentions. They might have the best intentions. They might just want to keep them away from AEW. I don't know, but you do need to know what their vision is for you. And if they can't tell you a clear one, then you need to go elsewhere. And the same thing with AEW as well. They have to have a vision for you. Like for me, if I'm like a writer on a sitcom or soap opera or something like that, and I'm getting let's say Denzel Washington wants to quit be doing $20 million movies and wants to all of a sudden do General Hospital. If I'm a writer on General Hospital, I'm thinking of like 50 ideas for him, and we're brainstorming, and we're like, yes, what ideas are the best, and we're going back and forth with it. And oftentimes in wrestling, I just don't think that happens. So if you're bag focused, go to WWE, because you're gonna get, and I'm sure they'll give you the days off you want and all that stuff. It's a new world. Like I said, Triple H is the main boss. He's at least Shang Tsung, if not Shao Kahn. He's one of those two. So I mean,
when I'm looking at those conversations, like how you just mentioned, like it's specifically in Oscar. But I always tend to leave her out of those conversations, because I'm always up and down in regards to how her run in WWE. I feel like Asuka has always been, okay, something go wrong, glass break, Asuka. Like, I feel like that's how they always presented her. And like, whenever I say that Asuka hasn't been, I feel like her booking throughout the years on the main roster, because it damn sure wasn't in NXT, but on the main roster has been extremely inconsistent. And I feel like Chris T. Anthony said not Geese Howard. but
was that Denzel's character? I never watched General Hospital.
Yeah, I never watched it.
Yeah.
I
was Days of Our Lives all day. What you know about that man Stefano DiMera, Ray?
Yes.
Spoiler alert, they killed this man Stefano like 17 times.
Yeah.
He came back 18.
Stefano, Victor, Kariakis, all them. General Hospital is the Cassadine family. That's the main family there.
But yeah, on Oscar, I always looked at her run as
welcome to Soap Slam on Post Wrestling.
Right?
No, we just got into a General Hospital conversation, like. But talking about Oscar, man, like I've always had an up and down viewpoint of her run in WWE, because like I said, in NXT she was built like a fucking monster. Like she was
that was an awesome run.
She was unreal in NXT.
And
I feel like I feel like under Vince McMahon, they always looked at her winning streak as a burden instead of using it as a way to capitalize on her. Like they always looked at that as like, oh, she can't lose, so we don't know what to do. I'm like, motherfucker, that's the point.
Yeah, they don't understand the importance of that streak.
They didn't understand the importance of it, and they just like blew it off to Charlotte. And I'm like, but see, the thing is, when I be like, when I'm doing that and I'm saying these things and I'm saying to y'all right now about Oscar, and I'm like, oh man, they didn't do this and they do that. I go to her fucking Wikipedia page and I see Money in the Bank, Royal Rumble, multiple time tag team champion, 5-time SmackDown Women's Champion, whatever. 4-time, 3-time SmackDown Women's Champion, multi-time Raw Women's Champion, NXT Women's Champion, tag team champion. Like she done did everything in the company that there is to do. But again, let me add in this point. Even though with all those accolades, that doesn't necessarily equate to proper booking. But even though like you can speak badly of the up and down run, but it's kind of negligent to dismiss all of the accolades that she has.
You can't dismiss it, but it's easy to forget is the problem with it.
It's not easy to forget because
it is. No, you have to. It's easy to. It's John Cena. You always, that's the top of your mind, and people like The Rock, CM Punk, Seth Rollins. Those things are always there. Asuka, I have to go back and. Oh yeah, she did do all this stuff, and that's the problem with WWE when it comes to the foreign minority wrestlers. It's not like that with everybody. It's like that with like Dolph Ziggler. He was a world champion once upon a time.
TNA's own Dolph Ziggler. We back, baby.
Yeah. I mean, but I want the WWE run to be more than just, oh, they won this stuff. I want it to be like, I remember where I was at when this happened. Her NXT run, yes, I remember all that stuff, man. I remember when she was going back and forth with what's her name? Sasha. I'm blanking on names because I'm old. But I remember like that streak.
Her and
Ember Moon,
her and Nikki Cross,
all that stuff is like right there. WWE is like, I remember good stuff with her, and I remember bad stuff with her. And the bad stuff kind of sometimes is this taste that's left in my mouth with her run and Shinsuke's run. Shinsuke hasn't had a horrible run. He's had a decent run. He's made his money and stuff. But Shinsuke, when he was in New Japan, that dude was like Prince, the second coming of Prince. He was like wrestling's version of Prince. He comes to WWE and he's like wrestling's version of Trey Songz, Wow. Like, come on!
I don't know how to feel about that.
When I'm looking at Shinsuke's time, and when I'm looking at Shinsuke's time in WWE,
quick,
I always
think about Sid's point right there. He
said it's similar to AEW booking Okada Shida. She's the three-time women's champion and the longest reigning champion titles and longest reigning champion in titles history. Yet it always feels like she hasn't gotten enough.
Right?
Yeah, I mean that's a similar comparison. Like I see a lot of that with Sheeta as well. Like even when she recently lost the title to Toni Storm, a lot of people was like, they felt like her reign, they hadn't done enough with that current reign yet before she dropped it off to Toni. So I think that's a fair point. But like going back to Shinsuke, like I always felt like where they messed up, where things went left with Shinsuke's run was when he didn't beat Jinder Mahal for the title at SummerSlam 2017. I always felt like that was the time where they should have capitalized. But at that same time, like realistically, I didn't really think that Vince was going to clear Shinsuke to be the world champion. I just didn't believe that was going to happen. Like again, in NXT came out there, they debuted him right. He had a great run, won the NXT title twice. Had the bangers.
Had my boy out there with the violin.
Him and Joe, the dude with the violin.
They had Lee England Jr. out there with the violin shit. They brought him back from when he came back to Noah last year. But that was when a lot of people was like that was thought that was gonna be like the resurgence of Shinsuke Nakamura. Then that motherfucker was gone for like 5 months. For 5 months after that. But
grand closing.
But when I think of Shinsuke's run in WWE, I always thought I started off with that initial point. And his run so far, I always think they just kept him like mid card type thing.
Right.
Like now we're having the things where he's doing like more promos and like that, keeping him involved and like fleshing out his character a little bit more. Because like I still hate when people do that. Like whenever a foreign talent comes out and everybody's like, what? I can't stand that shit. Like that shit is so irritating. I wish a lot of people would stop doing that to a lot of foreigners that come over to the States, and then it just disrupts the whole flow. So I'm glad that WWE has sort of pivoted with Shinsuke and just allowing him to cut these things backstage, and they had the subtitles and they had all the dramatic graphics, and like it looked cool with that type of presentation, even though he's still like in that mid card type range. So yeah, I mean, like I do think Chris got a fair point, but going back to Okada, I really don't think that he, in terms of financially, and even I think I could say in terms of booking and how he'll be presented, I don't think that he could make a bad option. But I think that just the smoothest one will be AEW. That is the smoothest, like seamless transition.
I already know these dudes.
Top caliber in AEW. Like, and you got so many matchups that you can play off of. But yeah, man, Okada is set to leave New Japan Pro Wrestling at the end of the New Beginning tour. And I'm pretty sure he's gonna have. I'm looking forward to the match he's gonna have with Tanahashi. I'm sure they're gonna drop the titles, the never open weight titles coming up. But speaking of departures from New Japan, he ain't the only one, Nate. And I'm gonna kick this over to you, my brother. Tama Tonga is leaving New Japan at the end of January. He won the title at Wrestle Kingdom earlier this month. He had a great match with Shingo Takagi. If you've ever seen that, definitely go check that out. But he won the never open weight title, and then Nate, immediately after he won the title, this brother said, "I'm leaving at the end of the month." and then he just, well, again, let me just clarify that was just me trying to be funny in the sense of the way I presented it. Maybe they already had that idea fleshed out. I was just trying to, add some hilarity to it.
Oh, that backstory, I like your explanation without the backstory. So,
but he just dropped the title to Evil at the New Beginning show in Nagoya. Nate, I'm gonna kick this over to you. What do you think? I know you paid attention to Tama Tonga. You've seen a lot of the stuff that he's done. What are your thoughts about what he's been able to accomplish as a member of New Japan, as a member of Bullet Club, the run he had with Gorillas of Destiny, and assume, like we assume now that he has decisions to make. I just want to add this note to you just to give you a little bit more talking points. Back in 2016, Nate, Tama Tonga did verbally agree to join WWE, but Pim was not put to paper, so it did not turn out. It did not come to fruition. He did verbally agree to say that he was going to come to the company. So maybe he could revisit that. I don't know how, there's interest. I know in last year, I know Fight for Select had reported, and Hikuleo confirmed it itself that WWE had interest in him. That's the big, tall, the taller version. Yeah. The taller one of the brothers. He's tall as shit, bro. But like, how, like Nate, when you just assess Tama Tonga's his run in New Japan and the things that he's been able to create, being a part of that, when Bullet Club was at his peak, when they was at the highest of highs, and then now we'll be at present day. Brother got decisions to make, man, and like he could have to go to AEW, he could go to New Japan. He could go to AEW, he could go to the Independents, he could go to TNA, he could go to WWE. I'm assuming he has plenty of options on the table. But just what do you make of Tama Tonga making this exit of New Japan out of New Japan? I think
like he had a great run, and sometimes, Andrew, the best decisions that you make in life are the ones that you decide not to make. And so when you talk about him not putting that pen to paper to go with the WWE, in some ways you could say, oh, that was a missed opportunity. But I think that actually ended up improving his stock, because he talked about how, he was in that hot time period with the Bullet Club. But then I think he even took it to another level with Gorillas of Destiny. I think like he showed a little bit more with them. And so it's funny, because I think this is a time for a lot of opportunity, not just for people like Okada, people like Tama, but also if you look at New Japan, and I got President Tanahashi on these streets, I feel like, Chris, over you saying is necessity is the mother of invention.
Right.
And to that, I would say necessity is the mother of invention, but desperation is the daddy. Because sometimes when you like, if I'm Tanahashi and I'm seeing all my boys walking out the door, and it's like, well, damn, I guess I got to roll with some of these young cats, right?
Exactly.
And so because I'm forced in a way to roll with some of these younger cats, or somebody like Zach, what you was talking about earlier, nephew, like who's been there and it's kind of been on the come up. It forces change, it forces growth, and so I think this is a good thing. It from the surface you can be like, damn, they losing their top guys,
right?
But you can't have new top guys until the old top guys either go back down the card or they find somewhere else to be top guys. And so I feel like this is going to be good for Okada. It's going to be good for Tama Tonga, and it could end up ultimately being good for New Japan, because you get that fresh blood in the mix.
Talk to him, Nate.
It's like Ray, like Rookie Ray. We didn't have Rookie Ray in the background all this time, but now we done brought Rookie Ray to the main stage, and he driving around in Lexuses. He got more shoes than most of y'all got friends. Ray spent more money and spilt Cavassier this month than most of y'all paid on your rent.
Hey, bro, you know what's hilarious about that? I like how we just decided that the Ray's car is the Lexus. but
now Ray got to walk outside every day and look like, damn, this Toyota Camry ain't looking too hot, dog.
That's literally my car, bro.
Oh, wow. I just pulled that out of thin air. Negro Damas.
But Nate, on your point, man, I think that's a real great point that you make about the opportunities being allowed for, like how I mentioned, like the Shota Umanos and the Ren Readers and the Yoda Sujis, and like even some of the guys that they got in the dojo who I'm pretty sure they're going to they investing in. Like you see some of these guys open up on the prelim. the kickoff show before some of their biggest shows start. So I think that's only going to open opportunities for others in New Japan now that you're seeing all these talents exit, out of the company. But speaking of departures, and I actually want to go to our brother Ray for this, producer Ray. Ray, come out the full screen, and then I'm gonna kick it to you for the individuality, Ray. Gotcha. So something that we talked about on this podcast plenty of times. Trinity Fatu, man, and her run at TNA is coming to an end. At TNA's Hard to Kill pay-per-view, Trinity, her reign as Knockouts World Champion came to an end. She was defeated by Jordan Grace. Trinity won the title at Slammiversary last year. Recently at the Orlando tapings, the TNA TV tapings, Trinity bid farewell to the company and shared nice words about her time there. Now, Brother Ray, before we get into the rest, TNA Impact, they clearly treated Trinity very well. She had a great run there. She was booked as a top talent immediately as soon as she stepped into the company. How much did you enjoy her run? And what did you think of TNA's presentation of her since she arrived last year? And then just to add on to that, it was reported by Fight Select that WWE sources relayed to them that Trinity is expected to go back to WWE. So So just give me your breakdown of her run so far. I mean, her run at TNA, the great run that she had, and then her assumingly ultimately going back to WWE. And we got the Royal Rumble coming up this weekend as we're recording. So off to you, Ray.
Well, I know we brought this up when she had first arrived there and after the first month, and we were all talking about just how ready-made that we feel that she can be a star, and just with the right backing and with the right bookings. And I also mentioned before that just put her in the right positions to have great matches with people so that she could show that she's a fantastic wrestler too, because we've always had this idea of Trinity as being a great athlete and as being like a show-stopping
a great
performer
hand
with the glow.
Yeah.
But can she carry a match? And also, can she carry like a pay-per-view, or can she put a brand or a promotion on her back? And I believe you brought it up when we were talking about it as well, Andrew, how she was making the rounds with interviews. I believe you said she did like a spot on either Today or Good Morning America. And so I think she's finally having the confidence in herself, and she's stepping out of some shadows as far as being her own person and being the light, being the glow, having that spotlight on her and feeling more comfortable with leading a promotion in that aspect. So, and I think that Impact / TNA did a great job with just booking her and doing well with just the different women having compete against her. It was a shame that Mickie James had gotten hurt to where they weren't able to have that match. I think that would have been really good. But even
they had it. They
had it before she got hurt, or after?
I think it was after she came back. After she came, they did it at Bound for Glory. They did it. They got to do the match. Yeah.
Well, keeping that in mind, like just the terrific performers that they have in TNA, and I think we've all been mentioning it for a while, and I, of course, TNA knows that the Knockouts division has been one of, if not the best, both women's divisions. And
say it with your chest, right?
And most talented women's divisions. And so just allowing that talent and allowing her to work with that talent and again show her star power has been really beneficial to her. As far as her going back, I think it's a similar situation with Okada. Is it going to be the WWE? Maybe, in spite because you left us, then we're going to put you in this. Is it going to be the WWE? We still have this idea of you. We're just going to put you in the women's tag team division with somebody. Or were they actually also paying attention to her running Impact and seeing how big of an no pun intended, how big of an impact she can make once you bring her back. And if you can make her that number one star, like we were talking about with Asuka or with potentially Okada, whereas we know that the talent is there, but they just don't seem to be running with those particular people, or we're having trepidation as far as if they're going to be running with those particular people like in those main event circles. I think the same thing is going to go with Trinity. And as far as like if she's going to feel comfortable enough to come back, and if she's going to now have more confidence to kind of, because she already, along with our girl, Miss Monet, Mercedes Monet, they already showed that they could put their foot down when they need to. So now that WWE, especially with Paul at the helm, Shang Tsung at the helm, is he going to recognize, all right, well, she's tremendously talented, and now she's went off and shown that she could be the leader of another locker room. I'm going to start putting her in more situations where she can become, just imagine like you have a Trinity versus our girl Bianca, or a Trinity versus Jade, or just having those ladies. And again, it's just, I know
why she got to be in the MEAC though, Ray.
No, I'm saying
Stop hating on this point, Nate. He makes a good point.
I'm saying the HBCUs can make the top 8. They can make the college football playoff.
I see where you're going, Coach Brown.
Hey, Ray, real quick, just to add on to this, I want to actually throw this right back at you. Did you like what is, like, if you had to, let's say on a scale of 1 to 10, right? Like, where are you at right now in terms of like how you think this because there is going to be a honeymoon phase where I think they'll be like, Trinity's back and Naomi's back and she's like this and she was doing that and you like X, Y, and Z. Where are you at on a scale of 1 to 10? Lowest being 1 and highest being 10. Where you think that like after this that initial honeymoon phase of her being back, are they going to slide her right back into the position she was of like being like the helping hand talent, but she'll still get those slaps and those opportunities. Like she'll get a occasional title match, and she'll be built up and stuff like that. But that's actually like a great like that's actually like a great comparison too. But Ray, like where are you at scale wise from 1 to 10, and where you think like how long would this honeymoon phase last before she gets slided back into that position, or do you think they'll actually do a good job under this new regime of making sure that she stays at the level that she worked to get herself at, and herself and Impact worked to get her at over the past year?
I think I'm gonna go with like a 7. Like I'm cautiously optimistic. Again, with knowing the background of Triple H and knowing that he rewards people for their hard work. And even though like it may not initially come off when, well, I think good example when Johnny Gargano came back and then they done changed his theme music and then losing to people. And now he's with the Miz and now he's doing all this stuff. And people were wondering like, this is supposed to be Triple H boy. Is he going to get them straight? And now we're kind of seeing like DIY kind of getting back together. And
they had a banger last week. They had a banger last week. But yeah, go ahead, Ray. My bad.
Yeah, but I'm saying I think that there could be a possibility, even though it may not happen right away. And again, you put it in a perfect, you gave a perfect word, Andrew, like the honeymoon phase with her being back and the fans are all cheering and everything. And but like 3-6 months down the road, the good thing is with the women's division is that you can, I think, especially with the two brands, like you can try to heat women up a little bit faster than you could with the male talent. And I think it's going to be, I think they are going to kind of pull the trigger, but don't be surprised if it doesn't happen right away. But I think that they do see big things in her.
Hey, Chris, I actually wanted to ask you this because I know this is something we had talked about on the podcast previously. Like, okay, so it is expected that she is supposed to go back to WWE, but after both her and Mercedes walked out of WWE in 2022, obviously there's a new regime in place. But like similar to how we talked about with Jade Cargill, remember when she did that interview where she was like, I love Tony Khan, I love AEW, wouldn't want to be anywhere else, and then she signed with WWE. I'm pretty sure that there's going to be this select few of individuals like, oh, but she left in 2022 and now she's coming back. And I just want to put out this quote that Chris said verbatim when we talked about the Jade Cargill situation. It is very, very short and sweet quote. People are allowed to change their mind. Quote. That's what he said. So Chris, what do you think about this general conversation we have about her running Impact? her finishing up, and the reports about her going back to WWE, and also you're gonna have your couple of naysayers, if you will, people who are gonna
hey, that's why you got to let a naysayer know, nephew.
Right.
I'm about to say, because you're gonna have your select people who are like, oh, she left, and why would she go
Yeah,
back?
those people can kiss my ass too. Here's the thing with WWE, and this is what wrestling companies they do. In psychology, we call this affinity fraud, where you have this blind loyalty.
Hey, Chris, real quick, SP, just to add on this, I want you to touch on this too. SP3 said we really gonna need Michael Cole to apologize on night one. And what he referring to is, I'm pretty sure you know about that.
No, yeah, well, he's I think me and Sid have talked about this before. So like what WWE participates in is affinity fraud, where you expect people to be loyal to you because they grew up with the brand. It's like it's like when I see these Hotep dudes online where they're like, you got to support us because we black business and blah blah blah. And just because you are black, they expect you to support them, even if what they're doing is completely unethical, or you don't even know where the money is going.
And your order 25 days late.
Right, yeah, stuff like that. And that's what WWE does. WWE fans are like, they have this blind loyalty to WWE. Because, like, I remember when we did that show and they left and walked out, and almost immediately there were these fans, and this is including black fans, saying, WWE didn't do anything racist to them and stuff. And I was like, were you backstage with those sisters when all that stuff was going down? None of us know what happened, and they haven't said anything. And the WWE side hasn't said anything to this day. So you can't say that it's their fault. And the fact that WWE is willing to bring them back should say a lot about everything, right? Because if they were that if Trinity was that bad of an actor, they wouldn't want her back. They wouldn't even entertain it. As far as the level of the honeymoon period, I do not think Triple H, TK, or NK. I don't think any of those fools are going to do the same bullshit they did the first time they walked out. And that's why they walked out, because if Trinity's going back to WWE, they're going to give her something good and salient. Maybe she's not main eventing. They didn't have a problem with being tag team champions, did Naomi Banks and Trinity. They had a problem is that they were tag team champions and you weren't doing shit with the division. So if
still ain't really.
Still aren't.
I love Chance and Carter, but they still really ain't doing a whole damn lot.
Right, yes. So I do think if they go back and they're paying a bigger bag, they know these sisters are, or at least with Trinity, because we can't say for sure what Mercedes is going to do yet. But at least with Trinity, I do not think they're going to pull the same crap with her.
Bring that quote up that's in the chat right now, Ray. I didn't say it. Chris didn't say it. Andrew didn't say it. We let the people say it.
Yeah.
Which
you know the one I'm looking at.
He ain't mind reading, Nate. You got to tell him,
what's your producer?
It's a big quote, yeah.
Just say the last quote.
He said, man, I could tell y'all a couple of wrestling podcasts be living on we black supporters and don't provide quality content. Glad the fans got NWA Grab City Wrestling's is better example. Shout out to SP3, man. What a great comment.
Shout out to SP3, Righteous Reg, Phil, all those
shout
cats.
Shout out to the guys, man. Shout out to the guys.
Shout out to Chrissy Love.
The good
Chrissy,
men.
Chrissy Love, Stephanie Hypes, all of them. Yeah. But man, I think like I think Triple H is not Vince McMahon in the sense that I think Triple H was a wrestler himself. He knows why those women were frustrated. Triple H himself has been frustrated at that level. he hasn't had to, Triple H never had to deal with the BS those sisters had to deal with, but he's had to deal with his fair share of BS. And I think if he brings them back, I don't think it's going to be this situation where, oh, okay, now we expect you to job to, you know, whoever we want. You know, I think those days are kind of done.
You talking about in the sense of like retaliating to people and making them feel a certain type of way for leaving the company. That's what you would like,
right? Yeah, I think the punishments are going to be punishments.
That is a real thing. That
right?
Definitely
yeah.
is. It was. Well, I say it was a real ththing. It was a real thing for sure.
Right? Yeah. I think the punishments are going to be like punishments that like I thought like remember when they punished Mark Henry back in the day because he punked out Shawn Michaels backstage, and they sent him up to Calgary, and they sent him to Calgary to train in the dungeon. That was a punishment that made sense because it's not like you're taking a talent, the character, the property that you more or less own, and you're putting them on TV to just embarrass them every week. Right. You know, you're taking them to Canada so they could, like what's going on with Jungle Boy in AEW. I'm pretty sure he's still with AEW, right. But you got to be put. You got to be punished, and your punishment is you're gonna fly to Japan, and you're gonna. I don't think that's. It's a punishment, man. Like if my job told me, I'm just gonna speak like a regular person. My university professor job said to me, "Hey, we are going to fly you. You have to move to Tokyo, Japan." And
he's not living in Japan.
He's out there wrestling. He's going to be out there for a while. Is he not?
But that New Japan show was in California.
He's going to be doing
I'm sure he'll be working some days for them, but I'm more so it'll just be like New Japan Strong, like USA. Dates, yeah. They have a show in Chicago in April. We're getting sidebar. So let me about the same shit.
No, we're not talking about the same shit because I'm trying to bring this back over to, and I'll take the blame for it. I'm talking about Mercedes and them. I was using an example. Okay. Right. But yeah, so anyway, so I don't think that's gonna happen. I think that they're gonna go there, and because I think that Triple H knows if he pulls that crap again, oh yeah, she'll walk again. Yeah, like it's yeah.
Because do you think a part of it? Like I mean, it's just like more so joking than anything. But they haven't really done interviews speaking about like the extensive more so of like why they left. And I think a part of WWE is like, we don't want y'all.
I'm sure they don't. Yeah, I'm sure they want them to be silent about that. And I think
Trinity is like talked about it, but she hasn't like, you know what I'm saying? She hasn't like.
They've paintbrushed over it. They haven't really like giving the fans and we don't deserve a deep dive for it. You know, that's something that they want to
they want to talk about it.
Yeah, if they want to tell that story, they can tell that story. But I think it's wrong for fans to assume that they were unruly, or I didn't even assume that WWE was racist when they got whatever happened. I didn't assume they were racist. I just didn't like people assuming that they weren't racist.
Right.
We do not know. WWE is not beyond doing racist stuff in that company. That is in their neighborhood, in their wheelhouse. So let's not pretend that it's like a foreign concept to believe that they could possibly do something racist to those sisters. But let's not assume that they did something racist to those sisters.
True.
But when they come back, we'll see how they're booked. I don't think, because at the end of the day, it's a job. You have to have fun at your job. Your job is somewhere you spend most of your time at.
Chris, to add into your point, her significant other there as well too. Trinity, Jimmy Uso.
You got. And even then, you know, if y'all aren't on the same brand, you might be missing time away from your husband. You're missing time away from things you can enjoy so you could work to pay for those things that you enjoy. So your job has to be fun. You don't leave WWE to go to TNA because WWE was treating you right there, because you wanted to go to a job that was fun, that you can enjoy, which I can relate to. I've had, you can't, they weren't chasing the bag when they went to TNA, or when Trinity went to TNA. She wasn't chasing the bag.
For the love of the game.
She was trying to find her soul. She was trying to find that part of her that loves wrestling and wants to continue to do it for a while. So I respect that. Yeah.
Real quick, not to get us off on another side tangent, but I think I would be remiss, Ray, if I didn't address kind of the elephant in the room. You know, we do the NWA podcast every month on a Sunday night, and you know, Sundays, Ray, if you will, let me go full screen on this, because Sundays, it's a day that I enjoy talking with you brothers. It's a day that, you know, I enjoy interacting with the post community and the community of listeners in general, the audience, you know, bringing you our viewpoints, the way we see this business. But tonight, fellas, it's kind of different because, you know, like I said, most Sundays, one Sunday out the month is for the NWA, but tonight,
what is he about to do?
And if you live in New York, upper New York, this might not be your favorite part of the show, because tonight, Sundays, up on my home. Did it again.
The Chiefs won.
27-24. Pat Mahomes going back to the AFC Championship for like the fifth year out of 6 years, because he the new GOAT.
Yeah,
he the Kaz Okada.
They got Buffalo. They got Buffalo up out of there.
They got Buffalo. They went to Buffalo's house in the snow and said, "Hey, you ain't got to go home. Just stay home, baby." Sundays are for my homies, Ray.
Right.
Shout out to Rich Fan out there. I know Rich Fan happy tonight.
It's very interesting that he's bringing up he's bringing up Mahomes and the Chiefs. Yeah.
Shout out to my Swifties out there too.
Yeah, we're not hearing about a certain MVP pick or a certain NFC championship pick that was made that is not coming to fruition. But we're not going to talk about this on that show, huh?
Wow. See. So this is sometimes, Andrew, like when you get a new job, you start feeling yourself a little bit, and you start forgetting like the parameters of your new job. So I'm gonna let it slide, Ray. You know, you got the Lexus.
He just told my man Ray tread lightly.
Tread lightly, young fella. Look, the ink ain't even dry on this contract yet, brother.
I'm gonna say my man Wade just sent the official tweet out. He just and Ray talking crazy.
Right, you talking crazy now, dog.
See, I gave praise to Nia Jax last week. See, last time I thought I was in there.
Hey,
Ray got a little too comfortable, nephew.
But some Chris did have mentioned. I'm actually glad he mentioned this because I didn't put it in the notes. But he talked about Jack Perry. Now I definitely think that's something we should talk about real quick. Jack Perry, he did to make his grand return to professional wrestling, man, for the first time since the since the All In brawl with Phil Brooks, where they was throwing hands backstage, and we got to hey, real quick. Did y'all hear the DJ Who Kid?
Yes,
bro,
man.
That was like I'm not gonna bluff you, bro. That was like the biggest word salad in history.
Yeah, salad that I understood. It was word salad that I understood.
It was understandable word salad.
Yeah.
But also, it was just like he saw people throwing punches. I mean, it was more so just the gist of what we knew, but there was some other points when Tony Khan was about like, you know, you whatever this moment and like get out there and everybody do your thing and stuff like that. And then
that brother ain't lying. I know that.
He damn sure ain't bluffing. But real quick, so Jack Perry, he made his return at NJPW Battle in the Valley. Tax Shota Umino, they ripped up the AEW contract or whatever like that. See, this is the thing. I don't. Of course, I think he's still with AEW, but I'm looking at it more so from a standpoint like this. I think that AEW is looking at Jack Perry like, okay, how can we get the most out of this dude? Because I don't think that they're going to let him go. I think that he's going to stay with AEW for a long time.
Yeah,
I'm looking at it and I'm like, okay, we need to find a way to bring him back and introduce him and have him come back with making sure that people give a shit that he's back. And I think the best way to do that is to pillar him off into New Japan and let him do his own thing over there and let him build up this heat for himself. And I think the best way, and I think one of the coolest moments that we probably gonna see in a hot minute, bro, is when he said, so Steve Willie, he said the player rights to two-way Ray have been traded to the Sioux Falls, the Sioux City Skyforce.
Damn.
But
it was all good just a week ago, Ray.
But I actually, Nate, I wanted to get your thoughts about this. They said even a shout out to Hawaiian Joe. Yeah, shout out to the big Hawaiian.
Yeah, he said Hawaiian brother.
Yeah. But Nate, I wanted to ask you this, and I'm pretty sure, like, just knowing how you take a look at pro wrestling and how you view things in the sport, I'm pretty sure you agree with this. Like that New Japan has an upcoming show, and it's sold out, 10,000 people, Wintrust Arena, Chicago, Illinois. Jack Perry being in Chicago.
Yep.
What better way to reintroduce this man than to have him show up and CM Punk? So, like, I mean, there are so many people that's from that fucking Chicago that's big names that others see, but in the wrestling sense, like him and people associating him with the situation that happened between them, there cannot be a better way, arena or platform than to reintroduce this dude, let him make his entrance, make the entrance slow as possible, Nate. This dude walking out in front of 10,000 people in Chicago, Illinois. You know they're going to boo that man out the building.
Yep.
And honestly, that would be the best case scenario.
Yeah, it's a great, and I didn't see his reintroduction, but it almost, just hearing you describe it, Andrew, it almost gave me vibes of Loose Cannon Brian Pillman from back in the day. And so it's like, if we can, like you said, Andrew, we know this brother's still under contract.
You're right.
Yeah.
But if you can, like Chris Rock said, like about the Jerry Lewis telethon, like, lie to me, Jerry, lie to me, like, make me believe, make me get emotionally invested. I think, you might have something for Jack here. And the thing is, it's hard to miss somebody that ain't gone. Right. And I think if you have him, doing stuff with New Japan. You have him at this show in Chicago where he will be one of the biggest heels in the building. And then, like, you just milk that, and eventually he makes his way back to AEW. The response that he'll get on his return is going to be much greater than the response that he had when he left. And I think it's just smart. It works for everybody.
I couldn't say it better.
I do. I'm going to go back to what I originally said.
Oh, here come naysayer Chris.
No, I'm not a naysayer, because this goes to the Mark Henry thing. Mark Henry, when they sent him to Calgary, when he came back to the States, he was markedly better. It wasn't really a punishment. It was like, yeah, we're sending you here, but when you come back, your market value, and it took Mark Henry a little while. He had so many failures to launch. I think that Jack Perry, I have not seen it from him. I just haven't seen it. Even him yelling broken glass at the TV, that didn't mean anything to me. It was like, cool.
Is he Rappers Delight?
Yeah. You quote 80s rappers. I didn't know what was going on.
Everywhere.
Yeah.
Just don't.
Yeah. So you said that line. I haven't, like, when he turned heel on Hook, I didn't I have not seen Jack Perry as a next level star. I think him wrestling with New Japan, if he does a good job, and this is the caveat, because I am going to give this a caveat. If he does a good job with New Japan and the New Japan folks, whether it's stateside, in the East, wherever, I think it will matter if he goes to Chicago. If you just go to Japan and you stink up the joint the same way you've been doing in the States, then who cares?
Yeah. So we talked about Trinity's post WWE run, how she did a great job, and another man who is absolutely killing it post WWE, and I think all of us have they think highly of this man's work, Mustafa Ali, who fucking killing it right now. And I was initially impressed by his overall rollout, the whole presidential campaign. You know what I'm saying? Like that whole thing was cool. And it's crazy because he wanted to do that in WWE. And I'm like, how did y'all not like see anything with this? But again, I digress. But like he was able to somehow get all of these promotions to announce his matches and his booking dates at the exact same time, immediately following his rollout of the initial video package. And Ali We Trust. And then on top of that, we got like he wrestled for GCW. He had a great match against Gringo Loco. I saw the match he had with I'm blanking on the brother's name that he wrestled in France for the I'm blanking on, but he wrestled in France. He had a real solid match against the guy. I think it's Algie Blank. I think that's his name. And they had that match on YouTube. If y'all want to go check it out, he wrestling for Progress. And then of course, like we just talked about the NJPW Windy City Rad, Mustafa Ali versus Hiromu Takahashi. 1-on-1. I know a lot of people looking forward to that. In Ali hometown of Chicago, Illinois. He ain't the only one. Feel like the only one that's from Chicago. You know what I'm saying? Ali got love out there too. But like, I'm a big fan of Ali. I've always been a big fan of him since his 205 Live days. Brother Ray, just to kick it over to you. Like April 5th, Philadelphia, Pennsylvania, we got Ali versus the Amazing Red, Ray versus the Amazing Red at Pro Wrestling Revolver in the House of Glory's April 5th show in Philly. Like that's Ali versus one of my favorite wrestlers all time and Amazing Red right there. But like Ray, when you look at Ali's post WWE venture and like what you thought of him during his time there, and like how do you feel about the time, like the back end portion of his WWE run when he was with NXT and stuff like that? Like, do you think it was just a situation of like Ali, he needed this fresh start? Like he need like no matter what the way WWE would have tried to rehab him in NXT. It just wasn't going to hit the same, and he couldn't get back to that level that he was at, or that the feeling that a lot of people had about him when he was on the 205 Live and he was on the up and up. Do you think that this was a situation where this was just best case scenario, him being able to get out, and then now being at the level that he's at now, and then like just being able to do all this different stuff and have all these different announcements? It was just best case scenario for him.
Yeah, I do think it is a best case scenario for him to get out. And let's not forget, I think he wanted a release much earlier.
Oh yeah,
He
wanted to get out 2023, January 2023.
Yeah, for a while.
And so I think that it's exactly what he needed. We can always harken back to the stuff with Retribution, in which that should have been something different. And even when they presented it, we thought, all right, maybe they might pull this into something and make it something. But then it played. We went ahead and let it play out, and
Ray, those infamous words, Ray.
Exactly. We did. We let it play out, and it didn't serve anybody, and I think it just put him even more behind, because I know for sure that whatever they gave him, he's going to do it 100%. He may not be down with where the storylines are going, but he's going to give it his all. And I think towards the end of the WWE run, when he had that match, I believe in Saudi Arabia with Gunther, and then he started getting on that North American Championship track and trying to, get some buzz there, and people were getting behind him, and then it seemed like all of a sudden, like he was literally booked for a championship match that week,
weekend.
Wasn't he?
He was. I'm not laughing at that, but it's just crazy how that happened.
He
was literally booked that weekend.
The irony is funny. Not anyone getting fired.
Right. Thank you, Chris. Chris saving my ass right there. Thank you.
That's what the professor do.
That's what he do.
Go ahead, Ray. No, go ahead, finish it off, Ray.
No, I was just going to say, I think this is what he wanted, and I think especially just seeing like when he came into NXT and when he came into 205 Live, like you can always see it. And even when he was in WWE, like on his Twitter, he was always showing, if he couldn't show it on TV, he was always showing his personality on Twitter and on other forms of social media. So you can always see that he had that creativity, and he had that charisma, as the kids call it, that Riz.
Riz.
But
look at Ray reaching out to Gen Z on these streets.
Right.
New school. We try to bring
broaden our audience.
But yeah, I just think that now he gets a chance to kind of spread his wings a lot more and now try different things and try to step out of just that stereotypical type. Like, and you mentioned it before, Nate, how WWE does like to kind of throw in some of those stereotypes on you when you come in, but he was trying to bash all that while still playing the characters that he wanted, and he was just letting people know, hey, this is my name, Mustafa Ali. Don't call me Mustafa. Like he was still trying to stand on business. Is that how you said?
Yeah.
You saying business. He was 10 toes down, Ray?
Yeah. But he was still like, he wasn't compromising, is what I'm trying to say.
Right.
He wasn't gonna compromise who he was so that he can get over. Like he was still going to stay true to who he was, no matter what that they gave him. So now you're seeing the creativity come out, and we all know that he can wrestle. We all know.
That's a no-brainer, right?
That's a given. But now he's starting to show that personality, and I'm really digging. I love that promo that dropped on that 91st day with him with the campaign, especially with this being an election year too. It kind of
it just runs, perfect timing, though.
Exactly. It just falls right in line.
So what you're saying, Ray, is Mustafa Ali's campaign lasted longer than Ron DeSantis and Vivek Ramaswamy's campaign. Mustafa's still out here on these campaigning streets.
They actually want to go to you for this next one, but it's like a multi-type question thing, but like real quick on Ali, bro. Yeah. Like they even dating back to 205 Live, like I always thought that this, like, you 2018, 2017, you could not tell me nothing. I swore to the heavens this man Mustafa Ali was next up. Like I just thought the music was on point. This motherfucker had Mano on his theme song. You know what I'm saying? Like I don't know what that shit was heat. It still is to this day. I don't know if he can get that theme song back, but whatever, it don't even matter if you do. But I always thought Ali was great. Matches he had with Buddy Matthews, like great. Just him and Cedric, him and Leo, him and Drew Gulak. Dog. That 205 Live run was some of the best matches like the WWE had presented in their umbrella. All 40 of us that was watching, we love that shit. Shout out to y'all, the 205 Live, man. Rista for Ali. But like even like speaking about Ali's main roster run, I'm not even gonna lie, like even back then, I knew that shit was probably doomed from the moment when he got called up. And this is why, let me just say it. It's not because like it was just because him getting called up was not a Vince McMahon decision. They did not. The reason Ali got called up to the main roster was because Bryan Danielson said, we need more baby faces on the main roster, new, fresh baby faces. And because of the respect that Danielson had from amongst the writing team and from Vince, they was like, and he went and asked for Ali. They was like, okay, we're going to bring him up. And they didn't have necessarily a plan for Ali. It was just granted at the wish of Bryan Danielson. So once that ended, it was like, why is this dude on the main roster? And I think that was just
he was a catalyst for Kofi Mania too, right?
He was. When he got hurt, Kofi got slotted in, and then that's when we got what we love with Kofi Mania. But Ali was that the assumption was all of that was supposed to be for Mustafa Ali. That was supposed to be for him. That's the assumption. I mean, of course, we'll never know now. We'll never know. But that was the assumption. But Nate, kicking it over to you, like what are your thoughts of Ali's post WWE run so far? Like some of the clips that you probably seen on Twitter, like the presidential campaign and like him having this match with Takahashi, getting a big match with Amazing Red during WrestleMania weekend, and like what do you just thought about his overall rollout? Like like every single promotion that this dude had coming up in the next couple of weeks, all put his stuff out at the exact same time immediately following this video, talking about maximizing anything that you can in the buzz off of your name. And then the best thing, brother own his name. So
like it tells me he has a good campaign manager. Maybe he got the free services of one Reverend Dr. Chris Ely. He got Chris on the payroll to manage this campaign. But I think it's always interesting, like the last 3 or 4 years, it's always been interesting to see what a performer does when they leave the WWE. Because we've seen different moves and different ways that folks are like, okay, this is what is going to be my route. This is how I'm going to redefine my character. Some would say this is how I'm going to control my narrative. The less said about that, the better. But I really dig what Ali's doing here. Like you said, he had that concerted effort of like, we're going to let the people know what I'm about. I'm going to put out this fire clip. Here's where I'm going to be appearing. I've already got some bangers lined up, like
exactly
bringing the OG, like TNA original Amazing Red back out here.
That make me so damn happy, bro. I love Red, dog.
Amazing, Amazing. Here's how dope Amazing Red was. They brought, and I don't want to say this to sound disparaging to the dude, because he was actually a nice dude. Like, I think me and Marcus may have talked to him once. But like, Red was so hot at the time, they brought this dude that they had no connection to Red, named Crimson up in TNA. And he was like Red's big brother, because he was literally like 2 sizes taller than Amazing Red. And it was like, he cool, but he ain't Red now.
Right.
He ain't Amazing Red. We don't know you like that, Crimson. And so it's like, why would you put Crimson in that spot? That just made Crimson look bad.
I'm about to say, hey Nate, and Crimson working the security at Trump rallies now.
Oh my goodness. That doesn't surprise me.
I didn't even know that, nephew. Man, him and Tyrus.
But Chris, like, what have you? But real quick, just to piggyback off of that, Chris, what have you thought about like the Mustafa Ali's and the Zigglers opting to more so go the independent route opposed to like I'm not saying that AEW was like jumping at them, but you know that could be an option to be like, okay, I'm down to WWE, let me go to AEW. What do you think about their options to be like, I'm just about to go everywhere and do every damn thing, opposed to like just immediately signing with another televised wrestling company?
I can't necessarily speak for Ziggler, because I do think he was probably comfortable in that WWE system. He'd go back tomorrow if they let him back in. With
Ali,
the thing with him, it's interesting because I was watching an interview with my boy Jack Perry, or I'm not Jack Perry. Who was
he? Your boy now?
No, not Jack Perry. Brian Pillman Jr.
Okay.
And he was talking about his AEW run, and he wasn't throwing any shade on it or whatever, but he said that the NXT system gives him a lot more structure than what he was getting in AEW, because AEW, he said, they weren't really giving him a lot of direction, but in NXT, they tell him everything to do. They tell him the stuff he wants to say, and he says he thrives in that kind of structured environment. Ali, I think, is the exact opposite. I think he strives in an environment where he's going to have a little bit more creative freedom. I think he's going to be stifled in an environment where people are, you're giving them fake names and you're telling them to be this character that you don't necessarily believe in. And you got
5-minute TV matches.
5-minute TV matches, sometimes like 2-minute TV matches, promos where you're getting your ass beat by Brock Lesnar, backstage segments where you're getting your ass beat by Lashley, getting your ass beat by Rusev, getting your ass beat by everybody on the roster.
Hey, bro, it's hilarious how Chris mentioned it all, because like as Chris saying that, like all those memories coming back to my head of that stuff happening to Ali. It's like he needs a system where he's gonna be creatively fulfilled, and from that interview with Pillman Jr. Pillman Jr. doesn't thrive in those kind of situations, because I do think the Lexus King stuff, it took a minute. I still don't think it's all the way there, but the clearly the Pillman Jr. stuff he was doing in AEW wasn't working.
In NXT, I think he's got a better shot at finding a voice. I think Ali on the indies, he's got a better shot at finding a voice. And then if he wants to pull what Drew did, because that's what Drew did for a little while. He did the indies for a second.
He got hot
too. And then he went to TNA, and then he made his trek back to WWE.
Yeah.
I don't know. The wrestling is surprising. The wrestling industry never surprises me. I don't think Ali is going back to WWE. I think he wants to he wants to find success out of if there was no AEW, I'd say he'd be going back to WWE after this indie run. I think he's gonna do this indie run first, do a good job of it. I don't think he's in a rush to sign with AEW, but I do feel that's eventually where he's gonna end up.
TNA World Champion Mustafa Ali.
Yeah, he might. Yeah, I could see him doing.
We back, Chris. We back. Don't sleep on TNA, brother.
I'm not sleeping on it. I just, there's an AEW now.
If D'Angelo Williams came back, the GOAT. D'Angelo Williams.
Yeah.
Mustafa Ali can come to TNA.
Yeah. With if Top Dollar could go to TNA.
Yo, Top Dollar to TNA. It's crazy.
Hey, Nate, real quick on another transition point, Nate, you did it. Oh, let's read this real quick. From Delayed Grass, he said, Brian Pillman Jr. just didn't have the experience to freestyle on his own. WWE assigns him each a script writer and turns him into a wrestling actor. This is the thing I'll say about Pillman Jr. I think that, and this is from that interview that Chris was talking about. And he wasn't bashing AEW in any way. Right. It was just more so he was saying like AEW allows for a lot of creative freedom, and if you can bring great ideas, you'll get them on TV. But he just he wasn't able to cook up the ideas that were better than an ideas that you go ahead, Ray. What you had to say?
No, I was about to say, is he essentially saying that NXT makes sure that he has all the pitches and whatever pitch he could swing and hit out the park? Like one person said, I don't know, I don't remember who that person was. Some bald a-hole that people were talking about. maybe that's what Lexus King is kind of alluding to.
Damn,
but he was just like more so like that AEW. It was just more so of a creative free environment.
Right.
And a lot of people are able to different ideas, and he wasn't able to cook up. But more so in NXT, like Chris said, it's like, hey, do this, but make it your own, but still follow these guidelines. And he said that he feels more
right.
Like,
if you ain't never been a chef, Andrew, it's hard to go in the kitchen and start making stuff. Some people, and this is where Chris, like if we was on our BI, this is where I'd be like, and you know what, folks? Sometimes you don't have to be a chef. You just have to call HelloFresh because they provide the recipes and the ingredients for you to have healthy meals at home.
Hey, Nate, ain't nothing wrong with ordering Uber Eats every night, bruh.
Hey, Uber Eats is amazing. And right now, DoorDash has Dash Pass. Save you 25% on every order.
And your first grill pull order free.
And after you get through with all that eating, I know, fellas, sometimes you get in the mood with you and your wife, and sometimes you just don't have that intensity in the ring like you used to.
Hey, but bruh, listen, ain't nothing wrong. Look, everybody can't go to Giant and cook their own food. You know what I'm saying? You can't go to Giant, buy your own stuff, and come home and cook it. Some people you just order Uber Eats. And he's one of those people that order Uber Eats.
Your factor meals individually packed. Throw them in the microwave 3 minutes.
Yeah, and I think like with
and when you get through with your factor meals, make sure you take your athletic greens, folks. don't play with us, sponsors out there. Don't play with us. We ready for this.
Hey, athletic greens, if y'all watching this.
I know,
right? And you know what? If you're in another country trying to watch this, NordVPN, baby.
Look at that.
NordVPN, the homies.
Look at that. But Nate, something you mentioned former TNA World Heavyweight Champions, man, and a guy who was a former TNA World Heavyweight Champion who is absolutely killing it right now. Only 3 weeks as champion, the AEW World Champion, Samoa Joe. The man. We have a new AEW World Champion, folks. Like I said, that man's name is Samoa Joe. It's only been 3 weeks. He had his first title defense against Hook on Dynamite, and I think that match accomplished everything that it needed to. Of course, we got next up for the title is Swerve and Hangman. Chris, I actually wanted to go to you for first for this. Like, what do you make of Joe's title reign so far, and then them already having the slate of challengers? We already got the one with Hook, and it's obvious that Hangman and Swerve are next, and they plan things out with that. Like, just what did you make of Joe's title reign so far, and like in terms of like who was going to be next up to win the title? If you had to predict that far in the future, do you think it's going to be Swerve or Hangman first?
I think that they might do the 3-way with Swerve and Hangman. So let me shout out Samoa Joe real quick. He's a local homie out here, and then also the fact that in wrestling, for probably the first time in history, we got 2 Samoans as world champs in both companies. We got Samoa Joe and a Samoan named Joe as world champion.
I see what you did there, Professor.
in both companies, and I love to see it. Samoa Joe
and Jermaine from Chicago just turned off the podcast.
So Samoa Joe, WWE never buried. It's like a Shinsuke situation with Joe. They never buried him. Like Austin. Like Austin, they didn't bury him. They just did not make as much money as they could have with Samoa Joe. Still my all-time favorite Samoa Joe moment in WWE, probably in his career, but definitely in WWE history, what he did in WWE is where Paul Heyman comes out and cuts this like promo on Joe talking this Paul Heyman shit, and Joe is just listening there attentively and stuff, and then he's like, they put the microphone down, then he walks up to Heyman, calmly says to him, your boy Brock Lesnar didn't show up. That offends me. I'm going to put you in the coquina clutch. I'm going to squeeze your neck. And he just tells him in a calm voice when he's about to fuck this dude up. And it was it was so great, man. And I was like, why is this guy not world champion after that? Then him and Brock Lesnar have a banger of a match at the pay-per-view. Brock Lesnar never really gets the better of him in the match. So he lucks out at the end of the match and gets a lucky pin on Samoa Joe after the F5, and Joe kicks out of the F5, I think at like 3. He doesn't kick out of the F5, but he does like get right up after it. Right. Then the next night on Raw, Heyman's like, Joe, you are never fighting Brock Lesnar again. And like Joe is like automatically the most serious dude in that company. And they just never do anything with him. And he goes to AEW, and he's patient. He waits through all the CM Punk fuckery, all the like the dessert pastries from that Chicago bakery. He waits through, that broken glass promo. He waits through. Let all those dorks fight each other and do their bull crap off to the side.
He had the television title for a year.
Yeah. Let me carry this BS ROH TV title. Let me carry the TNT title. I'll be chilling in the background, making a name for myself while all you dorks do your dork shit. And I become the top guy in the company. Samoa Joe is not a transitional champion. That dude needs to be the champ for a while. He needs to be such a good champ that Triple H is like, when is your contract up, Joe? Because we want you back. There needs to be a bidding war for that man, because he got disrespected in WWE. Yes. AEW, they never disrespected him, but he had to sit through all the bull crap. He had to wait it out, and he did. He did it patiently, like a G. And now he's world champ. And if they're smart, they build the company around him briefly until it's time for Swerve to beat him in Las Vegas. And then they can have a back and forth. I think Joe and Swerve should be the guys. With Samoa Joe, the one thing you can rest assured of, we're not getting idiots playing frisbee golf and picking on little kids at a miniature golf course. You're not getting any of that crap. You're getting Samoa Joe, a bad boy from Huntington Beach. With Swerve, you're not getting any of that bromance bullcrap.
I mean, he will throw a shirt on your baby.
Yeah, he'll stalk your kid.
Throw a t-shirt on your baby.
Yeah,
just
because
no respect at all for your kid.
Yeah, because you ain't got good security at your house. You know,
security system need that.
Yeah. Why ain't you living in a gated community, my dude? Where do you live at? Does he live in Maryland or Virginia? What part of the DMV?
I think Virginia.
So you live in Virginia. They got gated communities in Virginia. What part of Virginia does he live in?
I think it's like Northern Virginia.
It's Northern Virginia. So. Like,
let me look that up real quick because
is it Charlottesville?
No, it's not Charlottesville.
Because they say he from Halifax.
Oh, Halifax! That's no excuse.
But he's billed from Aaron's Creek, but he's from
Halifax.
Halifax has plenty of money there. You need to be living in a gated community in Halifax. You use part of that. You got to blame yourself for that. How's this dude get that close to your kid? What's your wife doing? What's the nanny doing? These are questions I need the answer to, but who cares? Because Swerve is the hottest guy in that company right now. Joe is the hottest. As soon as they and I'm not one of the Hangman Joe. I mean, Hangman makes sense in that feud right now, but I do think he's got to get off. They're not shoehorning Hangman into the feud like the way they did with the women at that WrestleMania where Charlotte they forced her in it. Yeah,
I'm about to say, Chris, it more so feels like Hangman is more so beefing with Swerve, and Swerve is focused on the world title, and Hangman is like, I just don't want you to get the title. I want to get it before you get it. And it's like, that way he's beefing with Joe. But it's more so directed at Swerve.
Right, yeah. When is the Vegas pay-per-view for AEW? In May. So Swerve could win it at the Vegas. I think Joe needs the belt for a while. At least until May. And I think he should get it back eventually. I think Joe should be like
two times.
Two times. He needs to be the guy. He needs to be the guy that's who you go through to get the world title. Because I think Joe is serious. I think Joe is a break from the norm with AEW. Unless like with Mox was a good heel champ. What is this guy saying?
He said he didn't sit through any bull crap. He said he went swimming in the bull crap and pulled Punk out. To argue had the best match of women.
Exactly.
It's like how Punk got in a brawl with them, and then Joe broke it up, and then they went out here and had damn near the best match.
Yeah, they had like an awesome match, and that's the thing, and if you're a young guy in AEW, Joe should be your example. Joe should, you're getting mad at CM Punk for telling you not to use real glass. That is the most BS argument ever. That's out of all the things you should care about that these old dudes are telling you, that should be the last thing. That should be an argument that you're like, okay, whatever. Even if you don't agree with Punk, that should be something you're shrugging off and like, okay, whatever. You an old dude. Who cares? That's how you should treat that. Not by talking into the camera, broken glass in your face, dude. Like, what the fuck is that, man?
Don't push me.
Yeah. We need to have that sound bite anytime we talk about Jungle Boy. Yeah. But anyway.
I think, though, Chris, like, the thing with Joe is I think people forget the length and breadth of this dude's career, man.
Right,
Nephew mentioned it, man. Like, this dude was one of the guys. And I'm taking it back to TNA. Like,
shit, I'm about to say, Nate, you could take it back before that. Even before that, he was in Ring of Honor.
Ring of
Honor. But I think like this is a guy that you've seen for a while. Is somebody you can, if not build a company around, he can certainly be one of the cornerstones of your company. And so when you look at his WWE run, like, there was some good moments, but I think in part because A, they didn't know what to do with him, and B, he did have some injuries. they never got any sustained momentum for Joe.
Right.
That's fair
And
point.
then when he gets to AEW, my man is just real G's moving silence like lasagna, Chris.
Yes.
My man was just steadily moving forward.
Yeah.
And then when you get to the situation where, and this is no disrespect to MJF, because I liked a lot of what MJF has done in AEW. I just didn't care for a lot of the recent
world title stuff. Yeah.
I thought it was a little bit too comical for your main dude.
Right.
And Joe is nothing if not serious.
Yeah.
Samoa Joe is out there to break necks and get checks. And going back to the match he had with Hook this past weekend. And I'm somebody who I respect Hook, man. I ain't got no problem with Hook or his daddy, man. But to me, I'm not as into Hook as most of the people around me whose opinions I respect are into Hook.
The Hook,
but damn, that was a banger. That was a banger with him and Hook. And so it's to me, that's all you got to do, man. Set this dude up with good opponents. Losing to Joe does not do anything to diminish Hook or whoever you put in there with.
Right.
It elevates him because Joe is this serious, credible threat who's been a credible threat for damn near 2 decades, man.
Right. And there were some things in that match that I would have done without, but in the grand scheme of things, the kick out at one, you never do that to Joe.
For on the kick out at one, I didn't necessarily mind that. I can see why it bothers people when people kick out at one and from any move, and I can see why people might want to feel that way, especially coming from the Muscle Buster.
Yeah,
you know what I'm saying? Coming from that particular move.
I don't even like the relax. I'm doing the thing where I'm bowing it, chilling in the corner, not taking this guy seriously, and then I don't like that.
I mean, but from that perspective, that's always been Hook's presentation from day one.
Yeah, but with Joe, it shouldn't be that. I understand it when you're fighting these.
It was kind of like Andrew. I'm about to bring it back to what we was talking about just a little while ago. Because Hook came in there like Josh Allen. I'm on the cover of Madden. I'm feeling myself. I got these Gillette.
Yeah.
I ain't scared of Patrick Mahomes. He in my house. And Patrick Mahomes went in there and whooped that boy all night long. And I think Hook's character is, I ain't fazed by nothing.
That's the point.
Until Joe get in there and start bothering the boy.
But no, but see, my whole thing is when you present a character like that, I get why people would be like, oh yeah, Hook should probably be more serious. He gets serious when the bell rings. That's the whole point. He's serious when the time of the match starts. I don't think that you should take.
I don't think with Joe should ever be doing that.
It shouldn't be with any, because he does that when it's opponent that ain't got no wins in AEW. He treats everybody the exact same way.
Those are dorks. So you should do that with scrubs, not Joe. Joe ain't a scrub.
Bro, when you have a character like that is so in the groove like that, you need to keep that going. It doesn't mean that he doesn't take Joe seriously. It's him in the character sense showing some more Joe. Just because you big and bad don't mean that I'm supposed to be scared of you because you big and bad. I'm treating you the same way that I treat everybody else.
He's also young enough to not know what he should know.
That's a good point right there. Because so anytime I go through something like this in wrestling, I always go back to Rocky 3. Where he's the whole movie he's fighting tomato cans, and Mickey even knows he's fighting tomato cans, and Mickey is feeding him tomato cans because Rocky is not ready for Clubber Lang. Nope. So finally he goes there and he tries to fight Clubber Lang, and he tries to treat Clubber Lang like one of those tomato cans. Clubber Lang ain't one of those tomato cans. So I do hope if they do a rematch with Hook and Joe,
what you about to say, Chris. That's a way better option. Him going this route, like going to the match with Samoa Joe, turning his back on him and all that stuff, doing what he usually does. That should be the precursor to the next go around.
The lesson
before the match starts. That's when he'll be more serious and more like,
right.
Let me instead of turning my back to this dude, let me look at him. Let me sit down in the corner and just eye him out. You know what I'm saying? I think that's better. You
could be serious. You could be the same character, but you're still staring, burning a hole through this guy with your stare. You're looking at this guy and you're like, okay, you're taking them seriously, right? Because I like those big man, little men match. I have a huge bar for them, man. Because to me,
always
especially
when Joe in the match, bro. I love when Joe's up there, like with the like he has some fucking bangers with Darby Allin too.
And just in general, like my favorite Raw match of all time is Bret Hart versus 1-2-3 Kid. This before a lot of y'all's time, but that match was when Bret Hart kind of plays the heel, even though he's a babyface. It's a babyface match with the two of them, but Bret plays the heel in that match, and 1-2-3 has to kind of come back. And also my other favorite, one of my favorite Brock Lesnar matches in WWE is not the one he had with Daniel Bryan, because that was a great one as well, but the one he had with AJ Styles.
Oh, 2017.
Where AJ Styles goes in there and kind of breaks him down the side. And that's a good big man, little man. I don't think that the Joe Hook match was that, but I do think the Joe Hook match was a good. They could have a good second match out of it. Yeah. And Joe beats him again, but after the match, Hook is like, okay, I'm gonna, and then we could start. People like me and Nate can start caring about Hook on another level. Because right now I'm not there with Hook either. I'm not completely. I see more of an upside with Hook than I do Jungle Boy. Let me say that. But I'd agree. Yeah, but I don't think Hook is quite there yet. I don't think, especially I was watching it with my wife, and my wife is like, why is Hook fighting Samoa Joe? That's how people who are casual watchers are treating that match, Right. Even after the match, she was like, yeah, Joe should have beat his ass. I could bring her in here. That's what she'll say. And it wasn't like she did marvel at the one spot where Joe kind of gave Hook the assist and helping him throw him over and all that, whatever. What was it? What was the movie he gave him? Like a backdrop?
Like a throw over suplex or some shit.
Something like that. Yeah, throw over suplex. That's what it was, and that was cool. But again, I don't think that Hook is automatically made from that match. Not yet. I think he's on better footing. They got to do something with the FTW title.
It's time to let that shit go.
Yeah. It's like,
but you want to know what, Chris? I think that there's a part of Tony that doesn't want to do it because he thinks it'll be disrespectful to Taz if he does away with it.
Right.
But at the same time, I feel like it might be time to, because it kind of reminds me sort of the similar thing with Jade Cargill with the TBS title and how she was on that island. And I feel like with
in
Hook,
the Miak,
he's always. I feel like with Hook, he's always going to be like that FTW guy, and I feel like if you don't move him away from it, he's always going to be that.
Yeah.
So you need to move him into the main talent division, and then first of all, the motherfucker needs to start losing. I'm not saying he got to. I'm not saying he got to lose every match, but I'm talking about you need to get used to. Chris, you get what I'm trying to say.
Yeah, he's got to be made into a human. The problem with Hook is that I don't understand the direction of his character. I don't understand what his ticks. I understand he likes eating chips. I understand that he likes ignoring people when they talk to him.
In the cold weather.
Cold. Yeah, all that stuff. Yeah, he's got his little thing, but I don't understand his motivations. Like, why? Yeah, why are you wrestling? And why should I care about you, invest in you? Why
I'm my daddy's son. That's why I'm wrestling.
Yeah. And even with Taz had a clear motivation when he was on top. Hook just
and this is not to disparage Hook, because you can really only control your body, but so much. Taz looked like a damn tank.
Taz, though.
Yeah,
Taz looked like a damn tank.
Yeah,
Hook looks like a dude that's an athlete. Taz looked like a dude that you ain't want to meet on these streets at 2 o'clock in the morning.
Yeah, like Taz looks like somebody from
Taz
where's he from?
Ambiguous. Like, am I getting jumped by a black dude, a Puerto Rican?
Right.
Yeah, like from he's from Yonkers, right? It's Taz, not Yonkers. He's from Red Hook, the Red Hook disc. Yeah, he's from Red Hook.
Different ethnicities,
right? He's ambiguously raced, and
all
like
it looks like on you.
Looks like a tank, and you understood what he was there to do. And Hook, you just don't get that understanding.
Beat me if you can.
Yeah.
Survive if I let you. Damn,
right.
That's still a bar.
Yeah. That's a bar and a half, man. That was some cool stuff. Like, and I understand you don't necessarily want to mess with the formula that you have with Hook, but at the same time, there's got to be there's got to be a character development.
Yeah. Has to be, bro. That's just natural progression in wrestling.
Right.
You had to elevate. He like Chris. I think this is actually a great point. Hey, Ray, if you want, take us back to full screen, like all of us full screen. I think this is actually a great point. Like. It's the same thing with the Young Bucks. Them motherfuckers can't be the Young Bucks forever. They need.
Right. You talking about Matthew and Nicholas?
Matthew and bro, that is what needs to happen. And I, me personally, I like that. You cannot be the Young Bucks forever. Y'all need to eventually transition into something different. But the benefit to Hook is I think that he's still so young that it works in his favor to where he can sort of ride the coattails of this persona that he has. But at some point, he's going to need to Bro, hey, Chris, the exact same thing with Jungle Boy. At some point, he was going to need to get away from that. The motherfucker need to grow the beard out. You know what I'm saying? Then all that stuff. And you need to get away from that, like, the Jungle Boy, whoa, and all that shit, and the boyish characters, and fully transition into Jack Perry. Like, I think that every character at some point needs to hit that point. But like how
especially young guys.
But like how Nate disagree with, I think that Hook is young enough to where he can sort of ride it a little bit, you know what I'm saying? Keep going more with that. But at some point, like how you said, Chris, he is going to need to make that transition to where the Hook character is not the exact same thing. Like 3 years from now, we'd be like, he's still doing the same shit. Like, we need something a little more to it. And like to like further speak on Joe, I actually wanted to ask you this, Ray. And Chris had mentioned it about MJF. He was alluding to. Do you think it's like too early to start comparing these title reigns between these two individuals? Because I've seen a lot of like kickback of MJF's title reign over the last couple of days, especially with Joe being the world champion and people loving it. Do you think it's too early to start comparing those two individuals in terms of their AEW world title reigns? And what did you think of MJF's world title reign, especially the back end? Because that seems like the portion that gets a lot of controversy. A lot of controversy. A lot of people want to front.
There's a heel version of his title run, and then there's a babyface version. So
but let me say this real quick, and just to further add on to what Ray is going to say. I don't think all of that shit was bad. Like, and I'm talking about his title reign. Like, it was some good shit in some of his title reign. Like some great matches that he had, some good storylines. I think it was the back end portion that had people like, I ain't really feeling like the two. What I was seeing, the common word used was the sports entertainment stuff that he was doing. So like Ray, I just wanted to ask you, what do you think about sort of the back end of his run in comparison to the early portion? And also, do you think it's too early to start comparing Joe and MJF's title reign, seeing as how we're only 3 weeks in with Joe, but the shit is still it's still 5. So
Well, I think first off, I think I do agree that the front end and even the front end was kind of hampered. I think we do have to put the separate title reigns into context, and you have to think about all the things that kind of altered where the run should have went.
Yeah, I think Ray brings up a great point. You got to put both versions of the title reign in context. You got to talk about the heel reign, and then because that's always and then the face run. You got to talk about both of them. So go ahead.
Cole getting banged up.
Exactly.
Cole getting hurt. Get him ready.
And I think you got to take all that stuff into consideration. And I think he did the best that he could. And you also got to take into consideration just the style of performer that he is right now. Like the brother's only 26, and he's been only he's been in the game for a good 7-8 years, but he's still and although he is pretty much a prodigy, he has so much more to learn.
Right.
And so I think that this is going to help him be an even better champion and leader of the locker room when he does come back, either to AEW or if it's the run for 2024 that he so desperately wants to try to get over.
We'll talk about that when we talk about The Rock. Yeah, because that will come up. But
Ray.
But I was mentioning that in terms of comparing the title reigns, like I don't think that it's too early. And again, I do think that the earlier half of MJF's run, where he had the 4 Pillars championship match, where
where he
had that championship match. What was it? Either the Iron Man or the I Quit match against Bryan Danielson.
Ooh,
just like he was having bangers. Like he was having bangers in the early part, and then even when it came to All In with him and Adam Cole, like he was having great matches. It's just the circumstances, like. What would have it looked like you mentioned, Andrew? What would it have looked like if Punk would have stayed in and we would have had the real world champion versus the current AEW champion? What would it have looked like if Adam Cole would have turned heel while he was still healthy, and then they would have had like a brawl? Would Adam Cole be the champion as of now? So it's just so many things like that, kind of so many wrenches that would
like variables and shit like that.
Yeah.
And with
it's
that
like
being,
you work in education, Ray, and so does Chris. It's like it's almost hard to give him a grade on his title reign. It's like he kind of gets an incomplete because there's so many what ifs and so many variables that you know we never and you know we had that thing where we had him and you know kind of stepping in it in regards to what was going on in the real world at the time. And it's kind of like he didn't plan for that. But that reflected on his title run.
You talking about the Juice Robinson coin thing?
The Juice Robinson thing. So it's like there's so many little variables, and like if this goes this way instead of going that way, we might have a different appreciation for his title reign. But you're right, like especially early on, man, he came out the gates firing.
Hey, Nate, real quick, just to close off this conversation before we move into the back end of the show here. Go ahead, for sure. Nate,
I just wanted to and let me go. I'm gonna use a Nateism real quick. Let me go ISO real quick because I did want to go ahead and give Joe his flowers while I can, because I think I mentioned to you guys when we were talking about the artist formerly known as Edge, with his last match on SmackDown, and I was talking about how Edge is one of my top 3 favorite wrestlers, along with Bryan Danielson and Samoa Joe. This brother is, and all of you have pretty much summed it up, like just the body of work that this man put in, and just also you never hear a bad word about him. And I think he is,
because he'll whip your ass if you talk shit about him.
That's what he said at the press conference. He's like, I don't hear anybody talk stuff to me. Come fight me. Come see me in the backstage. Come see me in Gorilla if you want to fight. But I just think that I love that also that dichotomy that he has, where he can be calm and he can be that face and he can be eloquent with his speech, but at the same time, you know, if you cross him, he's going, you know, put a fist to your face, choke you unconscious. Like he brings that eloquence, and especially when he was having the King of Television run. Like I just love seeing those commercials and where he can branch out and do that stuff. And I think it was a similar thing when he was in WWE, where he was kind of like snake bitten, kind of like what we were mentioning with MJF. It was just snake bitten. Like, how do you get a concussion at a commercial shoot? Like,
that's just unlucky, though. It was just unlucky.
Exactly.
But then we got to talk about this though. He goes to NXT, the shit version of NXT, and turns it into watchable television for the time he's there as world.
Hey, bro, when Joe, because that was after Joe got released, and then he got brought back. When he came back and he ended cross title reign, I was like, thank God.
Yeah. I think that's the reaction Triple H wanted us to have.
Joe he added such a like serious presence to like that show needed it, and then at the same time, immediately after he won the title, that's when NXT 2.0 started. He spoke about it in the interview. I remember he did an interview with Busted Open, and essentially, what he said it without saying it. But you could make out what he was trying to say, that when they started NXT 2.0, they was like, Joe, you can't be fucking champion, dog. Like we need.
No, he can't.
It ain't gonna quite work.
We need like one of these young dudes or somebody that's already within somebody that was more so in the infrastructure. When they said they put the title on Ciampa, and then he transitioned into, I think, Breaker. You know what I'm saying? They just wanted to get the young guys, and Samoa Joe was like when he got hurt, like that was more so just to move him away from that. But but see, when he was first in NXT, but Joe was a fucking monster.
Yes,
he
was awesome.
He beat Shinsuke for the title, and then she dropped it. And then, Shinsuke beat him for the title, and then he got it back from Shinsuke when I think he whooped his ass at TakeOver Toronto. I think
that was an awesome,
great match. You remember that shit, Chris? With that was a great feud that they had, and then Joe went up to the main roster, and like Ray just mentioned, it was like snake bitten, like it just never really panned out, like shit just didn't work out.
And I don't think he had anybody on the main roster that was booking that ever believed in him.
You want to know the thing, Chris? Bro, I think that Paul Heyman and them, they believed in him.
Yeah, Heyman.
Bro, like just how you mentioned that segment that they did in the ring, like that, I still remember. Like you brought that back to my memory. That was a great segment, and even I'm pretty sure y'all probably see the clips all the time when they talk about when Brock got in Joe's face and stuff like that. Brock looked like he was into that shit. Like he was I fuck with Joe, and I looking back how Chris just mentioned it, like he was like, when they had that match at Great Balls, that's a stupid ass pay-per-view name.
I purposely tried not to forget the name.
But when they had that pay-per-view match, a lot of people was like, Joe probably should win the belt. Like if there was ever a time to belt up Joe, it was like that time. But see, they was so hyper focused on Brock, and like it was like that time for shit. It was like 4 years of this shit when Brock was just like, once he get the title, he ain't ever losing this shit until next WrestleMania, especially if
Goldberg show up.
Especially if you a brother, you losing that shit and Brock coming back around.
Yeah.
But like
they look at Brock's opponents like that meme with Peter Griffin with the chart. Like if you above this line, if you below this line,
slim pickings for you, my man. Your title reign is coming up short. Brock coming into town. But
Kof, we can give you like 9 seconds, dog. That's about as much we can do.
That's about it. But
that's the max.
Hey, but you know what? Kof got 9 seconds, but Danielson got a full match. AJ got a full match. Rey Mysterio got a full match. Finn Balor got a full match. But Kofi getting that.
Yeah.
But but Nate, it's all in the past. Bygones be bygones.
No, I'm not letting that go ever.
Not the match, but more so like the comparisons between those individuals and the respect.
Right. But the comparison is like, but that's a valid comparison. It is. I mean, look, like Kofi is the lone person in that situation.
But in the situation that didn't get a full match.
Ain't even getting no offense.
Right. Yeah.
They had this motherfucker jump into a F5.
Yes.
Yeah.
For Velasquez. Yeah. Who was gone in 3 months?
And he just jumps. I was at that show live. Yeah, I was at that show live with my homies. I think I was the one that bought tickets for all of us.
Well, I know you were sick.
And it was like, what the hell, man? This is what it was. The first episode of SmackDown on Fox. It was.
Hey, Chris, was the Rock on that show?
Yeah, The Rock was on the show. He opened the show.
That was the one where they did the red carpet premiere, like
and the section of the audience I was in was like completely deflated after.
I bet.
And then Cain Velasquez comes out there, and it's not the Cain Velasquez that you're used to. It's the Cain Velasquez that's like, he just was boring, and nobody was cheering for him. It was it's a sad state of affairs, man. But
you,
at
Chris,
least
Chris, you want to know what that felt like? It felt like that was like one of those moments where all the air got let out the balloon, and then with Cain Velasquez, it was like, hold on, let's get some of this air back in this balloon. It was like, bro, it's not pumping, bro. Like,
and they never, they had a failure to launch with Velasquez, and then Velasquez went on to get his street revenge on these cats.
He said street revenge.
Oh yeah. He like, look, you shoot somebody in the middle, and I know the judge who wouldn't let him get out of jail. That lady, that lady does not play. She does not play. But I digress. At least we got Lashley beating Lesnar. So that was cool. But
we got the rise out of Bobby Lashley here.
But Lashley, of course, had to be the catalyst for this brother becoming the that was stupid. Me and Native exhausted that one, haven't we? But the problem with the Lashley thing is Lashley, even though he beat Lesnar, he was just fodder for the Roman Reigns that we have to this day. That's what he was kind of used to help Brock Lesnar transition and get that belt off of him. And Nate, I will always give you credit for this, because I was dead wrong. All of us were dead wrong, and you were 100% right when Lesnar beat Undertaker and ended the streak.
You called that, Nate?
No, Nate said everybody else was like happy about it. Even me, I was like, I'm cool with this. And Nate said it should have been Roman to do it. And in the beginning,
in the moment,
and in the beginning, I was like, that's ridiculous. And then they turned Roman into exactly what someone that you think beat the Undertaker should have turned into. And then he beats Undertaker a couple WrestleManias later. Roman should have been the guy to beat dude, but water under the bridge. But Nate's the one that called it. And look, if I'm wrong, and obviously wrong, I'll admit to it. So everything they've done with Roman, that's how it should have been. Can this transition into the Rock topic now, or?
Well, see, let me say, Chris, first of all, because I appreciate you being gracious, letting the people know that I was on the right side of history. I was the only one standing on Roman Reigns Island, so telling the people I was setting the table. You know what I'm saying? I set a place at the head of the table specifically for that man Roman Reigns. So yes, if anybody wants to take that spot, they're gonna have to do it on one of them nights of WrestleMania, night 1, night 2. What could it be?
Hey, real quick. So on the before we get into the Rock stuff, that's like for the we still got like 1 or 2 more topics we got to zip through real quick.
Okay.
And then we get to the Rumble predictions. But the Rock that Rock stuff, that's the last thing that we're gonna close the show on. But real quick, Nate, before we move on to the back end portion of the show, I did want to go back to some more Joe and sort of get your thoughts about this and get to hear from you. Like let me just throw this at you. So with Joe's title reign, like I'm very much of the thought that I don't think his title reign should be ending anytime soon. I don't even think the shit should end in May. I think he should carry this shit to at least the summer. Like he should at least have the belt for that long, because I think you can get a lot out of Joe. And I don't think you necessarily need to just hammer through these swerve matches and these hangman matches.
Because we got to build up to the summer.
I agree.
You can
swerve.
You can use that, TK. I made it. Just give me my credit.
But Nate, like, and like, and they all honestly, like when you just think about it, like, would you be against the idea of? Because I remember when we talked about World's End, and I remember when we was talking, and you said that I had asked you, and we was at the same thought process. I was like, I wouldn't mind if Joe beat MJF, and you said the same shit. You was like, well, I mean, if he does, it ain't like nobody gonna have an issue with it. Like, so when you look at it, would you, in terms of like the end game long term for Joe's and in the end of Joe's title reign, like later on, would you be against the idea of Hangman beating Joe, and then with Hangman and Swerve's existing rivalry, Swerve is the one that dethrones Hangman opposed to we just get Hangman versus Joe, and then and then Swerve beats Hangman and retains the title. Like I think it would just be better if Hangman beats Joe for the title, and then Swerve is the one that beats Hangman for the belt, because it'll just add more to their already existing story. Like and then you ain't got to necessarily agree with that, but just wonder more so what you think about like that whole conundrum mix, whatever.
Yeah, I think I agree with that, Andrew, for a couple reasons. Number one, because I love how Hangman Page is kind of always in the mix, but he ain't really in the mix. He out there though. Like he out there. He like, it's like I can't see Hangman. Like we in this world title picture. Oh, damn, when you get here, Adam. And when you look at his first title reign, like they told the story, like he lost the match to Jericho, and then Hangman, like it's still to this day probably one of the best told stories from TK and AEW.
Right.
That how Hangman, went through everything and finally beat Kenny. Like that's still one of the best stories they've ever told.
Hey, Nate, real quick, bro. Hangman winning the title, dog. That shit felt like the end of chapter 1 of AEW.
Yes.
Mm-hmm. Yeah.
Yep.
That's what that felt like. But yeah, go ahead, Nate. My bad. I ain't even interrupt.
And so to me, I think like you have Hangman beat Joe. But again, like I said, I wouldn't have Hangman. I wouldn't have Joe drop the belt until the summer.
Right. Yeah. Let him hold that thing, man.
Yeah. You can have Hangman beat Joe, and then it becomes Swerve is like, dog, I done already beat you like 2 times.
Yeah.
I done already thrown a shirt on the baby, dog.
Hey, Nate,
I'm coming for that belt, fam.
Nate, did you hear what he did in that interview? I really like what Hangman did in the interview when Swerve, I think Swerve said it to him. Oh, Swerve said in another interview, he was like, I already beat you once and you can't beat me. And the thing I like about what Hangman said in response was a lot of people in that position, I'm sure, would have been like, oh yeah, I can beat you or whatever. Mm-hmm. Hangman was like, you said I can't beat you. And then he paused and he was like, well, it doesn't matter. And I really like that, because it puts where it sort of reminded me of what Punk said about Hobbs a little bit when he was like, I didn't beat Hobbs, I survived Hobbs. You know what I'm saying? But it's just like those little moments where you can tell where somebody's mindset is as a wrestler, because he by him doing it's like such a small minuscule thing. Yeah. But by him acknowledging the thought is in his head that he knows he can't be Swerve. That does so much for Swerve in the long run. And then when that eventually happens, it's like, okay, Hangman could beat Joe, but he knows that he can't beat Swerve. Right. And he's like trying to avoid him without actually without seeming like a punk about it, but like knowing in his head, like, I can't beat this dude, so I'm just going to stay away from him as long as possible. So what you're saying is Samoa Joe in this scenario is the Miami Dolphins. Hangman Page is Josh Allen and the Buffalo Bills. He like, we can beat the Dolphins, dog. We can do that. But then you got Swerve Mahomes out here. It's like, exactly. I don't know if I can beat this dude. He's different. He's special, him, man. Hey, but man, like as we sort of move on through this conversation, I actually want to kick it back to you about this.
The ratings for this episode in Buffalo are plummeting as we speak. Folks in Buffalo so mad right now. It's too cold to be this mad.
We losing the Buffalo contingent of NWA fans for sure. Like 100%, they getting the fuck out of here. But Nate, I actually want to kick it off to you for let you start off this topic, man. R-Truth's rise as a member of the Judgment Day, man. I know you were eager to talk about this. This man, R-Truth, 52 years old,
Let's talk
30
about
years in business, has entered another high point in his career as a member of the Judgment Day. Like he's added a nice sense of comedic relief while also making the group more relatable and babyface-ish outside of her, because Rhea's fucking over as hell. So like I'm not talking about her, but more so just the group in itself. And then like, Truth, #1 merch selling the company, knocked off CM Punk.
Talk about it.
Like, and Nate, the man is timeless, brother. The man is timeless.
Hey, man, still out here teaching us, Andrew. Like, we got to live, we got to laugh, and we got to love, brother. That's what it's all about in this world. And when you talk about Truth, man, I think John and Wade said it best on one of the Rewind of Raws a few weeks ago, where it's like, it's similar to what they did with Sami Zayn and the Bloodline, where you bring in this comedic character that humanizes one of the members, like Sammy humanized Jay. And in this case,
he humanized Roman.
Yeah, he humanized Roman too, yeah. And in this case, you've got Truth humanizing Priest. And so, like, it's beautiful, man. it's great to see this dude that has been doing this for so long, former NWA champion.
Shout out.
This dude that has been in the game for a minute, still looking as good as he ever has. But he was out. Like, people forget. This man was on the shelf for like a year and some change.
Bro, yes. And we're going to talk about that too, Nate, in a minute. But
came back and is in your main event story or your co-main event story, I guess, with whatever you've got going on with the world title and with Cody, like Judgment Day. Like, they're all kind of sitting at the top of the card. The three pillars of Raw. And I think that, and I said this on Twitter the other night when they aired that Judgment Day vignette the Truth had, like, when ever since I was a baby, I wanted to grow up and be a member of the Judgment Day. Funny. Shout out to Tom and Nick Mysterio. I think you can make an argument, and I will make the argument, R-Truth is the greatest comedic character in the history of that company.
He is.
Like, he is. No question in my mind. Because not only has he been funny with stuff that's supposed to be funny, like the Judgment Day stuff, not only has he been creative with stuff like Lil Jimmy or stuff like showing up in Richmond, Virginia with the Confederate uniform on, seceded from the WWE, but he's taken stuff that had no right to be funny, like a lot of that 24/7 stuff. And R-Truth was the best part of some of those terrible segments. And so to me, it's just really great to see this dude that has been such a fun character for so many years getting put in a serious angle. And so, like, he has elevated the Judgment Day in a sense, particularly like not Rhea, like you said, she's kind of off on her own.
But he's gave it more legs, similar to how Sammy did, because that bloodline shit was getting dry. It was getting dry, Nate. It was getting dry.
And like the interplay with him and JD McDonough, like, I didn't know I needed that, but it's fun.
Exactly.
Like, the
it's
stuff
working, man.
He was out there selling the Judgment Day t-shirts, and he making sure everybody getting their piece except for JD. Like, you ain't part of Judgment Day, dog. Like, that stuff is great. And so what this is, though, you're using all that comedy to set up the moment where Priest in particular has to make a decision. Like, I like having this guy around, but I also got other aspirations. Is the rest of the Judgment Day going to turn on Truth and force Damian to become a babyface? Or is Damian going to be like, nah, dog, it was fun, but this about business and become an even bigger heel. And I can see them going either way. And that's what's kind of fun about this particular story.
Yeah, and Ray, let me actually kick this over to you. Like, Truth, he did an interview on the Ring of Wrestling show, right? And he was asked, does he feel at this stage of his career, is there anything left for him to accomplish in wrestling? And he said no. But he was like, the one thing that he really does want to do, especially with the momentum that he has right now, he was like, if I could have anything like a dream wish, he was like, all I want is a singles match or a title match at WrestleMania. That's all I want. He said that's the only thing you want.
Night two, brother. Night two.
Ray, as you looking at it, like, and with the momentum that he has right now, and three months, that's a long ass time for the television. Like, that's a long, like, a lot of stuff you got to fill in the gaps of. But from what you're looking at it right now, with the momentum that he has, him being affiliated with the Judgment Day, do you think that there is a chance that Truth could get a title match, or even just a singles match? Like, because he said one or the other at this year's WrestleMania. With the momentum that he has right now, do you think it's a possibility that he'll be sliding somewhere onto that WrestleMania card, or at the very least have like a segment or something on the show where he'll be able to be in front of the live crowd in Philadelphia?
Well, I think that most definitely they're going to make sure that he's not a substantial part, but that he does have a good part within a
WrestleMania moment.
WrestleMania, yeah. When you talk about titles, I'm like, which title we talking about?
Yeah.
Because
him and Miz could do their thing, get that tag title.
That is true, and that could build that story between him and Damian even more. I think, and I kind of get how everyone is making that comparison between him and Sammy. The thing that I think about, like, a key difference that I see is that Truth is still allowed to just be strictly babyface. Like, Sammy, he was being funny and everything, but then Sammy
he was a heel even before that.
Yeah, he had to get his hands dirty. Like, he had to cheat, and he had to help Roman win some matches as well. He had to help the Usos
That's a good point, right?
keep their titles too. But with Truth, he could still be like that gullible, like happy-go-lucky, naive character while still staying true and innocent and still being like a good guy, like all the way down the pipe. And I think
Truth.
Yeah. and it's just amazing to see like him. And we were talking about Mustafa Ali earlier, where it's like he wasn't giving the right things, but he was still doing his best with what he had. And it seems like with R-Truth, with everything that R-Truth touches is gold, whether it be, like you said, the little Jimmy and the stuff that he had with John Cena, whether it be the Awesome Truth that he, like the version 1 of Awesome Truth, where they kind of
hold on, Ray. Ray. Not to cut you off, two-way Ray. I just got a little bit of chills right now, just because you mentioned John Cena. Imagine if, like let's say it's not a title match, but imagine if you got
just a singles match or a segment.
Well, follow me on this, Andrew. You got Truth out there, and he's like doing his thing, and he's out of the Judgment Day now, and you got JD and Dom, and they run up on Truth, they bullying him in the ring. You know, what are you doing out here? You don't deserve to be on WrestleMania. You ain't even got no match on the card. You know what? Let's fight you right now, Truth. But you ain't got no partner. Don't nobody want to tag with you. You a joke, Truth. And then all of a sudden, Truth's childhood hero, John Cena, come out. Cena and Truth versus.
He like 8 years older than this man.
I'm not even lying to you, nephew. If Truth and Cena teamed up and just ran through ran through Dom and JD, that would be a great WrestleMania moment for Truth, man.
And for real, when you got something like that, it don't even have to be a match. It could just be like a run-in segment. But just to cap us off, Chris, I wanted to throw this over to you. Like, so going back to the Ring of Wrestling interview, Nate had mentioned the interview, or mentioned the point where he was out with the quad tendon tear. Truth said that there was a point where he had an infection where there were 5 different bacteria that caused a hole to open up in his knee. Wow. And at one point, he said the doctor said an option was amputation to like just get rid of his leg as a whole.
Yeah.
And he said, and Truth, this is the crazy thing that I heard from the interview. Truth said, despite that, like the whole time when he was hearing that, he was like, well, if that's the way life got to be, then I guess I just got to move on. Like, and he was like, he was like, well, it would be a big life adjustment, but like, I mean, like what can I do about it? Like, that's what's going to happen, and that's what's going to happen. And for like him to have that mindset and to like to see him now with this current position on TV, I guess Chris, speak to the fortitude of Truth. But Chris, also, I know that you haven't like always been the biggest fan of like R-Truth being in like those like overly comedic spots, like especially knowing what you know him from, the former NWA World Heavyweight Champion, and like seeing. I just from like knowing you, I'm assuming that you would have preferred if his career would have turned out in a more serious manner, but also at the same time you appreciate what he's been able to do and the longevity and stuff like that. So just basically speak to all that. Like I'm pretty sure you'll hit on those different points.
Okay. I have to talk about this.
Get ready.
Okay, so
I had it in the notes, Chris. You gotta talk about it.
All right, so here it is. I like Ron Killings. I like R-Truth as a person and as a wrestler. This Judgment Day shit. Some weeks I've liked it.
Okay.
Some weeks I haven't. The last one that they did, I thought was kind of funny. With the video and all that, and him talking about his childhood and the doctor holding the black baby. And,
I like how they said it was a dramatization.
Right? Yeah. That was funny. I like the Confederate general stuff. I thought that I like that because I thought I didn't think it was buffoonish. I thought it was more him saying, you guys aren't treating me with respect and I'm not getting the title reign that I deserve. So let me come up here and be a good R-Truth and do the buffoonish niggerish shit that y'all expect out of me. You know what I'm saying? I didn't think it was him being laughed at. So I appreciated that. This Judgment Day shit, man.
Don't do it, Chris. Don't do it to the brother Chris.
It's like
he finally made it to the main event.
I want him to get all the good things. I really do. I don't.
Chris, he getting that merch bag, Chris.
Get the merch bag. Get your bag. Want that? I feel a way about a black kid, a black dude in a backstage clique where he's trying to measure up to the cool kids, the that doesn't sit well with me. It makes me feel a way. That's not to say the stuff isn't funny, and that's not even to say this they're not taking us on a journey, because I do hope that at the end of this, I do hope at the end of this I can say, okay, now I see where the R-Truth. Okay, let me give you an example, and you'll remember this, Nate. When Ron Simmons was on his rise in WCW, and he had to get to a series of bosses. It wasn't like the match he had with Vader for the world title was random, but they were setting him up. And there was one episode of WCW, I don't know if it was Saturday night or if it was one of the weekend shows, but Ron Simmons is doing the interview with Jesse Ventura, and Harley Race comes out, and Ron Simmons, I'm going to be the first black man to ever be world champion. And Jesse Ventura, in his Jesse Ventura voice, Ron Simmons, you'll have the chance to do that, and all that. And then Harley Race comes out there, calls this man a boy, and tell him that you need to be carrying my bags and all this stuff. And then him and Ron Simmons have an exchange, and Ron Simmons gets the better of him. And it was an ultra racist, ultra disgusting segment, but it was a step towards Ron Simmons getting the world title, because later on in '92 he becomes world champion, and the racism was kind of a backdrop to tell the story. The title reign was a garbage title reign. We don't need to talk about that. I talk about the Ron Simmons title reign as the day he won it, and that was the best day in history, and we don't ever need to talk about anything else surrounding it. And I talk about the Kofi title reign in that regards as well.
He just retired as champion. That's all.
Right? Yeah, exactly. So I say all that to say the Ron killing stuff. I do hope that it leads to something that's positive and uplifting for our people, because I don't want this dude to just be the buffoon on television that everybody's laughing at, and the like Ray said, the gullible. I like this. This kind of stuff is antiquated and passé to me, but R-Truth does a good job at playing it. So I went on Chris Gulla's podcast, the Gentleman Wrestling Podcast, and I went on a rant about this shit. If y'all ever want to listen to it, but this was before the last vignette. So all I say is, and this isn't to hate on anybody for liking it. If you like this stuff, I'm not saying, oh, you like this R-Truth shit, you're a racist. I'm not doing that. So don't take it like that. It's just, I gotta process it, is what I'm saying. And
you gotta see how it ends.
Yeah, I have to see how it ends, and I have to, and like I said, Ron Killings, I want all the good stuff, and I've liked a lot of art stuff that WWE's done with Ron Killings. I like some of this, the Miz stuff. That's the only time in my career that I could ever consider myself even kind of being a Miz fan, was when he was doing the Awesome Truth stuff.
Yeah.
That was the only time in the Miz's career I was ever even close to being what you would call a fan of his. But I do think that if done right and done correctly, Ron Killings can come out of this way better than he ever was before. and kind of get away from him just being, the gullible. Yeah, like, and I didn't even like the stuff where they beat his ass, and then the next week, I get it. You were jumping me into the gang. I don't need that.
Nah, that shit was funny
on my television. I don't.
That shit was funny.
I don't need that on my television, and this might be a generational thing. Where I come from.
Nah, they thought that shit was funny.
Where I come from, I said I could talk. What's going on, man? No shit. I'm not saying have my opinion. I'm saying my opinion. I come from an area where getting jumped into gangs is a regular thing, or was a regular thing when I was growing up. My family moved us down south because they thought I was gonna be a part of that. That's not shit I could ever laugh at. And that's just from my old background. I come from a family full of Crips. I come from a family where a lot of gang activity happened. I remember my uncle. I was in the middle of the Los Angeles riots when they were happening. That is why we moved to Knoxville, Tennessee, because of that. And that stuff doesn't do anything for me. If you like it and you thought it was funny, that's great. But this is my perspective on it. And shit like that can never be funny to me.
Right.
And that's the end of that for me. And thank you for letting me do the rant, y'all. That's it.
You good, bro. You good. I look at it from like this on a more serious note. Like, bro, even when I was a kid, like growing up around like my dad's way, he lived in this neighborhood in Southeast Washington, D.C. And we grew up around there. And I seen my fair share of shit around there. But like, I think it might be also a thing where I can look at stuff like that and laugh at our truth aspect of it and the Judgment Day aspect of it, laugh at that stuff because it's a television show, and I understand, like, even though there are like real life things that happen, and Chris, you said you've seen things, I've seen my fair share shit. I'm pretty sure Nate's seen his fair share shit. I'm pretty sure Ray's seen his fair share shit. I'm pretty sure it's people that are watching this show that have seen their fair share of real life shit that has happened in this world as it relates to anything of the substance that we're talking about, anything related to what we're talking about. But like more so, I'm just looking at it from a perspective of like, it's R-Truth has been playing this specific television character for the last 10, 15 years within the WWE, and it's become he's become woven in the fabric of the company in terms of like being reliant on him to appeal to the mass younger audience that they want to appeal to, more so the children. Because I'm assuming that's what R-Truth is used for, to add to that that perspective of things. But also on the other end, I do get what Chris is trying to say from the perspective of he can't find it funny because of the real life implications of it. Yeah. But also as somebody that has seen some of the not necessarily to seeing the gang aspect of it, because I don't think that was like necessarily prevalent where I was growing up. It was more so just, you from this neighborhood and you from that neighborhood and X, Y, and Z don't like this neighborhood. That's more so of the culture that I grew up with. It wasn't necessarily like, we gangs. It was more so like you from this hood, you from that hood, or you from this place, you from that place, whether it be DC, Maryland, Virginia. That shit.
Oh yeah, now where I'm from, if you were wearing the wrong color rag, you get your ass shot. It was some serious stuff, man. It was like getting beat into a gang was like, sometimes I watch my friends and after I'm like, what the hell happened to you? Like, oh yeah, I got beat up in a gang. If it was a girl trying to go into a gang, they beat her ass too, man.
But also in that same conversation, I always wonder like how I'm pretty sure some people who may or may not have, like some people who may have spent time in prison probably felt about the Dominic Mysterio situation, like when they was like, well, I've been through that, so maybe that shit is not funny to them type thing. Or even like
because you bring your own life experience to every
your own life experience into this. So yeah, I think with this conversation,
I think the Dominic Mysterio stuff, I can laugh at that a little bit differently because that nigga was in holding. He wasn't in prison. Like, and the people, and if you've been, I've never been to prison before. I've been to LA County Jail my fair share of times. It's dangerous, but when you didn't even get moved to Twin Towers. You know what I'm saying? You were in the safest jail you could be in, and that was the joke right there. You know, I think it's like the R-Truth stuff. It hits a little different for me because it's like he's bragging about being jumped into a gang, and it's just I get it, and it's not something that you got to take uber seriously. But for me, that kind of iconography or what anything you want to call it, it just doesn't sit well with and just being happy about it, you know, like being like, this is what I gotta do to fit into this clique of friends. And like my own father was, you know, he died from gang activity, depending on who you ask, you know. He was shot and killed running with gangsters, you know. So it's just and that's just like, even like when I see, if I'm like mentoring kids and stuff and they joke around and they say something like, what set you from, I always like, don't ever say that shit around me, you know. There's just certain things that that's a trigger for me. This is and again, this isn't WWE's problem. This is just something that I have to
you speaking at it from your personal
I have to you know, find my way around it. And I just don't want this, like, I just don't want to see shit like that on television. You know,
I think that there's like just certain things that we all find appealing as we have our own different life experiences and things of that nature. Like, even with me, like stuff that I thought was funny at 15, 16 years old, and stuff that I thought the dude was funny at 16 years old. I look at that shit and I see youngins doing it. I'm like, bro, what the fuck are you doing? Like, why are you doing that? You know what I'm saying? Like, but when I was 16, 15 years old, I was laughing at it. They stole from this, they XYZ did, that shit was funny. But when I'm serious, but like when you see, like, so I saw that stuff when I was 15, 16 years old, you saying people stealing cars and all that shit. I was like, they funny as hell, they doing that. I'm 27 years old. See, Nate, you got me thinking I'm almost 30. I'm 27 years old, bro, and I see these youngins out here jacking people's cars. I'm like, man, you dumb mother. Like, what are you doing, bro? But even like, I'm just talking about like in a general sense, the stuff that you, as you get older and as you have your own different life experiences, and as you become more mature, some stuff that you may have thought was enticing, or there was some hilarity to it, or there was something that you can relate to in a sense, in a way, as you know, again, as you have your own experiences, some of that shit just becomes like a nuisance to even hear about or read about or even see. So yeah, that's just my, like, this is the thing I like about the NWA podcast. We have these conversations that drift off into these more serious conversations, and then we end up warping it back into wrestling. And the way I'll warp it back into the wrestling before we get into our next topic, before we eventually wrap it up, is that, brother R-Truth, get your bag.
Well, and here's another thing I think people sleep on when they talk about R-Truth, because, and this is kind of to Chris's point, where is this going? I think the R-Truth character I want to see coming out of all this is the R-Truth that we got during the pandemic.
Right.
If any of y'all saw, like, he would host these shows with the other performers on the roster, and yeah, he was still silly, he was still funny, but there was a groundedness to his silliness. I saw an interview he did on Busted Open the other night, like where he just showed up with his shirt off talking to
Mark Henry and
Booker T, not Booker T, Bubba Ray, and they're like, why you out here with your shirt? He's like, sometimes you just feel like being here without your shirt. But then it's like a silly visual, but he's talking about his faith, and he's talking about different things in life and what he went through. And it's like, if we can get at the end of this, like, because I think this dude is a lifer. I think this dude is going to be a lifer. He's already
he ain't going nowhere, though.
Been a lifer. Like, to me, he is somebody that can be your Make-A-Wish guy. He can be your sometime comedy guy. I'd love to see R-Truth do some commentary from time to time and see if I can like be funny, but also be serious and talk from the experience of somebody who's been in this business for 20, 30 years, damn near.
Maybe he does it at WrestleMania, Nate.
Yeah, like I think there's so much like it's crazy to say this about somebody who's 52 years old or 25 years old, depending on what timeline you subscribe to, because he did grow up watching John Cena. Like, I think to be like
Judgment Day too.
Yeah, and he grew up, dreaming about being in the Judgment Day. I think there's something to like my man has been doing. Like I said, to me, he's the greatest comedic character in the history of this company. But I don't think they've even scratched the surface of what this dude can do. And I think there's a way like where we get a little bit more serious, but we still got the silly because he talked about like how the gimmick of him forgetting what city he was in just happened naturally. Like he thought he was in Australia.
He really forgot they were in Green Bay, Wisconsin. And he accidentally said Milwaukee, and that was an accident.
He's like, oh, my bad. And it just became something in the crowd.
And then he picked up on it. Yeah.
I think there's so much talent in this dude. Like, I'm going to say it. Like, we haven't even talked about this, and then we can get to our other topics because we got a nice little hefty runtime going right now. But that's what y'all get when y'all listen to the Nubian Wrestling Advocate.
We want some month, man. We
got to get all our stuff in, man. But I think one of the funniest segments or series of vignettes was on SmackDown. Like this is probably like 15 years ago now. By now, Chris, when he was Delicious Pretty Ricky.
Oh yeah.
And he would just show up to the arenas. He's because I guess R-Truth couldn't get in the arena. He's like, I'm not R-Truth. I'm Pretty Ricky. Pretty Ricky, what they call me.
Yeah.
And it's like
that was from the Martin show. Yeah.
That's like I think R-Truth is really good. Like he knows he's kind of being paid to shuck and jive. But I think Chris, the difference between him and somebody, and I hate to keep bringing this man's name up, but the difference between somebody like R-Truth and Brodus Clay is where they're both ostensibly shucking and jiving, but there's an art to R-Truth shuck and jive,
right?
And there's a nuance to R-Truth shuck and jive that I don't think we get from somebody like a Brodus Clay who was born to shuck and jive, brother.
Well, and Brodus Clay shucks and jives on Fox News and shit like that.
He's a professional shuck and jive.
Yeah. Like Brodus Clay is from my hood. Literally, he's from Pasadena. I live in Monrovia, which is not even a mile away from Pasadena. This dude is Brodus Clay. Forgive me, Brodus Clay fans, is a disgusting pig. Is what Brodus Clay is, and this goes into like the Jericho stuff. We may or may not get into that, but like R-Truth is not that. R-Truth is I don't think R-Truth is out there purposely, like maliciously trying to offend people, which is something that Brodus Clay does on Fox News every single
regular
week.
Basis.
Yeah, and you could talk the Funkadactyls thing. That's your thing, man. You're doing your job. That's one thing. But when you're on TV on a network where you're spreading misinformation and all that crap, that's a problem for me with Brodus Clay.
Dancing mammies.
The dancing mammies at WrestleMania, the shucking and jive.
Like, come on, man.
I remember hearing it, and I sometimes do feel bad for Brodus because I remember hearing an interview with him where he said he doesn't even like to talk about WrestleMania because of that highlight where he came out there with the mammies, and that was his WrestleMania highlight, dude. And I was like, and it goes to the pain that I sometimes think black wrestlers go through, where you can't just say no to this bullshit. But if you say no to that, you're going to be missing out on a crazy bag. So you have to go out there and
shuck it. Difficult and others.
You'll be labeled difficult and others. So I do kind of feel Brodus Clay's pain on that front, because it's either shuck and jive with your mammies out there, or not get this huge WrestleMania bag, because even just for that appearance, I'm sure he probably got 7 figures just for
them WrestleMania checks. Different. I heard Chavo Guerrero say that he had at least six figures for a 20-second match that he had with Kane.
Yeah, there are wrestlers. Yeah, there are wrestlers who I've talked to personally that have told me about those WrestleMania checks. So I'm not one to, like, who am I to
shame somebody for
but God, I hope we're past that point, man.
Like that speaks to kind of, and it feels weird to say this about a comedic character, but there's something to the artistry of Truth, where he's kind of threaded that needle. Where like I'm gonna tell you, like when I turned on the WWE Network back in the day, and they used to have, and Chris knows, because this used to piss me off every time I saw it, and they had like those little in between show breaks, and like they had the one with R-Truth just showing up on your screen, like. Come on, brother. What is we doing, brother?
Yeah.
But the fact that he's kind of thread the needle between being this court jester, Andrew, but also like being a character that people are invested in and care about, like that takes skill, brother.
Hey, just to put a bow on this conversation before we move on to the next thing, I think that Truth has this like innate ability to be personable and relatable, and a lot of people like him for that, because even though he's playing a character on television, I think Truth makes the best out of this character. And I think that anybody that hears him in a regular interview, he seems like the most chill dude that you would ever meet in your life. And I think that R-Truth, especially, I think like for all the time that I've ever heard him do interviews, like as many R-Truth interviews as I covered, Truth always seems like the type of person that's like, okay, they want me to do this on television. How can I at least make this shit my own and then make it memorable? And I think that he has a really good, Truth just has his ear to the ground, and he knows what people want. And I think that comes from being immersed in Black culture, and also being immersed just in what people like in pop culture in general. And some things that like, some things that hit, and some things that, you know, can I use this? Can I use that? Or what's popping right now, what's trending right now, or whatever, like, and then being able to turn it into his own. And I think that a lot of people just find Truth to be so personable in these roles, and that's why he's been able to have this longevity. Like you said, he ain't going nowhere. I feel like R-Truth is one of those people. As long as he wants a job in WWE, he will have that job. And I'm pretty sure they paid that motherfucker pretty well. So like, I definitely want more of R-Truth, but I ain't about to be going up, you know, whatever. But I know that motherfucker probably get at least about 6 figures right now. So I'm pretty sure he all right. You know what I'm saying? He probably doing pretty good. I just saw, you see the shit about his son. His son like doing, like dropping buckets in college basketball, whatever. Shit like that. Just saw that. So yeah, shout out to R-Truth, man. He's doing this thing. But
real quick, Drew. Let me just real quick. And I know he loves doing the music stuff, but when we're talking about like his character and stuff that he's doing on WWE and how we think that he's going to be a lifer and how he can parlay that, I am shocked that he's not parlaying this, especially like the stuff that he's doing comedy wise, into like mainstream stuff, guest work on TV shows or sitcoms or streaming stuff, or even doing like skits online and things like that. I would love to see this brother branch out and just blow up outside of just this wrestling bubble.
Hey Ray, if you want to see like more, I'm not even gonna bluff, but check out his TikTok. I'm not even sure, like his TikTok page. He be on that joint all bullshit 24/7. Like, he is fucking hilarious. I'm telling you, bro. I done seen some of his videos. He be doing like a lot of it's mostly like his music stuff, but like he be doing like a lot of skits, and not like he can do all of the stuff that you saying right now. And it's crazy. Like 52 and to hit another high point in your career. The constant reinvention and whatever. He ain't even reinventing. He's just like getting hot again. You know what I'm saying? It's like, he's getting hot. You know what I'm saying? So yeah.
Salute to that brother for getting the bag. And speaking of the bag, Andrew, we know we still got a lot of people watching. They 3 hours deep into this, nephew. If you want your comments to jump to the front of the line, there's a way to do that. Hit that super chat button, smash it, and give us your thoughts on anything we talked about. Okada, R-Truth. Man, what's going on in AEW?
Hey, Nate, we'll talk about Law and Order SVU if you want.
We'll talk about Law and Order. We'll go back and talk about soap operas.
Hey, Chris, tell him we'll talk about anything. Cause we'll talk about
Sergeant Craig Pittman.
Sergeant Craig.
We'll talk about whatever, man. Yeah.
You bring up those soap operas again. Soap Slam.
So are we gonna be talking about Jericho and TK before the night's up, or are we just gonna table that?
I mean, my thing with the like, I ain't really having any notes, and the reason why is because like
because
more so with Tony, not more so his tweets, but it was just like I feel like we just sort of got on that already, and I feel like we'll just be rehashing the same talking points about his tweets. But if you want to talk about the Jericho, you talking about more so from the allegations that had.
Oh yeah, because I feel like if someone doesn't even mention the allegations, I don't know if we're doing our job.
We could talk about like how they
right. Okay.
So go ahead get into it, Chris, and we could make sure to weave in like the them having them on shows and like having like the crowd, his song, the whole that whole deal. Go ahead.
So here's the thing with Jericho. It's a complicated thing because Jericho is at this point in his career, he's a legacy wrestler, right? So the backstory on this is what was it, Christmas Eve or Christmas Day? One of those, like somewhere time around the holidays. That CM Punk's and lawyer, and what's his homeboy's name? I'm blanking on it.
You talking about the lawyer, Stephen P?
No, not Stephen P. New. The his homeboy that he got into the Biden thing with at AEW. A Still, thank you.
Yeah, I thought you said Biden. You said Biden.
No, Biden. Yeah. But anyway, so that's how it started. And Jericho's a dumbass because Stephen New said that everybody signed a gag order, so no one's allowed to talk about it. And then Jericho was feeling a little extra randy on Twitter one night, and he was like, "Hey, if I didn't sign any NDA, I can say anything, whatever, blah blah blah." And then one of the wrestling journalists came out and said, "Well, what about that time you made was it Kylie Ray? When that time you made Kylie Ray sign the NDA?" And all of this, it just was a windfall of, oh, Jericho. I always knew Jericho was a hypocrite, and Jericho's this and Jericho that. Just on my timeline, I should have screenshotted some of this shit they were saying about Jericho, but it all just piled on, and AEW really didn't do a great job of cleaning it up. 1 week,
Tony Khan was in the press conference, and he did get asked about it like a couple different times. Like I think
wearing that dumbass hat.
And the funny part about the hat thing was like you would see the PR guy for AEW come over and like you need to take the glasses off and take
while you're addressing that, you can't be addressing that shit.
But when he got asked about it, see what happened was Tony Storm was sitting beside him and she threw the shit on him, and then that's when he was wearing it throughout the whole press conference. He was wearing it. He got asked about it, but still, you see the PR person came over and like he got asked about it 3 separate occasions, and essentially what he said was he said we're not gonna. He referred to it as unsourced allegations. I think that was the correct verbiage that he used in terms of referencing the stuff, and he talked about AEW having being like one of the safest places in wrestling.
The safest places he's in wrestling after he said that he was in fear of his life when CM Punk had that backstage brawl with Jungle Boy, but it's the safest place in wrestling, but you were in fear of your life. TK, you got to stop the bullshit, man. If it's the safest place in wrestling, then you're not going to be, it's safe because we got rid of CM Punk. Tony Khan is full of shit.
So with this thing, it was like, so he was asked about the conversations that have been taking place. I think at one point Jericho was specifically mentioned, and they had asked if there was an investigation, and he never gave a yes or no answer on it. Right. But essentially, he was asked. The initial questioning was about the conversation that had been taking place about the safety of women's wrestlers and what could be done to further protect the talent. And then Khan stated that it's something the company is very serious about. He brought up the policy AEW has in place, and anytime something of the sort comes to the forefront, they would do anything to prevent it. He added that AEW has the best safety record in environment. He would put their record up against any company in the world and feels AEW is the safest place for pro wrestling. He said if any wrestler has a concern, they could come talk to him. And then he went on to say that if anything came to light to him, he would take it to the disciplinary committee that, like, as he's been doing with certain situations. And we've since heard Bryan Danielson is a part of that committee, and he's like handing out fines and et cetera, et cetera. And then that's when Jericho, he did get asked specifically about Jericho and asked if he wasn't under investigation. And then that's when the verbiage about the unsourced rumors came out. And then I think a couple weeks later or a week later or so, Jericho was getting booed out the fucking building. I think he got booed that night. I think he got booed that night at World's End.
Yeah, he got at the pay-per-view, he got booed.
He was getting booed out the fucking
messed
building
up Sting's match
for like weeks. He threw the fucking vibes off of me that match. But they should have took him out. But like I think that by Tony not seeing sort of the vision and being like, okay, maybe I should pull Jericho out of these certain scenarios, and then instead we're having these situations where you got to have him run out and you got to new jack his music. You know, have it play. You got to have it play so the crowd won't boo and you won't hear that stuff, and then you got to have them on Rampage, stuff like that. So you can sweeten the audio when it airs live on TNT. You know what I'm saying? Like I think that instead of just like negating it, if you will, I think it'd be best if you pull Jericho away. And it's kind of crazy seeing how what Jericho was known for in WWE was knowing when to step away and when it's time for him to take a step back. And like he's just not doing that right now. So, but I also don't think it helps that in the way that Tony answered the question. But I mean, he went on his stuff about it. And I'm pretty sure he's probably going to get asked about it again because the reaction to Jericho hasn't been silenced in a way, even though that's been sort of the way that they sort of been trying to trend. But I don't think people are going to just stop booing Chris Jericho until this gets resolved in a way that people see fit or they deem fit, if you will. So I think that's just going to continue. And I think that maybe the best bet is to just chill out on having Jericho on your television until you get this thing officially sorted out in the way. Like, but also, I mean, see, the thing is also, I think I found a little clunky about it was I didn't like the reporting, the initial reporting of it, because essentially what it felt like, it seemed like it was a personal issue.
It was a personal issue. Yeah.
You know what I'm saying? And it's like, if you, as a reporter, like I always look at things like this, and I always have like a certain standard in which I uphold certain reporters. I feel like you need to, to me, just what it felt like was, it was like something that came out as a gotcha.
It was like, horrible.
It like kind of felt like just withholding information. And I mean, again, if you don't know like 100% concrete on Alec, like sexual misconduct, sexual assault, I don't think that's anything that you need to. Oh no, Chris. Let me rock, Chris. Let me rock.
What's the dude's name? He compared him to Harvey Weinstein. That's a hell of an allegation. I'll let you rock now.
No, good. Well, let me look up the exact. I want to make sure.
He compared this dude to Harvey Weinstein. Harvey Weinstein is in jail. I think he's in Rikers on multiple rape charges. I don't always like Jericho. I don't. But if you're gonna do that kind of comparison to Harvey fucking Weinstein, you do need to have a little bit more concrete evidence, but besides some random emoji that Kylie Ray is tweeting out, and that was horrible. He shouldn't have did that.
This was the exact quote that I just pulled up. It was like that quote said, one of the things that is so disconcerting to me about the universal praise that Chris Jericho receives, and I'm not going to deny the point that MJF made about the impact Chris had in the early days of AEW. When you had that kind of clout and you had that kind of power, it's very important to use that responsibly. There are issues with Chris behind the scenes where I know a lot of people who were hurt by Chris and his actions. It's very uncomfortable to see him allowed it like he is, and only having to focus on that, because I do think there are a lot of questionable stories about Chris that will find their way out over time when people are ready to tell those stories that will cast him in a very different light. I mean, Harvey Weinstein won a lot of Oscars. Harvey Weinstein produced a lot of very popular films. Harvey Weinstein is now in jail. I'm not saying that is happening to Chris, but the narrative could quickly turn if you're hiding a lot of skeletons in your closet. So I just wanted to make sure I read the actual quote instead of paraphrasing. But again, when you speaking about sexual harassment or sexual assault and you have any discussions, even from my perspective, from a analyst perspective, you want to make sure that you're saying exactly what has been said. You don't need to be paraphrasing. You don't need to be remembering shit off the cuff of your brain like that. That is serious shit.
Unless you remember, I do remember that though. That's not something I forgot. That's branded into my head. He compared that dude to Harvey Weinstein.
No, Chris, listen to what I'm saying. I'm not saying that I'm talking about when you just having a general discussion.
Right?
You need to be on point about shit like that. That's serious. But also, I also wasn't a fan of essentially you putting certain individuals in a position, specifically Kylie Ray, to where
she's got to speak on it.
Gotta say some shit, or gotta like some tweets, or you know what I'm saying. And then you know what I'm saying. I saw her like some tweets was just liking tweets about the situation, she was liking some tweets about if it's true and X, Y, and Z, and you know what I'm saying. I just think the initial reporting just made the shit, or the initial statements about it just made the shit real clunky. And you know what I'm saying?
And to me, I think in a way, Andrew, the part that makes me disappointed about kind of the Jericho thing, and that particularly that weekend when everything kind of popped off, was the discussion was more geared towards this beef between two dudes.
Yeah.
Right.
And not the women.
Kylie.
Right.
Instead of the individuals and
and so to me, the biggest thing it should be because we don't know what happened. Andrew, Chris, me, Ray, none of us know what happened. None of us were
there, yeah.
But what I do know is that women have been talking about this for years in this business, about not feeling safe at the workplace. Still, you know what I mean? Speaking out was what, 2-3 years ago, nephew?
That shit was not long ago.
And it was the same time as Me Too.
Still going on. And so to me, the thing is, whatever Chris Jericho did or did not do, that's going to come out in some way, shape, or form.
Right.
To me, the bigger thing is what are we doing? Not us in particular, but the people in power in this business. What are they doing to protect women? What are they doing to allow women the freedom to come out and speak if there are things that have gone down? Right? What type of work environment are you creating, Tony Khan, Triple H, Scott D'Amore, Billy Corgan?
Independent.
Yeah. What type of work environment are you creating for these performers? Because to me, yes, if something happened with Kylie Ray, she needs her justice and her healing. But to me, it's if you got all this other stuff that's still going on and women have been talking about it, that's got to be addressed as well. It can't just be right.
Yeah.
Thank you, Steve
Willie said,
Kylie is
re-victimized.
Yeah. Thank you. I appreciate that, Steve.
Yeah.
So it's it can't just be about these two dudes having beef. It's got to be about what can we do to fix it.
Because that's what it's about, right?
Right. But also I don't want to necessarily put, if Kylie Ray, she is going to have to come out and say that she feels victimized by this guy in order for this to be as salient as it got, because
and the problem is that should be her decision.
Right.
It feels like she was forced
and people are kind of are playing games with that, and that's something I don't like. I never like that with anybody, because sometimes there's some there and sometimes there's nothing there. But I do think this speaks to the kind of person that Chris Jericho is, and I'm not saying Chris Jericho is any kind of rapist or anything like that, because there's no evidence to suggest so. Mm-hmm. But Chris Jericho traffics in a lot of nonsense, and I think just his personality and attitude is people were waiting for something like this to drop on him. Whether it's fair to Chris Jericho or not, people were waiting for this, because I know, because I talk to him every day, and this, Jericho needs to assess who he's gonna be as a person. I think this is a time for self-reflection for him. Do you want to keep on having these flat earthers on your podcast and Donald Trump Jr. and Broadus Clay on there, and y'all are
I think
chopping
Chris,
it up.
honestly, and I've never spoken to Chris Jericho, but I feel, and I can only go by his actions.
Yeah,
I feel like Chris is like, dog, if it gets me the bag, if it gets me the clicks,
right,
I'm rocking with whoever I'm rocking with.
Right. But the problem with that kind of attitude is it doesn't give you anybody that's gonna, when stuff like this happens, no one's gonna come out and speak to your character.
Where's your character witnesses?
Right. Yeah. Like the and the people that do speak for your character are people that are considered worse human beings than you are. So it's a tricky situation that Jericho finds himself in. Maybe he's not in that situation anymore, but I do think this is a good time for self-reflection for him, because I do think that as a wrestler and as a performer, I like Jericho. Historically he's been one of my favorites, but
you can't take anything away from him as a
performer. Yeah, but from the way he acts off screen
as a human being,
a situation like this can happen with Kylie Ray, and you're not even like a little, like I wouldn't be surprised one way or the other with Chris Jericho, because I've just seen too many bad things this man continues to do. Like the way he was defending Vince McMahon over the summer, I wrote an article on that, and I told Jericho not even knowing what the law is when it comes to pro quo in the workplace. And Jericho also with trying to argue with Stephen New, telling him, "Oh, you're not this is a problem with a lot of these AEW wrestlers that are now turning from employees from independent contractors to employees." Because I think this is the first time in Jericho's life probably he's ever been an employee. But Jericho's admitted that he's an employee of AEW. He's got an employee contract, and I'm assuming he's got a wrestler contract as well. When you are an employee of a company and something like this, like the Jericho, like the CM Punk stuff happens, assume that you aren't allowed to talk about it, because I don't think people really sit down and read the paperwork they sign when they start a job.
Nope.
You're not an independent contractor anymore, dude. You are an employee. And I'm pretty sure if Stephen New is saying you're not allowed to talk about something, it's likely true.
Especially when he's representing the individuals on the opposite end of the case.
Right.
You would think he's in the know.
Yeah. That's a safe assumption, Jericho. Don't try to fuck with a lawyer. Like you got. What did he say? He has a community college journalism degree. That's great. This dude.
I got one too.
Hey, shout out to community college.
I never finished my associate's degree at a community college, but I did do 2 years before I transferred. So we're not, and I teach at 3 community colleges at the moment. So I'm not making fun of community college, but there are levels to this shit. Like community college is one level. Now, being a lawyer is a completely different level. Unless you read unless you remember, like Andrew was just doing it, and I do respect this because he did make sure he Googled the quote so he could say it right, which is always commendable. If you don't know what your contract says, my dude, don't go back and say, I didn't sign anything, blah, blah, blah. Like I said, when you are an employee, when you're an independent contractor, and I've been one of those, you can pretty much do whatever you want. Independent contractors are like people that work for Lyft, Google, Uber Eats, stuff like that. Postmates, those are independent contractor jobs.
Sign up for Uber Eats now using the code advocates.
Yeah,
Come on, we ain't playing.
But
everybody pointed the screen.
Yeah.
Go ahead, Chris.
But you can be an independent contractor and say what you want about your employer, or not your employer, because they're not your employer, your partner, and whatnot, and be perfectly fine. But even doing that as an independent contractor, there's still consequences for that. When you are an employee of a company, you really do have to be careful. Me too. Like, I could be on this podcast right now, and if I say the wrong thing on this podcast, and I've been on podcasts before, Nate can attest to this. Where,
don't get fired, dog.
Yeah, where my dean just happened to be on Twitter that day.
Saying that retweet.
Yeah,
that podcast retweet. I love you, Chris.
Where the Mrs. Shark said,
shout out to Vanessa Shark.
Yeah, anti-voting stuff, and I just let it go. And he was like, "Don't ever do that again, dumbass." that is what comes with being an employee at a place, So just Jericho, treat your job better. Do some self reassessment. Don't
go away for a while.
Go away. I don't know if he's gonna go away, but I do.
Probably
he
at least
should,
a little bit.
Or at the very least, stop being ignorant. Do you have to have flat earthers on your podcast?
I'm talking about on TV, Chris. Like, get off of TV for a minute, dog.
Yeah, get off of TV. But the problem with Jericho is he does a lot of bad faith stuff even when he's off TV. If you ever listen to an episode, listen to that episode he did with Broadus Clay. And he's talking about how much his insurrectionist attendant wife.
I'm like old man Captain America at the end of Endgame looking at Sam. No, I don't think I will.
Yeah. No, like I'm just saying. But if you listen to that, he's on there. His wife attended the January 6th insurrection.
Yeah,
part of the 1-6 Mafia.
Did you see her Twitter?
Yes.
Jesus Christ.
The chick is crazy. Yeah, she's on.
That's
another topic for another.
That's a whole other thing. I was like, Jesus
but
Christ.
that easily could have opened the show.
But you might know. I think Martin had messaged me and send me the link. He told me about it. And I like at first when I first saw it, I was like, it's probably like the usual shit you would expect. You know what I'm saying? Like, what I would assume from somebody that attends that type of shit. But then I was like, oh my God, she on some whole other shit. But Chris, I'm glad you.
Steve Willie.
He said my girl Vanessa out here getting Chris canceled. But
damn.
Chris, your mic muted, bro. Your mic muted.
I remember that day when Chris called me too. I was like, damn, dog.
Hey, matter of fact, here we go. Let's So while we got about 30 minutes before we hit the 4-hour mark, Nate, we're gonna try to zip through these last two, and then we gotta do Rumble predictions. So Nate, we're gonna try to speed this up a little bit, but these are two sort of
lightning round, Ray.
Lightning.
Where the lightning sound effects, Ray?
Hey Ray, why Ray trying to put you on blast? Like
there you go,
Ray.
Two-way Ray.
Two-way contract. But we got to talk about this real quick. So Seth Rollins is torn MCL and partially torn meniscus on the January 22nd Monday Night Raw, which is today, as we're recording, officially 12 a.m. It's officially midnight, so that's today. With the WWE World Heavyweight Champion Seth Rollins is scheduled to appear on Monday Night Raw to address his future. Fighter Select was first reported that Rollins suffered a torn MCL and partially torn meniscus in his title defense against Jinder Mahal. From the match, it looked like it wasn't anything that Mahal did. Rollins went for a pop-up, even springboard moonsault, and then he just landed directly on his knee on the mat, and then that I'm pretty sure that's what did the damage. But Chris, I wanted to kick it over to you with this one. Like, it appears as though, I'm pretty sure we could all see it that Punk versus Rollins was going to be probably going to be the match for night one of WrestleMania, and we don't know if Seth is going to undergo surgery or if he's going to tough it out. And they're kind of in a tough spot with Mania being 3 months away. The book is in your hands, Chris. You got Punk versus Rollins on the table for night one. How do you necessarily think WWE tackles this? Do you think they let Rollins sort of to just tough it out, or do they keep him out of action, or do you go to route like Damian Priest cashing in, or do you let Rollins heal and vacate the title, and then you do Punk versus Drew? Like, Chris, the book in your hands. What do you do in this type of situation when you got all these different options with Seth being hurt, and then with the option of him being able to push through?
All right, so if he can push through, then yeah, you want him to push through so he could get that money. That's going to be very, very helpful for him. If he can push through. If he can't push through, then I think they have to take the belt off of him, get some transitional champion to be the champ, and then have CM Punk fight the transitional champ at WrestleMania. Because I don't know what they want to do with Drew McIntyre this year, because Drew McIntyre ain't signing no new contract.
Yeah, that's another factor, Chris.
Yeah,
that's another thing.
And yes, and you don't want to put him on WrestleMania just so he could go to just so he can main event the
All in.
UK. All in. You don't want to do that. You do have to kind of. This is where critical thinking skills come into play. And I do think Triple H has an abundance of those. So if it were me booking, I wouldn't have like CM Punk or Cody or anyone like that win the belt. I'd have like maybe.
Would you have Priest cash in?
I'd have Priest cash in. I'd even have like someone like someone that's that. I'd have even Lashley like I'd consider having him beat dude and then him fighting Punk at Mania. Just something different that people will be able to sink their. Because the one thing I don't want is people crying over spilled milk. If the dude can't wrestle at WrestleMania, it is what it is. You know, it's sad. It sucks. It's WrestleMania. But I mean, like Rollins himself said, that's why I loved him in that McIntyre feud. There are worse things in life that you could go through than, you know, main event in an empty arena WrestleMania, you know. I love that promo by Rollins. I thought that he did the best work of his career on the mic with McIntyre. But so it would suck if it comes to an end, but if it does, then I mean, you just have to like look back and reflect on his career. Like look at some of the black wrestlers in WWE, and I'm sure they all wish they were in Seth Rollins' situation at the moment. So Seth Rollins is gonna be all right. You know, if it ain't serious, he'll be all right. He'll be perfectly fine. Go ahead.
He said could it be Punk Cody since Punk's supposed to bump? I don't think.
Yeah, but we're gonna have to figure this Rock situation out, though.
That's what I'm saying. So we're gonna talk about all that, but let's get back past that. I don't think Punk and Cody gonna have anything to do with each other at Mania. But Ray, to kick it over to you, like just on this topic, like what do you think happens forward? Just the same question that I asked Chris, and then I got something for you after that, and then we're gonna move on to the Rock stuff. But Ray, just your general, like basically the same thing I asked Chris. What do you think happens going forward?
Well, I think that, and this idea kind of crossed my mind a little bit earlier, but I think you were able to have a few years ago when you had Brock Lesnar enter in the Royal Rumble as the champion, and the Royal Rumble being, well, I don't think like the Royal Rumble, it wasn't as if the Royal Rumble match itself was a championship match. But I think if you make it as so, whoever wins the Royal Rumble, like
becomes the world champion.
Have
that's an interesting. Yeah,
they haven't done that since Ric Flair.
Go ahead, Ray. That's a good point. Go ahead, finish your point, Ray. I like that.
But yeah, I think that would be
if he can't make it through, is what you're saying. Okay.
If he can't make it through, but if you want to give him at least a little bit of time, if he doesn't have to do surgery, and I think Wade brought this up on a Rwanda Raw. But he also did mention that we are not doctors. We don't play them on TV.
Exactly.
But if there is a spot where he could rest the knee or rest the MCL for a bit, not be as active on the road, and then still be able to come back for WrestleMania. Maybe have CM Punk, like, again, have the Royal Rumble match be for the World Heavyweight Championship. Maybe have CM Punk win the Royal Rumble, get the belt. Maybe have Cody again, and you could still have that Cody wins Elimination Chamber and possibly be involved with the Universal Championship or the undisputed, whatever they want to call the undisputed Universal WWE Galactic Championship.
Galactic Championship.
But and then Seth will be like, you never beat me. You still, even though you won the championship here, you're not the real champ. He could bring back around that real world champion and come out with his own little sack, like his own little
what's that word? Like a double? I can't remember.
Double entendre.
Like, double entendre, like how how Punk did that with Cena. And then Punk just had that same thing with MJF, so it'd be like both of those two things tied, and then they could play into that and be like, well, which one are you referring to? Type. And look at producer Ray out here, man.
Okay, producer Ray. SP3 agrees with you in the chat too, Ray.
So before we cap it off, I definitely want to get your point. So I know me and you had talked about this before we went on air.
Oh yeah.
Ain't nothing wrong with Punk and McIntyre. Ain't nothing wrong with that, but that ain't hitting how Punk Rollins hitting. So they considering this is Rollins' shot to get the main event spot. Do you think that him? Because I had just read in Dave Meltzer's daily update that he said it's Rollins' decision about like what he wants to do, and like that effect is in the rehab, and like how Ray had mentioned, what Way said. I can't stand when people be like, oh, it's a 4 to 6 week timeline. Like, but you don't know how this man gonna heal. It's the same thing when people say with Wesley. He gonna be like, oh, he'll be back in 9 months. This motherfucker's having surgery on his back. You don't know when.
Everybody ain't John Cena.
Everybody ain't coming back off no superhuman type stuff. Like people don't work like that. You heal. So
I just had brain surgery, and I'm still haven't healed from that shit. So
exactly. So like, I just want to ask you, like, do you think Rollins is gonna be like, considering this is his shot to get that main event that he's been yearning for years? You think he's gonna be like, nah, fuck that. Like, I'm about to just rest, and we're gonna do this Punk match, and we're gonna make that happen at Mania. I'm not stepping away. And if that is able to happen, do you think the best case scenario is Punk winning the title and then just rocking out until the summer or something like that? But basically, and then just giving you the book, Nate. How would you go about this situation?
I like two-way Ray's idea. I think, first of all, like Seth Rollins didn't just get hurt. Seth Rollins been hurt. If we being real,
he's been working hurt.
Let's keep it a buck. Like, dude been working hurt for a minute. And so it's like, this is the cumulative effect of that. So let's not put this on gender. Let's not hinder that, brother.
It ain't even gender fault. He got hurt on
the This isn't a situation where it's a botched move. Right. This is a situation where he landed wrong or something, and
his body's been hurt.
Bro, he did a moonsault and just hit his knee straight on the canvas. That's
it sucks, man.
So so we'll know more tomorrow, like once we see what they say, or later tonight, obviously.
Yeah, I'm about to say today.
after they air that 2K commercial for Devontae on the cover, that's coming, y'all. It's coming. Yeah. Devontae made it to the mountaintop.
Yeah.
But I think that if he cannot continue as a regular character between now and WrestleMania, you got to take the belt off him, because this is in storyline the workhorse belt, and you can't have a workhorse belt on a horse that can't work. It just don't work. The math ain't right.
And it's already the consolation world title, because our boy Robin has the main one,
the intergalactic planetary title.
Finish rocking out with your point, Nate.
But I think that if you got to do it, like, there's a couple options. Obviously, you said Damian, Drew, like Nakamura could sneak back up in the mix. I think, to me though, I like Ray's idea because it gives a plausible reason. Like, Seth's gone, Punk steps up, takes this title. I don't know if you do it in the Royal Rumble, but that is, like, again, like, it's only happened once or twice before. Like, that's a good hook. And then you set up Seth and Rollins if Rollins is ready to go at Mania. If Rollins if Rollins ain't ready to go, then to me, like you can have your Punk and Drew or whoever. To me, it's going to be a big match because Punk is in it. But to me, like the only main event worthy match with Punk is with that man Devontae. And so then the question becomes like, what do we do with The Rock, which is our last topic.
Right.
So I think it's going to depend on what they say tomorrow or later tonight. But I think the thing that we all need to keep in mind as viewers, as fans, as people that cover this stuff is you can't put your expectations on somebody else's pain threshold. And again, don't use John Cena as the metric because that brother is Kryptonian.
Yeah,
ain't nobody John Cena.
And Rollins has a little girl that he wants to play with and do that kind of stuff with as well. You don't
want to be walking around like Earl Campbell, when you saw Earl Campbell in his later days, man. It's like that brother put his body through hell.
Yeah,
so this is where he's at.
Go ahead. John Cena said, I remember this quote from him because I'll never forget it. And this is a paraphrase, but he said something like he purposely avoided having kids and a family because he's married to the wrestling business and he doesn't want to ever have that get derailed for anything. Once you have a kid, I don't have any kids, but I'm almost certain that changes everything. Just having a wife kind of changes my trajectory on how I look at things.
Your priority.
Yeah, it really does, and I think that that Rollins is looking at I think the decision he's gonna make is gonna be the best decision for himself and his family,
Mm-hmm. So this is what I think is gonna happen real quick before we move on to The Rock. I think Rollins is gonna tough it out. I think he's gonna ride it out to Mania, and then I think he's gonna drop the belt to Punk at WrestleMania, and then we're gonna they're gonna rehash the Summer of Punk, and then Punk is gonna drop the title to Gunther at Bash at Berlin. That's what I think is gonna happen. Punk will get a good 4-month reign, and then Gunther gonna get this title win. Berlin, it's not like Gunther's from fucking Austria, but I think
it's close enough.
It's close enough.
People speak German in Austria, so that's so it's the same. It's not the same. But like Chris said, it's close enough. It's adjacent enough. So I think that's what's gonna happen. And if then Rollins can't go, I think we will get Punk versus Drew at Elimination Chamber, and then they'll just maybe. And then this is what I think. Okay, so if Rollins can't go, we get Punk versus Drew at Elimination Chamber for the world title. I think Drew wins it. Priest cashes in, and then we get the 3-way at WrestleMania. And Punk, Drew, Priest for the world title, and that's how we get it. But I think that Rollins is gonna tough it out. But moving on to our last topic, and I don't know how we're gonna zoom through this, but we're gonna try so we can at least get these Rumble predictions in. But we're gonna try to zoom through. But The Rock showed up at WWE Day 1, and he asked the crowd if he should sit at the head of the table. This is the first time on WWE television he's ever showed any type of acknowledgement to Roman Reigns and the whole bloodline thing. This is the first time he addressed it. Cousins be beating each other ass for like 3 years. He ain't never said nothing, but now he finally showed up and decided to say something. Shout out to you, Dwayne. Shout out for showing up. So Nate, I'm gonna kick it over to you first. Cody Rhodes is in a bit of conundrum to say the least. Last fall, Rock had publicly said that initially the plan was for him to face Roman Reigns at WrestleMania 39 in Cali. If I was Cody, that'd have made me feel some type of way because it's like, bro, basically you saying if you wanted it, you could have had it. I would have had it. So and Nate, just a quick reminder for the people. What was the main event of WrestleMania 39 night 2? What was the main event? Just say the names. Yeah, just say the names.
Devontae.
Okay, versus who?
Versus Roman Reigns and the crew.
And the crew. There we go. So we get to that whole thing, and of course, we talked about on the previous podcast. It seems that we're heading to Roman Cody 2, or it seemed like we were heading to Roman Cody 2 in Philly. Rock came back, losing Reigns on television. Yada yada yada. Nate, how do you think this plays out? Do you think we get Roman Rock and Mania? Do you think we get Cody Roman? Do you think we get the 3-way with Seth's potential injury? Do you now go Rock Roman night 1 and then Rhodes Roman night 2? How do you go about this whole situation? And then Cody being in this conundrum, and funny enough, in a similar situation that CM Punk was in when it was The Rock and John Cena going about it, and people thought Punk should have been in that 3-way. Punk should have been in that match. Like, just what do you make of all this, Nate? And how would you break it down if you had the book?
Yeah. So to me, this is the time to finish Devontae's story. Our 2K24 cover athlete, Cody Devontae Rhodes in the building, y'all. And I know SP3 might still be in the chat, and me and SP3 have had this argument back and forth on numerous occasions. Shout out to the good brother SP3. But I think if The Rock is down for WrestleMania, then Rock Roman is your night 2 main event.
Yeah, that's happening. That shit is happening. That man. They Hey, Nate, they not doing that shit in no elimination chamber, dog.
No. And here's the thing. And here's where SP3 and I have always had the disagreement. To me, I think that match does not need the title because that match is about head of the table. That match is about the bloodline. That match is about the elders. That match is about who the top dog. Yeah. Whereas, like, let's say The Rock win. He ain't sticking around for no long ass title run. So why do we waste the title on this dude when the story really is about this family? It's about Rock. It's about Roman. It's about Jimmy. It's about Jay. It's about Solo. It's about drive. It's about power. We stay hungry. We devour. Put in the work. Put in the hours and take what is ours. Black and Samoan in my veins. My culture with banging was strange. Damn. I changed the game. So what's my motherfucking name? Rock. What you gonna do? Dedication. Oh, Ray, clip this baby. The elders just
the whole 16 bars.
Like I was right here, Andrew, and then all of a sudden my face, I just took my face off. One take. Thank you, Paramount Tequila.
Hey, Chris. Nate, you mind if I kick it over to Chris
real quick?
Okay, cool.
Because I think so. Two things can be true at the same time. Rock and Roman can main event night 2 of WrestleMania, the people's main event. And then Cody, I think Cody finishes his story before we get to Mania. Because I don't think Roman needs the title going into that match. I think part of what can be the impetus for that match is, dog, you let down the elders when you lost that title to Cody Rhodes. So I got to show you what being ahead of the table is really about. And you have that friction there. And then, again, like, I don't know if this is going to happen. You call me crazy, but I said it a month or so ago, Chris. To me, the 2 biggest money matches you can make, night 1, Cody Punk, night 2, Roman Rock. I don't think they have any matches that are more box office than those.
There you go.
Yeah.
Hey, Chris, so I just want to kick it over to you, and then we I know you was going to add it anyway, but so, like, I know, Chris, I know you said for a long time here on the podcast that if The Rock ever came back and they do this match with Roman, there is no other place that this shit is happening other than the main event of WrestleMania on the last night of the show. So, like, we've talked about this, and I agree with it. Like, if they do this match, this shit is not happening in no goddamn Australia. It's not happening. It's not happening. Bro. Australia's not getting that.
Sorry, Dickie Bird.
They gonna get a great show. They gonna get they getting a nice ass stadium show, but they ain't getting Rock. They ain't getting Rock Reigns. Rock Reigns is gonna happen in Philly. So, Chris, I just want to ask you, like, you were always on board with the idea that if that happens, it's happening at Mania. Where do you think that bumps Cody? Like, and then do you think Cody still gets his moment at Mania? Like, how do you think it turns out?
So I want to make a correction. I don't necessarily want The Rock and Roman to happen at WrestleMania.
You never said that. You just said that you think it just makes sense.
It is. If The Rock is you get The Rock when you could get The Rock doesn't work around WWE's schedule. WWE works around The Rock's schedule. And if The Rock is available for WrestleMania, then that's when you book The Rock.
Get Black Adam, you book Black Adam.
Yeah, it's not fair. It sucks if you're a lower tier wrestler in that company, but guess what? Life ain't fair, right? The Rock is The Rock for a reason. He's main event, and if he gets WrestleMania, let's just say that The Rock shows some kind of humility and says, you know what? I want Cody and Roman to main event WrestleMania. I still don't think Cody is finishing the story.
Don't do this, Chris.
I don't want to do this. I don't want to do this. I think it would be horrible.
Chris, can I ask you this real quick? What is your percentage do you think that Roman Reigns happens at the Australia show? Do you think there's any percentage of a chance that it happens?
I think it's a 0% chance.
Okay.
But, that's my opinion. I'll say 1% to be, frank. I think if The Rock goes to Australia,
there's a chance.
If he goes to Australia, there's a huge bag in it for him.
Hey,
he's probably going to get paid
for that show. Punk is booked for that show, so that's making me rethink the Royal Rumble.
Well, the Punk is on a limited schedule too. This is the only way I would love to accept. This is how I accept Cody not finishing the story. If at WrestleMania he's fighting Roman, and MJF comes out and screws Cody out of the world title, I would accept Cody not finishing the story because it would make perfect sense. I don't know if MJF's contract is really up. I think that might be a lot of booty chatter, but if it really was, I would love that it be MJF because I do think enough people in Philly will know who MJF is.
They gonna know, bro.
Yeah, and I think it'll be deflating, but it won't derail Cody Rhodes to the extent where you're not
if he were to get bumped by the Rock just like with nothing.
Right? Yeah. Like if he loses, if he gets another world title with Seth or with Roman
Reigns.
and doesn't win, then it's going to be disappointing. And I also heard from a couple journalists, y'all can correct me if I'm wrong, you might know this, that Cody hasn't signed a new contract with WWE.
So Chris, that I've seen some reporting on that he hasn't, and then there've been other reporters who said that he has signed a new deal. See, I don't know which one is accurate, but I will give you something that I guess could give you like the answer that you're looking for. His representative had his manager had did an interview with USA Today not too long ago, and they would. Did you see the story about Cody agreeing to be in the dude's wedding, et cetera, et cetera? Did you see that?
I haven't seen it yet.
So Cody had agreed to go to this fan's wedding and be like a best man and all that stuff. Like he agreed to do that, right? And the manager has said that the wedding is scheduled to take place in 2025, right? And he was like, the verbiage that he used was, okay, if the wedding is supposed to take place in May 2025, WWE might need Cody for a Saudi show. And that's the verbiage that led or leads to me thinking that Cody is still signed to the company through that point. If he's talking about he's going to be needed for this in 2025. So I'm assuming that he's still going to be under contract at that point. So I don't know if that like helps like with your point or like gives you some type of like clarity. Right. But his manager did exactly state that, okay, in 2025, Cody might be needed for a Saudi show. So I don't know if he could do that date to be in the wedding. And right. So I hope that helps. If that.
Yeah, I don't see them get like, hey, Cody, you have to sign a 7-year contract. I do think Cody would tell him to F off if they like forced him to sign a long contract. I can see him signing an extension. Let's say if he was on a 3-year contract, I could see him signing for an extra 2 years. Yeah. I don't see him being strong-armed into signing another contract because he could easily go to AEW and repeat
be the hottest fucking thing.
Yeah, repeat what he just did in WWE. Yeah. And it's an ecosystem that he's familiar with, right? Exactly. So if it were me, I would have unless it's MJF coming to interfere in the match, I would have Cody finish the story this year. Even with The Rock there, I'd find something else to do with The Rock. Nate's idea is fine, but if Triple H, I think he was pissed that Cody didn't win in Los Angeles.
Hey, Chris, I most definitely think that he wanted, like if he had the full book at that point, I think Vince was still involved.
Right,
100% that Triple H would have probably had.
Bro, if you listen to how ridiculous he sounded in that press conference that night, I'm sure Triple H would never
speaking that WWE jargon.
I'm sure I'm sure it took a lot of pride swallowing for him to do that. But now he's more powerful than Vince McMahon in that company. So,
I mean, the real question, Chris, is what inning are we in with Roman and Cody?
Man, we in the fucking 90th. This shit needs to end.
The bloodline needs to end too. But go ahead.
But so Ray, let me kick it over to you. I'm going to say this last one for you. 2K Games, they did seemingly confirm that Cody is going to be one of or the color athlete for WWE the next 2K game. Like, does that have any? Does that like have? Do you have any stock in that? Like that he's going to be like with that in mind that he's going to quote unquote finish the story, or is that just more so an accolade that's tied into Cody's work, what he's done over the last years, the merch sales, the helping the house shows and all that stuff? And then also, how do you feel like this story is going to turn out with The Rock now inserting himself into the picture? Like, how do you think all this is going to turn out?
Well, all right, is my camera on?
Yeah,
yeah, make sure. All right. As far as the cover, it's super excited. Oh well, I'm just hearing about it from you guys, so I'm glad. I'm happy for Cody. I think it is pretty much a testament to the work and that he's been putting into just the following that he's been gaining over the last 18 months to 24 months that he's been back. Whether or not he's going to be turning to the side, where the tattoo not showing, or if he's going to show it, might be one question. Another question is it going to be like the Madden curse? We don't want to jinx him with that one.
No, not. Come on.
The Madden curse is real.
Right? But as far as what's going to happen between him and The Rock and everything, I do think. And I was kind of thinking about this too, and I'll go ahead and pull this. I'll go ahead and pull this up from SP3 as well. Like, I was thinking that you could still have, and I have a higher percentage as far as if I think The Rock is going to actually wrestle at the Elimination Chamber. I think maybe 10-15%.
Yeah.
I think it's a
Rock
little bit higher.
A little gas when he hit that people's elbow. Hey, look, I ain't trying to see no gassed out fucking main event at WrestleMania. You keep that shit.
Yeah.
Matter of fact, get that shit to Australia. Let them have it. Let them have it. Rock can take that shit.
I think The Rock is a real athlete though, so I do think he'll be in Mania shape. Yeah, he's not Shane McMahon on these streets.
He out there on the UFL field right now running wind sprints.
Right.
I got a wild prediction. I don't think this is going to happen, but this is just a suggestion.
All right.
Like just something random. Rock Roman opens the Elimination Chamber show. Boom. Random. I think the last time the WWE title opened a pay-per-view, I think it was when Moxley, Cena, and AJ Styles had the match at TLC 2016. I think that was the last time the world title opened up the main pay-per-view. I mean, I wouldn't be against, like, I'm not necessarily fiending to see The Rock and Roman Reigns. I know a lot of people are like really excited about that. I'm not personally like, I'm excited to see it. Like, please don't get me wrong. Like, I would love to see it, but I'm not like fiending for it. My ideal main events for this year WrestleMania: Punk Rollins, Cody Roman. That is the shit right there. Like, that's what I want to see. But I ain't gonna be mad if we get Rock versus, like, you gotta catch me fucking complaining if we get Rock Roman. Definitely not gonna be complaining about it. But Ray, did you have anything else you wanted to add before we move on to the Rumble predictions? And I was gonna zip through that real quick. You got anything?
Well, I was going to mention real quick. I think we've all given our prediction already on who's going to win that 4-way match anyway.
Yeah.
And also Sid did mention. So the reason why I think that, because I was thinking kind of a reverse way that I think one of you guys mentioned as Rock taking on Roman at WrestleMania without the belt being on the line. I think I was thinking of a reverse way as Rock taking on Roman at Elimination Chamber, not for the belt, but for the title of being the head of the table, and then Roman being so dejected that if he ends up losing or if he ends up winning, because that could be a possibility too, like Roman can still win and solidify his grip as the head of the table, that his head could be so big that he's not looking to see Cody trying to take his revenge. So I think we could play that out. But the thing that I was not thinking about that Sid mentioned that Rock versus Roman needs the title. And I think I kind of agree, because you don't want to see the head of the table moniker or the head of the table position as being over your head top world championship. So I kind of agree in that aspect, but I do think that they're going to try to pull that out. As far as I think there is a higher chance that Roman and Rock is going to be at Elimination Chamber, and then you could still have, like I said, Cody win the Elimination Chamber, get a title shot, and then finishing the story at WrestleMania.
There you go. So let's move on to these Royal Rumble predictions. We're gonna zip through these. We gonna go Nate, we're gonna go Chris, and we're gonna go Ray. And I just get mad as I'm giving y'all the thing. So we're gonna give WWS title. We got Logan Paul defending against Kevin Owens. I think Logan Paul is going to beat Kevin Owens. What you got, Nate?
Give me KO on these streets.
What you got, Chris?
I'm going Kevin Owens.
What you got, Ray?
Logan Paul.
New school versus old school.
I think we're gonna get Logan Paul versus LA Knight at WrestleMania. I think that's what we go. LA Knight.
Okay.
So we got the undisputed WWE Universal title. We got the 4-way. We got Roman versus Randy Orton versus LA Knight versus AJ Styles. Nate, before you get your prediction, AJ Styles and Punk being in the same locker room again after Punk called him out about staying silent about racial issues will be funny. Can't wait to see how that turns out. Hopefully doesn't happen, Nate. But I'm gonna say Roman retains. What you thinking, Nate?
I think Roman does too, as far as Punk and AJ goes. I mean, it's a big world. It's a big world. So hopefully there's room enough for both of them in this world. Some would say it's round, some would say it's flat, but hopefully there's enough room for both of those brothers.
Yeah, and the ones that say it's flat would be wrong, but let's continue.
But if you look at it from a certain angle,
I know, right? If you look at there's no curve. Where's the curve? Yeah.
What you got, Chris, for the 4-way?
For the 4-way, I got Roman. I'm not even playing that game.
Yeah. What you got, Ray?
Roman.
DraftKings don't even take those odds.
I know, right?
So we got the women's Royal Rumble thus far. These are only people that now still got 30 entrants. We got Bayley, Nia Jax, Becky Lynch, Bianca Belair. We got Maxine Dupree. From each of you guys, I want a person on the roster that you think is winning, and then I want you to give me one surprise entrant that you think is going to show up in the Rumble. So I'm gonna say my surprise entrant that I think is going to be in the Rumble is Jade Cargill, and I think the winner of the Royal Rumble is going to be Bayley. And I think she's going to go on to face Io Sky at WrestleMania. So what you got, Nate? Your surprise first, and then your winner, Nate.
I like that. Okay, I'm gonna go a little crazy. I'm like Michael Keaton Batman in that Flash movie. You want to get nuts? Let's get nuts, fellas. Surprise entrant, Julia.
Good one.
Come on.
Good one.
And in terms of who's winning, come on, Ray. You already know, man. There's only one woman who is strong enough, smart enough, talented enough, beautiful enough to outlast all these other women, because all these other women are great, but they kind of similar, right? They kind of similar. Like, I love all these talented performers, but they kind of similar. There's only one performer, Chris, that's not like most girls. Nia Jax bringing it home. Hail to the queen.
Chris, what you got? Your surprise entrant in the Rumble and your winner.
My surprise entrant is gonna be either Julia or Big Swole. My winner is Bayley. I think. Yeah.
You got a point you want to add on that, Chris, or that's just
that's Jade ain't showing up at the Royal Rumble this year.
She's still in the batting cage working on those pitches.
Right, but yeah, I think Julia,
Julie and Bayley.
Yeah,
what you got, Ray? Surprise entrant and your winner.
Surprise entrant. I think it's gonna be either one of the girls that are both beautiful and dangerous. I think it could be either Trinity Star, aka Naomi, or it could be Mercedes Moné, aka Sasha Banks coming back. Winner Becky Lynch. I think she gets her revenge. She puts out the demon in her past who keeps breaking her face.
Watch your tone, Ray.
and she goes on to win the Royal Rumble.
There you go. And I actually think that on Becky, I think that she'll challenge Rhea post elimination, because I think that Nia Jax. This is people will think I'm crazy when I say this. I think Rhea Ripley and Nia Jax is headlining that Elimination Chamber show. Rhea is going to get the biggest pop of her career in Australia. Yeah, that is going to be a highlight moment for her, and I think that she's going to main event that show with Nia Jax. So I'm gonna say here we go with the men's Rumble. It's the one everybody be talking about. We got Cody, we got Shinsuke, CM Punk. CM Punk 10 years to the day that he walked out of WWE, which is hilarious. I mean, that's like story written in itself. Bobby Lashley, Drew McIntyre, Gunther, Chad Gable, Otis, and Akira Tozawa. My surprise pick is X-Pac, and my winner is CM Punk. What you got, Nate?
Okay. I like that.
So surprise winner, surprise entrant, and your winner.
Okay, surprise entrant. I'm gonna say it's a lot of good people out there. There's free agents, there's legends, there's all sorts of people out here in the world. I'm going to say the surprise entrant is Andrade.
Good call.
Andrade show up in the building.
I forgot he was good call.
Yeah, Andrade, he on the way back, fam.
Yeah,
in terms of who wins,
got reported too. Yeah,
I want to say Cody, but there's other ways to get to Cody and the title. I think there's other paths to get there. So I think I'm gonna go with CM Punk for the win.
Pepsi. Hey Nate, real quick. Let me ask you this. Well, and Chris, I want you to ask this, and Ray, I want you to answer this too. If Punk wins at the Rumble, and you got the book, are you letting him do the post-show press conference, or are you keeping him away from that shit? Like, hey, Nate, no jokes aside, bro. Like, if you are like legitimately concerned about what people might ask him at this press conference, are you, if you were the book of like, dog, just go to the back. You're not doing this. Like, what would you do in that situation, Nate?
If I'm Hunter, I'm like, good work, Phil. Go take the night off. I left the monkey basket in your locker room.
Right.
Like, hey, so ain't no need for that brother to be around the live mic after the show.
So, Chris, same thing for you. Your surprise entry, your winner. And if Punk was to win, and if you were to choose Punk, would you let him do the press conference after?
I am choosing Punk to win. Yeah, I'd let him do the press conference because I mean, he's chilling, man. He did
do seem like he's chilling. But I mean, he's chilling at the beginning of the AEW.
He's good for now.
Yeah. Well, but he didn't have some dumbass kid talk about no real glass or whatever. So
he's everywhere.
Yeah,
it's on the corner. Just don't care.
But yeah, he's winning this thing. I think the way they've done Punk pretty good in my opinion. I don't say this often about WWE, but leaving him off of TV and keeping him special, I think he's winning the Royal Rumble.
Is tonight the night he has the confrontation with Cody?
But that shit about to be heat.
Yeah,
I cannot wait.
That's gonna be fire.
That's gonna be fire. How many AEW references do you think we're gonna get, Chris?
There'll be a couple, and then I think the surprise entrant will be come back to me on that one. I'll listen to it.
We're gonna circle back around after Ray. So Ray, what you think? Your surprise entrant, your winner, and we just joking around about the Punk thing. Like I think what Chris said is more accurate. I think that Punk chilling for real. I don't think he's gonna be like. Yeah. I think if he does get asked a question about it, he'll just like ignore it, or he
got at least another 6 months before he gets crazy.
Before he starts spazzing out.
Yeah. The thing we got to understand about Punk is this dude doesn't need to learn lessons. This is what fans have to understand. If he fucks up in WWE, he will be back in AEW because that's just the way the wrestling industry works. I hate
come to TNA, Phil. We back, baby.
Yeah. He's that fool is always gonna have a job.
Back the way you started, dog.
Yeah. He's like Blair Underwood on these streets.
Hey, Chris, real quick. Before we finish it all with Ray, Chris, do you remember when we were talking about this, like the idea of him showing up at Survivor Series and getting the biggest pop of his career in the past 2 years, and then that shit happened? And I remember Chris was like, CM Punk has gotten himself to the point where he will always have a top spot in a professional wrestling company, no matter what he does or what he says, because the shit that he does isn't like a detriment on him to the point where it's personal. It's more so like just the wrestling aspect of it, or like whatever. But it's never like anything like nefarious or those shit like that. It's just like
dropping N-bombs like Terry Bollea.
Yeah, you'll hear shit. You'll hear shit like that about the worst. Like we talked about this, the worst shit you can say about CM Punk is he's an asshole, and you can say that about a lot of motherfuckers.
A lot of wrestlers.
You said it about a lot. You can say that about a lot of motherfuckers. You know what I'm saying? So
a lot of people in general.
A lot of people in general. And then Ray. So what you got? Your surprise entrant and your winner for the match. What you rocking with, brother?
Now, if we're going with surprises, I do have a quick question. Can NXT wrestlers be considered surprises?
Yeah, bro. All right. They still like,
Show love to Lexus King.
I don't know. I don't know about Lexus King, but I do think, and it might not be much of a surprise because he's already been appearing on SmackDown. But I think it could either be Carmelo or Trick Williams.
Well, that whoop that Trick chain gonna go crazy.
Right?
Yeah.
Yeah.
That's gonna go crazy. But yeah,
so,
right.
And then and also I really love JT's idea. Well, right up here. Big E coming back, boy.
Big E did an interview today when he said like he's been saying this for like months now, that he doesn't have an update on what his neck looks like. But I don't know, man. But again, we're not.
I ain't gonna lie. I might have a tear in my eye if that happens.
If he comes back, he win that thing, man. That's
what I think is gonna happen. So if Big E, but before we get into Big E, okay, so who do you think gonna win the match, right?
Punk.
Okay, we got Punk. So with Big E, this is what I think is gonna happen. I think since the New Day are currently feuding with Imperium, I think that Big E will get if he were to come back, I think Big E gets thrown out by Gunther. No, he gets thrown out by Gunther. Okay, and then he beats Gunther for the Intercontinental title at WrestleMania. Okay, I think that Big E being the one to end his reign, and then that can be a way to transition Gunther into the world title picture. Yeah, where I think he will beat CM Punk at the Bash of the Berlin show. That would be a nice way to get the belt off of him, and then. Motherfucker, you got a Big E with a title. You know what I'm saying? It's Big E. Everybody loves Big E. And then he comes back off this neck injury and everybody thought he wasn't gonna wrestle again. And then like you get this big moment at WrestleMania. You had a New Day coming out, they fucking crying and shit. You know what I'm saying? Bro, it's perfect. It's perfect.
Andrew out here cooking, ladies and gentlemen.
Bro, if you telling me that Big E could get Big E coming back from an injury that he thought that he was never gonna wrestle again and he get another title, you ain't
in his hometown
out of me. In his home. But I mean, if he come back in Tampa in his hometown,
I'll say whenever they come back to Tampa, like that's when you do that match.
That's the big. Well, matter of fact, they got you do that shit at Mania. I want Big E Gunther at Mania. Big E beat him for the title. He in the ring. Gunther moves on to the world title, and then we get Big E a good run. That's what I want. But
this brother is cooking. Just like if you got HelloFresh. HelloFresh brings you all the ingredients directly to your door. You don't have to worry about prep time or any mess. Use the code ADVOCATES when you get your HelloFresh. They do breakfast now.
There you go. So that's our Royal Rumble predictions.
But my surprise entrant in the Royal Rumble is Jacob Fatu. All right.
So I will say this. I don't know how Fatu, he's under MLW contract until 2025. I don't know why he signed that long ass deal. Like, but you never know what the fuck happened. Like maybe the shit happens. Like,
I read that is it 20? I already was to 2026. Is it 25?
It's 25 because ESPN reported the deal in 2020. I remember writing about that. Yeah, he signed it to 2025. That's a long ass contract.
Hell yeah, it is.
He signed it to 2025, but. Yeah, we all pick Punk. We think he's gonna win the Royal Rumble. I think Baby's gonna win the Women's Royal Rumble, and that's how we're gonna get there. I think they could go another way about Becky Rhea. So, Nate, that is at 4 hours and 20 minutes. That is the conclusion of the NWA podcast.
Braden Harrington is real happy about this runtime this week, so we got to end it right now.
Yeah, so there you go. Finish us off, brother Nate. Finish us off.
We did it. Over 4 hours of power, ladies and gentlemen.
Sorry, Wade team.
Sorry, Wade team. Well, here's the thing. Pulling back the curtain. I told Way, because we were talking about Ray earlier today, and I told Way, I was like, with the amount of news we got, expect the 4 hour. Expect the 4 hour joint tonight, brother.
It was so much news that we touched on, and then Chris Bad brought up the Jack Perry. He reminded me of that, and then I'm glad we touched on the Tony Khan. Well, not Tony Khan, but the Chris Jericho situation and how that unfolded. So I'm glad we got able to wrap all that in.
A lot of stuff.
One. And you want to know what's funny? I feel like February is gonna be the exact same shit because we're gonna be recording
February
fresh off
gonna
the
be
Rumble.
a banger.
We got Black History Month. You know what I'm saying? Like,
and then Ray is doing his first official producer day.
Yeah,
go ahead, two-way Ray, ladies and gentlemen.
When is let me check because the way like the normally time that we usually record.
Usually like the third week.
It's like the third, but I think we might be recording after Elimination Chamber. So like that actually might be crazy.
Okay.
Elimination Chamber is the 24th.
With ROCKin Roman.
We're ROCKin Roman. You know what? Y'all Aussies, y'all can have that bullshit if you want it. Keep it. If y'all Aussies want that, have at it. Have at it. You can take it. Because I'm going to Philly and I'm not trying to see no gassed out fucking Dwayne Johnson.
Right.
Yeah. The belt or Cody. It is time to end this shit. Let's end it.
Right.
To be fair, ladies and gentlemen, full disclosure, Andrew hadn't felt the same about The Rock since he watched Planet 51 on the Rocky Maivia Picture Show.
That shit ruined me. Nate, you killed all passion I had for Dwayne Johnson. When he came out at day one, I did not even move out my damn seat. I was like, this nigga, he fucking up the vibes.
Yeah.
Fucking up the vibes. Here we go. But nah, in all seriousness, I'm looking forward to everything that's happening in wrestling. Joe's fucking killing it. Samoa Joe.
Yeah.
I'm looking forward to see how things play out.
It's a good time. It's a good time right now.
Shout out to Mustafa Ali. Keep killing it, my man.
Yep.
We rocking with you. And
TNA is back.
TNA back.
Yeah.
I'm looking forward to seeing what NJPW going to do now that Okada's leaving. We don't know what the fuck Okada's going to be doing. Okada might be at the, whatever, he might be at the next AEW pay-per-view, or Okada might be at fucking WrestleMania. You don't know. And that's the crazy thing about it.
You can show up on the NWA with Billy Corgan. You never know.
Yeah.
Hey,
and
fucking imagine. Could you imagine Corgan? Hey, Chris, did you see when they came out and said that they had their reality show was going to air on the CW?
I saw that. Yeah.
And then the statement got retracted, and they said that the guy misspoke, and this actually going to be on the CW app instead of the CW network.
Right.
The CW app is terrible for anybody that's ever tried to use it.
Yeah.
Is it bad for real? Is it bad for real?
It's bad. There's so many ads. It's laggy. It's. I watched it the last time I used the app was like for the season or the series finale of The Flash, and I was like, "Damn, I need super speed to get through this episode because it's keeps cutting off 20 commercials."
Damn.
Because DirecTV didn't have the CW network out here for all of like 2019 and 20. So I'd have to watch on the CW app, and it was never.
This is like, how am I going to watch Riverdale now?
Right. Yeah. Like what was I? Black Lightning. And
Black Lightning.
Other
that
stuff.
was a good show, man.
Yeah, but
damn, going too soon.
Anyway, yeah.
I say, but brother Nate, send us home, please. Send us home.
We going home. So appreciate everybody for checking out this edition, the January edition of the NWA Podcast. Shout out to everybody in the chat that watched. We appreciate y'all. I want to give a shout out to everybody here at Post Wrestling. We talking, of course, about that good man, John Pollock, journalist amongst journalists. We talking about Brother Wei Ting, the man that keeps everything moving the way it's supposed to be moving. We talking about the crew, man. We talking about W.H. Park. We talking about Kate from Montreal. We talking about Braden Harrington, Davey Portman, Martin Bushby,
John Cena,
John Cena.
Hey, real quick, my boy Martin Bushby's birthday on the 23rd. Shout out to my man.
Happy birthday to Martin Bushby.
Happy birthday, Bushby.
He back, y'all. He back, y'all.
That's my boy right there. Shout out to Martin.
The whole crew here at Post Wrestling putting up numbers, man. So we appreciate y'all supporting us, support the rest of the fam as well, because we doing big things this year. But speaking of big things, we're gonna go around the horn, let everybody say their goodbyes, and we gonna start with this man who got the Lexus parked out back. Y'all give it up for the new producer. He swerved when he drive.
Yeah.
Two-way Ray, what you got to say, brother?
Well, I'm gonna put the Lexus decal on my Camry. That's what I'm gonna do. Thank everybody, especially those who are joining us live through the live chat, and it's just been some great responses. Although we haven't been able to get everybody's up, we appreciate the feedback. We appreciate you guys interacting with one another. Just thank you, Wei and John, for allowing me the keys to the kingdom, at least for one night, and just being able to help out these good brothers who are doing good work here. And thank all you the advocates for allowing me to help you guys out, and hopefully this is just the beginning.
You the man, Ray.
I do have a note for you though, Ray. I do have a note for you though, Ray. Before you give out your Twitter handle, when you talked about the keys to the kingdom. And you're going to learn this as you become, a more seasoned producer. That would have been the time to drop the needle on that Cody Rhodes joint.
Oh, yeah.
You know what I'm saying? Post Wrestling has more than one producer.
There you go.
I'm just trying to help you, brother.
I appreciate it. I need all the pointers I can get. I thank you. I'll keep that in mind.
But where can the people find you on Twitter when they want to shout you out, man, for all the good work you're doing?
Well, you can find me on Twitter/X and on Instagram at MondoDondo1. Also, as Nate so graciously mentioned, we are recording the second installment of Spinning Black Fist tomorrow. Unfortunately, we're not up yet to getting it live streaming just yet, but just keep your ears peeled. Keep your eyes peeled on your podcasting devices and platforms. If you're into MMA, we're going to get into the happenings from UFC 297 from Saturday. And also, again, as we alluded to, some choice comments from not only the former UFC middleweight champion, but also the UFC president. We'll get into those as well. So just thank you guys for all the support, and we appreciate you. And also, yeah, I know he's going to mention it as well. Kings of Sports Patreon. Support them because they support us.
Talk to him, Ray. And again, Ray is going to become more integrated here on the Nubian Wrestling Advocate. So don't be surprised if you start to see clips and whatnot from the episodes pop up. So, if y'all have favorite segments or moments from the episodes, let Ray know, and we'll get those up in clip form, man. Because we trying to do some things this year. Speaking of doing things out here on these streets, nephew, what you got going on, brother?
Man, just writing, covering the news. A lot of news, man. Writing stuff. So yeah, check out my written work over at postwrestling.com.
Ray, you got to put up T. Anthony's comment right now while Andrew is talking.
Great show, guys. Not bad for some affirmative action. That's yeah. Yeah, that was that. Look at that guy. Look at him. And now we got 4 of us. Boom.
You try to take us down, we just multiply, brother.
Try to take us down, and now we
like baby's kids.
Now we done put Ray on that full-time contract, and he got the keys. Talk to him, Ray. That new contract, that man Ray had the new contract for like 20 minutes. He would have bought him a new car. Look at him. Look at him. That brother ain't slowed down a minute.
The only thing, I don't think Ray knows this, and we probably should have told him beforehand. Like you mentioned the exchange rate with the yen. There is an exchange rate when you go from Canadian money to American money, Ray. So I know they said you got like $1 million Canadian dollars. It ain't really $1 million, dog. It's more like 9 something. So I don't know how much you pay for the Lex, but you might want to save some of that.
Gotcha. I'll look forward to the advance. I thought the advance was coming in.
Ray, this is what you get. You get that the Canadian amount that they just mentioned, and then they're gonna supply you with like 20 bottles of Tim Hortons. So you straight freshly Canadian brewed Tim Hortons.
And some poutine.
And some poutine. Y'all love some poutine.
I love me some poutine.
Yeah.
Every month we do this though. I want to see Ray's wardrobe get like a little more fancy.
Yes.
I'd be a flashy.
Ray, if you don't wear a suit next podcast, but don't come on the fucking show. I'm telling you, wear a suit. Wait, Ray, I need you to live the gimmick, dog. I want you to put the Lexus decal on the bottom part of your screen next to your Twitter handle. I want a fucking full 3-piece suit. Ray, I'm telling you, bro. 3-piece suit. We not fucking with you, bro.
Look, it's stages. First, he got to start with like the job interview shirt and tie.
The job interview shirt with the
then he got to get the suit, a blazer.
But I want this shit.
By the end of the year, I want you looking like Cam Newton.
No. This is how I need. This is like the final form that it needs to end. Ray needs to be full body screen with the fucking suit on, standing up the whole fucking 4 hours of the show.
Yes,
that is the only way to do.
With an earpiece in.
With an earpiece in, he like, all right, fellas, wrap it up. We had 3 hours. Tighten it up. So, and then I need him in the back, like, hey, that actually isn't happening. Count down 3, 2, 1. Here we go. Play 3, 2, 1. Play Righteous Reg. Here we go.
Yes, like
we're live.
Anthony said, he needs to be rocking like the Dusty Rhodes fur coat,
little
hat.
but you can find me on Twitter and Instagram at 80Thompson__. Check out all the great work at Post. We over there killing it, doing some great work, and there you go. Shout out to my homies, my guys over here at the Kings of Sport Patreon. I'm telling y'all, one of these days, I'm gonna make my Kings of Sport Patreon debut, and y'all ain't gonna know when that shit coming. I'm gonna just show up, and then we gonna talk whatever, and then I'm gonna spew my my pro CM Punk take over the world at WWE nonsense. but yeah, we gonna have a good time, and I'm looking forward to that one day when we do make that happen. The invite is on the table.
You know, Andrew's people is talking with my people. Ray, the middleman.
Ray the middleman with his new fucking Lexus. You know what I'm saying? Shout out to big time Ray with his fucking Lexus. You know what I'm saying?
Rizzy Ray, what they call him out there, Rizzy Ray.
I'm over here with my Buick, and Ray over here with a new Lexus. John and Wayne, what is going on? What's happening?
Rizzy
Ray. But yeah, that's all I got, brother Nate. Enjoyed the show. It was a fun time talking with y'all. Chris, finish us off, my brother. Oh, but yeah, your signature intro, Nate, for Chris. Your signature outro for Chris. My bad.
Yeah, Chris, come on now. You know you got to tell the people what you got going on, Chris. Let them know about the articles. If you're doing the articles, let them know about this book, Chris, that's still out there that these people ain't ready for yet. Let them know what you got going on, Chris.
Yeah, so the book is still going, still trying to get that out. I wanted to at the Cal States in California, Cal State universities. Yes, tomorrow is supposed to be my first day, official day back to work. We're on strike at the moment, so hopefully it doesn't last that long. I wanted to I'm not going to be at WrestleMania this year. It's official now because I will be in Colombia on April 1st through 7th getting my stem cell treatment. So wish me luck on
good.
that. Pray.
Good luck, man. Good luck, man.
All
I hope everything goes smooth.
Yeah, I hope so too, man. Because
this motherfucker Chris about to come back like Rey Mysterio.
He gonna come back looking like AJ Styles when AJ came back.
I'm telling you, Chris about to come back buff as shit. Walk, so he gonna be strong as shit. Like Chris, what happened to you? Like Chris will be like, nigga, I run LA now.
so there's a lot of stuff. And also, if you guys don't mind, I want to give a quick RIP shout out to one of my friends from back in the day, actor. Wasn't a huge actor, but he is. If you know who he is, you know who he is. Christian Oliver. He was on Saved by the Bell, the new class. I think he did a season of that. And he was in the movie Speed Racer, guy from Switzerland. Such a sweet guy. He died in a plane crash coming back from Bermuda with his 2 daughters in the plane. All 3 of them passed away.
I read about that.
Yeah, his wife is left alone, and I don't really know his wife. Christian. I remember because I met him a few different times. Always such a sweet guy. So just think about him. Because when I heard about that, it just made me so sad.
I'm about to say that because that was early on in the year too, right? That was like the 4th or the 5th or something.
Yeah, it was early on in the year. He was out there with his daughters for a Christmas trip, right? And then they come back and. You know, it's weird because you just don't know what to say to people when something like that happens. You know, like especially when it's like a woman losing her whole family like that. So I just I want to remember Christian Oliver and just everybody just be safe out there, right? And then hopefully in 2024 is going to be a great year for all of us, man. We're gonna level up the podcasts. I'm already talking to some people. So Kings of Sport, Post Wrestling, NWA. We got stuff.
Don't be surprised if you see some NWA merch popping up here in the next couple months.
Right. Yeah. And don't be surprised when you start seeing guests pop up too. We're trying to get things to pan out. So let's see what we could do with that. Yeah.
No doubt. And again, to echo Chris's sentiments, you know, I lost my cousin a couple weeks ago, and it's like nobody knows how many hours you got on this planet, how many days.
Sorry for your loss, my guy.
I appreciate that, brother. But we got to make the most out of it, and we got to spend. And again, this kind of goes back to what we were talking about at the very beginning of the show with people trying to come for John Pollock. You know, you have to And it can be difficult in this age we live in, particularly with social media. You have to dwell on the things that bring you joy. And that's something I've learned the older I get, Chris, is my time is not for everybody. And my time should be spent towards, what we having for dinner.
Patrice Knight wants to know what we having for dinner.
Guys, come through, get a plate.
Right, yeah. Well, I'll save one for you. What we having for dinner?
Some air fryer wings and some vegetables.
Air fryer wings and vegetables. So.
That sounds good. I'm gonna come through in here a little bit, Chris.
All right.
That's how you know we've been on too damn long. Shout out to Chris's wife though, man. She a real one. We appreciate her.
Yes.
But again, family, friends, like doing the stuff that you love to do. That's what's important. And money and all that stuff is cool too. But we talked about it, Chris, with Okada. You want to, maximize the minutes you have on this planet. So,
right, yeah.
RIP to the ones that we lost, and for the ones that are still here, it's a blessing. Let's keep it moving. In terms of where you can find me, at in the number 8 MOZAIK, at Nate Mosaic on Twitter. Again, we all mentioned the Kings of Sport, kingsofsport.com, patreon.com/Kings of Sport. $5 gets you in the door. Appreciate that, Dolores. $5 gets you in the door for all the audio and video content that we produce here with the Kings of Sport. So we appreciate y'all for checking us out.
Shout out to Dolores. Yeah. I want to shout her out. I owe her she on her show. I need to go on her show because I owe her girl a talking to for telling me CM Punk will never go back to WWE. she was the main one. So don't tell your homegirl I haven't forgot about her.
Chris said he got receipts in 2024. Yeah. It's tax season. It's time to collect.
I found this on the web for who was the main wife.
So go on Alexa.
I haven't
Alexa, lights on.
Hey Siri, stop.
Chris about to go back there sitting like an unlocked character. But we appreciate everybody for checking us out, man. We're gonna do this again next month. Next month, y'all. If this was how we started the year in January, what the hell we gonna do in Black History Month? Y'all ain't ready. We ain't even ready, but it's gonna be fun. It's gonna be good. We appreciate everybody for listening, whether live or in the future. And remember, be kind to each other. And of course, Sundays, they for my homies.
Yeah.
So shout out to all of y'all for listening. Shout out to Righteous Reg, the good brother Righteous Reg, for the theme. Shout out to SP3 and the good brothers over at True Hill Heat. Good brothers and sisters. We love Chrissy Love and Steffi up in here. Rich Fan, the brother Rich Fan. We got to get Rich Fan on here sometime soon this year. And again, shout out to John Pollock and Wade Ting, the proprietors of Post, for letting us do what we do each and every month. We appreciate them so much.
Y'all stop
Ray,
playing with my dog if I put these knuckles to your fucking chin. Boom. Stop playing with my man like that.
That's from the youngest in charge for 3 more years at least.
That's from almost 30, Andrew. I ain't fucking around.
Almost. He's starting to get that old man strength now.
That old man.
Ray, do you know how to play the outro?
I do not yet.
Okay. I was gonna give you like an on-air tutorial, but the people don't need to hear that. So I will do the outro. I will do the outro this month, and then you can take it over next month, because it's gonna be a new man in charge. It's gonna be the Rainmaker.
Ray, that mistake right there, that's off your 401k. You fucked up.
Yeah. You should have read your contract before you signed it, Chris Jericho.
We put Ray in the 360. Hey Ray, you in the 360, bro? What happened? You got you in the 360 deal?
Ray don't know. Ray is obligated to produce every post-wrestling show now for the next 3 years. He didn't read the contract. So you can hear Ray on the wellness policy. You can hear Ray on the long and winding Royal Road. Hear Ray on so many post-wrestling shows. He'll be on Talk. He'll be on.
Ray don't even know he just signed up to start clipping up the Andrew Thompson interviews.
Collision Course, Andrew Thompson interview. Ray about to be the hardest working man at the post office.
And this man Ray working like a dog.
Yeah.
Ray gonna be looking like Jimmy Butler in the bubble when post wrestling get through with him. Welcome to the family, Ray.
Right.
But this is for paying your dues about Ray. That's how we do it. Ray.
Gotta pay your dues, kids. Chris needs you to bring him bags and carry his bags and bring him water.
Yeah.
We M&Ms.
Yeah. We don't do that kind of bullshit here at Post. So
no, not at Post. That's why we the best.
But shout out to Ray on a real tip. Ray, you did a great job tonight, my brother. Proud.
Yeah, great job.
And Ray was positioned on the Post Wrestling Christmas show next to Renee the Cat. Look at that.
I know, Ray.
Yo, Ray make it move.
Ray make it move. He moving up fast, real fast.
All right. Yeah. And on that note, we got to get out of here because Ray's got to make another payment on that Lexus.
Election year 2024. Don't forget to vote, y'all. That's it.
Yes. 4, two-way Ray. 4, the nephew Andrew Thompson. 4, the professor Chris Ely. I am the Godfather Nate Milton. And remember, the revolution may not be televised, but it damn sure will be podcasted. See y'all in Black History Month. Y'all ain't ready.
Yo. It's Righteous Reg. It's a case for the safe, keep a space for the Nubians. Unfiltered, off kilter, the professor, the Godfather, post wrestling, the NWA, not keep guessing, The views and expressions, you know the rest. It's pod excellence, get the message. Advocates for Nubian wrestling, you're listening to the best again. Black wrestling in the ring we invested in. Nubian kings and queens we invested in. It's for the culture and we reppin' it. It's for the culture and we reppin' it.